Thanks for visiting Timeless Audiobooks. Please remember to like, comment, share and subscribe for our latest audiobook uploads.
Section 1 of 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. The Insanity of Jones. A Study in Incarnation. Chapter 1. Adventures come to the adventurous, and mysterious things fall in the way of those who, with wonder and imagination, are on the watch for them. But the majority of people go past the doors that are half ajar, thinking them closed, and fail to notice the faint stirrings of the great curtain that hangs ever in the form of appearances between them and the world of causes behind. For only to the few whose inner senses have been quickened, perchance by some strange suffering in the depths, or by a natural temperament bequeathed from a remote past, comes the knowledge, not too welcome, that this greater world lies ever at their elbow, and that any moment a chance combination of moods and forces may invite them to cross the shifting frontier. Some, however, are born with this awful certainty in their hearts, and are called to no apprenticeship, and to this select company Jones undoubtedly belonged. All his life he had realized that his senses brought to him merely a more or less interesting set of sham appearances, that space, as men measure it, was utterly misleading, that time, as the clock ticked it in a succession of minutes, was arbitrary nonsense, and in fact that all his sensory perceptions were but a clumsy representation of real things behind the curtain, things he was forever trying to get at, and that sometimes he actually did get at. He had always been tremblingly aware that he stood on the borderland of another region, a region where time and space were merely forms of thought, where ancient memories lay open to the sight, and where the forces behind each human life stood plainly revealed, and he could see the hidden springs at the very heart of the world. Moreover, the fact that he was a clerk in a fire insurance office, and did his work with strict attention, never allowed him to forget for one moment that, just beyond the dingy brick walls where the 100 men scribbled with pointed pens beneath the electric lamps, there existed this glorious region where the important part of himself dwelt and moved and had its being. For in this region he pictured himself playing the part of a spectator to his ordinary workaday life, watching like a king the stream of events, but untouched in his own soul by the dirt, the noise, and the vulgar commotion of the outer world. And this was no poetic dream merely. Jones was not playing prettily with idealism to amuse himself. It was a living, working belief. So convinced was he that the external world was the result of a vast deception practised upon him by the gross senses, that when he stared at a great building like St. Paul's, he felt it would not very much surprise him to see it suddenly quiver like shape of a jelly, and then melt utterly away, while in its place stood all at once revealed the mass of colour, or the great intricate vibrations, or the splendid sound, the spiritual idea, which it represented in stone. For something in this way it was that his mind worked. Yet to all appearances, and in the satisfaction of all business claims, Jones was normal and unenterprising. He felt nothing but contempt for the wave of modern psychism. He hardly knew the meaning of such words as clairvoyance and clairaudience. He had never felt the least desire to join the Theosophical Society and to speculate in theories of astral plane life or elements. He attended no meetings of the Psychical Research Society, and knew no anxiety as to whether his aura was black or blue, nor was he conscious of the slightest wish to mix in with the revival of cheap occultism which proves so attractive to weak minds of mystical tendencies and unleashed imaginations. There were certain things he knew, but none he cared to argue about, and he shrank instinctively from attempting to put names to the contents of this other region, knowing well that such names could only limit and define things that, according to any standards in use in the ordinary world, was simply undefinable and elusive. So that, although this was the way his mind worked, there was clearly a very strong leaven of common sense in Jones. In a word, the man the world and the office knew as Jones was Jones. The name summed him up and labelled him correctly: John Enderby Jones. Among the things that he knew, and therefore never cared to speak or speculate about, one was that he plainly saw himself as the inheritor of a long series of past lives, the net result of painful evolution, always as himself, of course, but in numerous different bodies, each determined by the behaviour of the preceding one. The present John Jones was the last result to date of all the previous thinking, feeling, and doing of John Jones in earlier bodies and in other centuries. He pretended no details, nor claimed distinguished ancestry, for he realised his past must have been utterly commonplace and insignificant to have produced his present. But he was just as sure he had been at this weary game for ages as that he breathed, and that it never occurred to him to argue, to doubt, or to ask questions. And one result of this belief was that his thoughts dwelt upon the past rather than upon the future, that he read much history, and felt specially drawn to certain periods whose spirit he understood instinctively as though he had lived in them, and that he found all religions uninteresting because, almost without exception, they start from the present and speculate ahead as to what men shall become, instead of looking back and speculating why men have got here as they are. In the insurance office he did his work exceedingly well, but without much personal ambition. Men and women he regarded as the impersonal instruments for inflicting upon him the pain or pleasure he had earned by his past workings, for chance had no place in his scheme of things at all, and while he recognized that the practical world could not get along unless every man did his work thoroughly and conscientiously, he took no interest in the accumulation of fame or money for himself, and simply therefore did his plain duty with indifference as to results. In common with others who lead strictly impersonal life, he possessed the quality of utter bravery, and was always ready to face any combination of circumstances, no matter how terrible, because he saw in them the just working out of past causes he had himself set in motion, which could not be dodged or modified. And whereas the majority of people had little meaning for him, either by way of attraction or repulsion, the moment he met someone with whom he felt his past had been vitally interwoven, his whole inner being leaped up instantly and shouted the fact in his face, and he regulated his life with the utmost skill and caution, like a sentry on watch for an enemy whose feet could already be heard approaching. Thus, while the great majority of men and women left him uninfluenced, since he regarded them as so many souls merely passing with him along the great stream of evolution, there were, here and there, individuals with whom he recognized that his smallest intercourse was of the gravest importance. These were persons with whom he knew in every fibre of his being he had accounts to settle, pleasant or otherwise, arising out of dealings in past lives, and in his relations with these few, therefore, he concentrated as it were the efforts that most people spread over their intercourse with a far greater number. By what means he picked out these few individuals, only those conversant with the startling process of the subconscious memory may say, but the point was that Jones believed the main purpose, if not quite the entire purpose, of his present incarnation lay in his faithful and thorough settling of these accounts, and that if he sought to evade the least detail of such settling, no matter how unpleasant, he would have lived in vain, and would return to his next incarnation with this added duty to perform. For according to his beliefs there was no chance, and could be no ultimate shirking, and to avoid a problem was merely to waste time and lose opportunities for development. And there was one individual with whom Jones had long understood clearly that he had a very large account to settle, and towards the accomplishment of which all the main currents of his being seemed to bear him with unswerving purpose. For when he first entered the insurance office as a junior clerk 10 years before, and through a glass door he had caught sight of this man seated in an inner room, one of his sudden overwhelming flashes of intuitive memory had burst up into him from the depths, and he had seen, as in a flame of blinding light, a symbolic picture of the future rising out of a dreadful past, and he had, without any act of definite volition, marked down this man for a real account to be settled. "With that man I shall have much to do," he said to himself, as he noticed the big face look up and meet his eye through a glass. "There is something I cannot shirk, a vital relation out of the past of both of us." And he went to his desk, trembling a little, and with shaking knees, as though the memory of some terrible pain had suddenly laid its icy hand upon his heart and touched the scar of a great horror. It was a moment of genuine terror when their eyes had met through the glass door, and he was conscious of an inward shrinking and loathing that seized upon him with great violence, and convinced him, in a single second, that the settling of this account would be, almost perhaps, more than he could manage. The vision passed as swiftly as it came, dropping back again into the submerged region of his consciousness, but he never forgot it, and the whole of his life thereafter became a sort of natural though undeliberate preparation for the fulfilment of the great duty when the time should be ripe. In those days, 10 years ago, this man was the assistant manager, but had since been promoted as manager to one of the company's local branches, and soon afterwards Jones had likewise found himself transferred to this same branch. A little later again, the branch at Liverpool, one of the most important, had been in peril owing to mismanagement and defalcation, and the man had gone to take charge of it, and again, by mere chance apparently, Jones had been promoted to the same place. And this pursuit of the assistant manager had continued for several years, often too in the most curious fashion, and though Jones had never exchanged a single word with him, or had been so much as noticed indeed by the great man, the clerk understood perfectly well that these moves in the game were all part of a definite purpose. Never for one moment did he doubt that the invisibles behind the veil were slowly and surely arranging the details of it all so as to lead up suitably to the climax demanded by justice, a climax in which himself and the manager would play the leading roles. "It is inevitable," he said to himself, "and I feel it may be terrible, but when the moment comes I shall be ready, and I pray God that I may face it properly and act like a man." Moreover, as the years passed and nothing happened, he felt the horror closing in upon him with a steady increase. For the fact was, Jones hated and loathed the manager with an intensity of feeling he had never before experienced toward any human being. He shrank from his presence and from the glance of his eyes, as though he remembered to have suffered nameless cruelties at his hands, and he slowly began to realize, moreover, that the matter to be settled between them was one of very ancient standing, and that the nature of the settlement was a discharge of accumulated punishment which would probably be very dreadful in the manner of its fulfilment. When, therefore, the chief cashier one day informed him that the man was to be in London again, this time as general manager of the head office, and said that he was charged to find a private secretary for him among the best clerks, and further intimated that the selection had fallen upon himself, Jones accepted the promotion quietly, fatalistically, yet with a degree of inward loathing hardly to be described. For he saw in this merely another move in the evolution of the inevitable Nemesis, which he simply dared not seek to frustrate by any personal consideration, and at the same time he was conscious of a certain feeling of relief that the suspense of waiting might soon be mitigated. A secret sense of satisfaction, therefore, accompanied the unpleasant change, and Jones was able to hold himself perfectly well in hand when it was carried into effect, and he was formally introduced as private secretary to the general manager. Now, the manager was a large, fat man, with a very red face and bags beneath his eyes. Being short-sighted, he wore glasses that seemed to magnify his eyes, which were always a little bloodshot. In hot weather a sort of thin slime covered his cheeks, for he perspired easily. His head was almost entirely bald, and over his turned-down collar his great neck folded in two distinct reddish collops of flesh. His hands were big, and his fingers almost massive in thickness. He was an excellent business man, of sane judgment and firm will, without enough imagination to confuse his course of action by showing him possible alternatives, and his integrity and ability caused him to be held in universal respect by the world of business and finance. In the important regions of a man's character, however, and at heart, he was coarse, brutal almost to savagery, without consideration for others, and as a result often cruelly unjust to his helpless subordinates. In moments of temper, which were not infrequent, his face turned a dull purple, while the top of his bald head shone by contrast like white marble, and the bags under his eyes swelled till it seemed they would presently explode with a pop, and at these times he presented a distinctly repulsive appearance. But to a private secretary like Jones, who did his duty regardless of whether his employer was a beast or an angel, and whose mainspring was principle and not emotion, this made little difference. Within the narrow limits in which any one could satisfy such a man, he pleased the general manager, and more than once his piercing intuitive faculty, amounting almost to clairvoyance, assisted the chief in a fashion that served to bring the two closer together than might otherwise have been the case, and caused the man to respect in his assistant a power of which he possessed not even the germ himself. It was a curious relationship that grew up between the two, and the cashier, who enjoyed the credit of having made the selection, profited by it indirectly as much as anyone else. So for some time the work of the office continued normally, and very prosperously. John Enderby Jones received a good salary, and in outward appearance of the two chief characters in this history there was little change noticeable, except that the manager grew fatter and redder, and the secretary observed that his own hair was beginning to show rather greyish at the temples. There were, however, two changes in progress, and they both had to do with Jones, and are important to mention. One was that he began to dream evilly. In the region of deep sleep, where the possibility of significant dreaming first develops itself, he was tormented more and more with vivid scenes and pictures, in which a tall, thin man, dark and sinister of countenance, and with bad eyes, was closely associated with himself. Only the setting was that of a past age, with costumes of centuries gone by, and the scenes had to do with dreadful cruelties that could not belong to the modern life as he knew it. The other change was also significant, but is not so easy to describe, for he had in fact become aware that some new portion of himself, hitherto unawaked, had stirred slowly into life out of the very depths of his consciousness. This new part of himself amounted almost to another personality, and he never observed its least manifestation without a strange thrill at his heart, for he understood that it had begun to watch the manager. End of Chapter 1 of The Insanity of Jones, a Study in Reincarnation. Section 2 of Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. The Insanity of Jones. Chapter 2. It was the habit of Jones, since he was compelled to work among conditions that were utterly distasteful, to withdraw his mind wholly from business once the day was over. During office hours he kept the strictest possible watch upon himself, and turned the key on all inner dreams, lest any sudden uprush from the deeps should interfere with his duty. But once the working day was over, the gates flew open, and he began to enjoy himself. He read no modern books on the subjects that interested him, and, as already said, he followed no course of training, nor belonged to any society that dabbled with half-told mysteries. But, once released from the office desk in the manager's room, he simply and naturally entered the other region, because he was an old inhabitant, a rightful denizen, and because he belonged there. It was, in fact, really a case of dual personality, and a carefully drawn agreement existed between Jones of the Fire Insurance Office and Jones of the Mysteries, by the term of which, under heavy penalties, neither region claimed him out of hours. For the moment he reached his rooms under the roof in Bloomsbury, and had changed his city coat to another, the iron doors of the office clanged far behind him, and in front, before his very eyes, rolled up the beautiful gates of ivory, and he entered into the places of flowers and singing and wonderful veiled forms. Sometimes he quite lost touch with the outer world, forgetting to eat his dinner or to go to bed, and lay in a state of trance, his consciousness working far out of the body. And on other occasions he walked the streets on air, halfway between the two regions, unable to distinguish between incarnate and discarnate forms, and not very far, probably, beyond the strata where poets, saints, and the greatest artists have moved and thought and found their inspiration. But this was only when some insistent bodily claim prevented his full release, and more often than not he was entirely independent of his physical portion and free of the real region without let or hindrance. One evening he reached home utterly exhausted after the burden of the day's work. The manager had been more than usually brutal, unjust, ill-tempered, and Jones had been almost persuaded out of his settled policy of contempt into answering back. Everything seemed to have gone amiss, and the man's coarse, unbred nature had been in the ascendant all day long. He had thumped the desk with his great fists, abused, found fault unreasonably, uttered outrageous things, and behaved generally as he actually was, beneath the thin veneer of acquired business varnish. He had done and said everything to wound all that was woundable in an ordinary secretary, and though Jones fortunately dwelt in a region from which he looked down upon such a man as he might look down on the blundering of a savage animal, the strain had nevertheless told severely upon him, and he reached home wondering for the first time in his life whether there was perhaps a point beyond which he would be unable to restrain himself any longer. For something out of the usual had happened. At the close of a passage of great stress between the two, every nerve in the secretary's body tingled from undeserved abuse. The manager had suddenly turned full upon him in the corner of the private room where the safes stood, in such a way that the glare of his red eyes, magnified by the glasses, looked straight into his own. And at this very second that other personality in Jones, the one that was ever watching, rose up swiftly from the deeps within and held a mirror to his face. A moment of flame and vision rushed over him, and for one single second, one merciless second of clear sight, he saw the manager as the tall, dark man of his evil dreams, and the knowledge that he had suffered at his hands some awful injury in the past crashed through his mind like the report of a cannon. It all flashed upon him and was gone, changing him from fire to ice and then back again to fire, and he left the office with a certain conviction in his heart that the time for his final settlement with the man, the time for the inevitable retribution, was at last drawing very near. According to his invariable custom, however, he succeeded in putting the memory of all this unpleasantness out of his mind with the changing of his office coat, and after dozing a little in his leather chair before the fire, he started out as usual for dinner in the Soho French restaurant, and began to dream himself away into the region of flowers and singing, and to commune with the invisibles that were the very source of his real life and being. For it was in this way that his mind worked, and the habit of years had crystallized into rigid lines along which it was now necessary and inevitable for him to act. At the door of the little restaurant he stopped short, a half-remembered appointment in his mind. He had made an engagement with someone, but where or with whom had entirely slipped his memory. He thought it was for dinner, or else to meet just after dinner, and for a second it came back to him that it had something to do with the office, but whatever it was, he was quite unable to recall it, and a reference to his pocket engagement book showed only a blank page. Evidently he had even omitted to enter it, and after standing a moment vainly trying to recall either the time, place, or person, he went in and sat down. But though the details had escaped him, his subconscious memory seemed to know all about it, for he experienced a sudden sinking of the heart, accompanied by a sense of foreboding anticipation, and felt that beneath his exhaustion there lay a centre of tremendous excitement. The emotion caused by the engagement was at work, and would presently cause the actual details of the appointment to reappear. Inside the restaurant the feeling increased instead of passing. Someone was waiting for him somewhere, someone whom he had definitely arranged to meet. He was expected by a person that very night and just about that very time. But by whom? Where? A curious inner trembling came over him, and he made a strong effort to hold himself in hand and to be ready for anything that might come. And then suddenly came the knowledge that the place of the appointment was this very restaurant, and further, that the person he had promised to meet was already here, waiting somewhere quite close beside him. He looked up nervously and began to examine the faces round him. The majority of the diners were Frenchmen, chattering loudly with much gesticulation and laughter, and there was a fair sprinkling of clerks like himself who came because the prices were low and the food good, but there was no single face that he recognised until his glance fell upon the occupant of the corner seat opposite, generally filled by himself. "There's the man who's waiting for me," thought Jones instantly. He knew it at once. The man he saw was sitting well back into the corner, with a thick overcoat buttoned tightly up to the chin. His skin was very white, and a heavy black beard grew far up over his cheeks. At first the secretary took him for a stranger, but when he looked up and their eyes met, a sense of familiarity flashed across him, and for a second or two Jones imagined he was staring at a man he had known years before. For barring the beard, it was the face of an elderly clerk who had occupied the next desk to his own when he first entered the service of the insurance company, and had shown him the most painstaking kindness and sympathy in the early difficulties of his work. But a moment later the illusion passed, for he remembered that Thorpe had been dead at least 5 years. The similarity of the eyes was obviously a mere suggestive trick of memory. The two men stared at one another for several seconds. And then Jones began to act instinctively, and because he had to. He crossed over and took the vacant seat at the other's table facing him, for he felt it was somehow imperative to explain why he was late, and how it was he had almost forgotten the engagement altogether. No honest excuse, however, came to his assistance, though his mind had begun to work furiously. "Yes, you are late," said the man quietly, before he could find a single word to utter. "But it doesn't matter. Also, you had forgotten the appointment, but that makes no difference either." "I knew that there was an engagement," Jones stammered, passing his hand over his forehead. "But somehow—" "You will recall it presently," continued the other in a gentle voice, and smiling a little. "It was in deep sleep last night we arranged this, and the unpleasant occurrences of to-day have for the moment obliterated it." A faint memory stirred within him as the man spoke, and a grove of trees with moving forms hovered before his eyes and then vanished again, while for an instant the stranger seemed to be capable of self-distortion and to have assumed vast proportions with wonderful flaming eyes. "Oh!" he gasped. "It was there, in the other region." "Of course," said the other, with a smile that illuminated his whole face. "You will remember presently, all in good time, and meanwhile you have no cause to feel afraid." There was a wonderful soothing quality in the man's voice, like the whispering of a great wind, and the clerk felt calmer at once. They sat a little while longer, but he could not remember that they talked much or ate anything. He only recalled afterward that the head waiter came up and whispered something in his ear, and that he glanced round and saw the other people were looking at him curiously, some of them laughing, and that his companion then got up and led the way out of the restaurant. They walked hurriedly through the streets, neither of them speaking, and Jones was so intent upon getting back the whole history of the affair from the region of deep sleep that he barely noticed the way they took. Yet it was clear he knew where they were bound for just as well as his companion, for he crossed the streets often ahead of him, diving down alleys without hesitation, and the other followed always without correction. The pavements were very full, and the usual night crowds of London were surging to and fro in the glare of the shop lights, but somehow no one impeded their rapid movements, and they seemed to pass through the people as if they were smoke. And as they went, the pedestrians and traffic grew less and less, and soon they passed the Mansion House and the deserted space in front of the Royal Exchange, and so on down Fenchurch Street, and within sight of the Tower of London rising dim and shadowy in the smoky air. Jones remembered all this perfectly well, and thought it was his intense preoccupation that made the distance seem so short. But it was when the tower was left behind and they turned northwards that he began to notice how altered everything was, and saw that they were in a neighbourhood where houses were suddenly scarce, and lanes and fields beginning, and that their only light was the stars overhead. And as the deeper consciousness more and more asserted itself to the exclusion of the surface happenings of his mere body during the day, the sense of exhaustion vanished, and he realised that he was moving somewhere in the region of causes behind the veil, beyond the gross deceptions of the senses, and released from the clumsy spell of space and time. Without great surprise, therefore, he turned and saw that his companion had altered, had shed his overcoat and black hat, and was moving beside him absolutely without sound. For a brief second he saw him, tall as a tree, extending through space like a great shadow, misty and wavering of outline, followed by a sound like wings in the darkness. But when he stopped, fear clutching at his heart, the other resumed his former proportions, and Jones could plainly see his normal outline against the green field behind. Then the secretary saw him fumbling at his neck, and at the same moment the black beard came away from the face in his hand. "Then you are Thorpe," he gasped, yet somehow without overwhelming surprise. They stood facing one another in the lonely lane, trees meeting overhead and hiding the stars, and a sound of mournful sighing among the branches. "I am Thorpe," was the answer in a voice that almost seemed part of the wind, "and I have come out of our far past to help you, for my debt to you is large, and in this life I had but small opportunity to repay." Jones thought quickly of the man's kindness to him in the office, and a great wave of feeling surged through him as he began to remember dimly the friend by whose side he had already climbed, perhaps through vast ages of his soul's evolution. "To help me now?" he whispered. "You will understand me when you enter into your real memory, and recall how great a debt I have to pay for old faithful kindnesses of long ago," sighed the other in a voice like falling wind. "Between us, though, there can be no question of debt," Jones heard himself saying, and remembered the reply that floated to him on the air, and the smile that lightened for a moment the stern eyes facing him. Not of debt, indeed, but of privilege. Jones felt his heart leap out towards this man, this old friend, tried by centuries and still faithful. He made a movement to seize his hand, but the other shifted like a thing of mist, and for a moment the clerk's head swam and his eyes seemed to fail. "Then you are dead," he said under his breath with a slight shiver. "5 years ago I left the body you knew," replied Thorpe. "I tried to help you then instinctively, not fully recognizing you, but now I can accomplish far more." With an awful sense of foreboding and dread in his heart, the secretary was beginning to understand. "It has to do with your past dealings with the manager," came the answer, as the wind rose louder among the branches overhead and carried off the remainder of the sentence into the air. Jones's memory, which was just beginning to stir among the deepest layers of all, shut down suddenly with a snap, and he followed his companion over fields and down sweet-smelling lanes where the air was fragrant and cool, till they came to a large house, standing gaunt and lonely in the shadows at the edge of a wood. It was wrapped in utter stillness, with windows heavily draped in black, and the clerk, as he looked, felt such an overpowering wave of sadness invade him that his eyes began to burn and smart, and he was conscious of a desire to shed tears. The key made a harsh noise as it turned in the lock, and when the door swung open into a lofty hall, they heard a confused sound of rustling and whispering, as of a great throng of people pressing forward to meet them. The air seemed full of swaying movement, and Jones was certain he saw hands held aloft and dim faces claiming recognition, while his heart, already oppressed by the approaching burden of vast accumulated memories, he was aware of the uncoiling of something that had been asleep for ages. As they advanced, he heard the doors close with a muffled thunder behind them, and saw that the shadows seemed to retreat and shrink away toward the interior of the house, carrying the hands and faces with them. He heard the wind singing round the walls and over the roof, and its wailing voice mingled with the sound of deep collective breathing that filled the house like the murmur of a sea, and as they walked up the broad staircase and through the vaulted rooms where pillars rose like the stems of trees, he knew that the building was crowded row upon row with the thronging memories of his own long past. "This is the house of the past," whispered Thorpe beside him as they moved silently from room to room. "The house of your past. It is full from cellar to roof with the memories of what you have done, thought, and felt from the earliest stages of your evolution until now. The house climbs almost up to the clouds and stretches back into the heart of the wood you saw outside, but the remoter halls are filled with ghosts of ages ago too many to count, and even if we were able to waken them, you could not remember them now. Some day, though, they will come and claim you, and you must know them, and answer their questions, for they can never rest till they have exhausted themselves again through you, and justice has been perfectly worked out. But now follow me closely, and you shall see the particular memory for which I am permitted to be your guide, so that you may know and understand a great force in your present life, and may use the sword of justice, or rise to a level of great forgiveness, according to your degree of power." Icy thrills ran through the trembling clerk, and as he walked slowly beside his companion he heard from the vaults below, as well as from more distant regions of the vast building, the stirring and sighing of serried ranks of sleepers, sounding in the still air like a chord swept from unseen strings, stretched somewhere among the very foundations of the house. Stealthily picking their way among the great pillars, they moved up the sweeping staircase and through several dark corridors and halls, and presently stopped outside a small door in an archway where the shadows were very deep. "Remain close by my side, and remember to utter no cry," whispered the voice of his guide, and as the clerk turned to reply, he saw his face was stern to whiteness and even shone a little in the darkness. The room they entered seemed at first to be pitchy black, but gradually the secretary perceived a faint reddish glow against the farther end, and thought he saw figures moving silently to and fro. "Now watch," whispered Thorpe as they pressed close to the wall near the door and waited. "But remember to keep absolute silence. It is a torture scene." Jones felt utterly afraid, and would have turned to fly if he dared, for an indescribable terror seized him and his knees shook. But some power that made escape impossible held him remorselessly there, and with eyes glued on the spots of light he crouched against the wall and waited. The figures began to move more swiftly, each in its own dim light that shed no radiance beyond itself, and he heard a soft clanking of chains and the voice of a man groaning in pain. Then came the sound of a door closing, and thereafter Jones saw but one figure, the figure of an old man, naked entirely, and fastened with chains to an iron framework on the floor. His memory gave a sudden leap of fear as he looked, for the features and the white beard were familiar, and he recalled them as though of yesterday. The other figures had disappeared, and the old man became the centre of the terrible place. Slowly, with ghastly groans, as the heat below him increased into a steady glow, the aged body rose in a curve of agony, resting on the iron frame, only where the chains held wrists and ankles fast. Cries and gasps filled the air, and Jones felt exactly as though they had come from his own throat, and as if the chains were burning into his own wrists and ankles, and the heat scorching the skin and flesh was upon his own back. He began to writhe and twist himself. "Spain," whispered the voice at his side, "and 400 years ago." "And the purpose?" gasped the perspiring clerk, though he knew quite well what the answer must be. "To extort the name of a friend to his death and betrayal," came the reply through the darkness. A sliding panel opened with a little rattle in the wall immediately above the rack, and a face framed in the same red glow appeared and looked down upon the dying victim. Jones was only just able to choke a scream, for he recognized the tall dark man of his dreams. With horrible gloating eyes he gazed down upon the writhing form of the old man, and his lips moved as in speaking, though no words were actually audible. "He asks again for the name," explained the other, as the clerk struggled with the intense hatred and loathing that threatened every moment to result in screams and action. His ankles and wrists pained him so that he could hardly keep still, but a merciless power held him to the scene. He saw the old man, with a fierce cry, raise his tortured head and spit up into the face of the panel, and then the shutter slid back again, and a moment later the increased glow beneath the body, accompanied by awful writhing, told of the application of further heat. There came the odour of burning flesh, the white beard curled and burned into a crisp. The body fell back limp upon the red-hot iron, and then shot up again in fresh agony. Cry after cry, the most awful in the world, rang out with deadened sound between the four walls, and again the panel slid back creaking and revealed the dreadful face of the torturer. Again the name was asked for, and again it was refused. And this time, after the closing of the panel, a door opened, and the tall thin man with the evil face came slowly into the chamber. His features were savage with rage and disappointment, and in the dull red glow that fell upon them he looked like a very prince of devils. In his hand he held a pointed iron at white heat. "Now the murder," came from Thorpe in a whisper that sounded as if it was outside the building and far away. Jones knew quite well what was coming, but was unable even to close his eyes. He felt all the fearful pains himself, just as though he were actually the sufferer, but now, as he stared, he felt something more besides, and when the tall man deliberately approached the rack and plunged the heated iron first into one eye and then into the other, he heard the faint fizzing of it and felt his own eyes burst in frightful pain from his head. At the same moment, unable longer to control himself, he uttered a wild shriek and dashed forward to seize the torturer and tear him into 1,000 pieces. Instantly, in a flash, the entire scene vanished. Darkness rushed in to fill the room, and he felt himself lifted off his feet by some force like a great wind and borne swiftly away into space. When he recovered his senses, he was standing just outside the house, and the figure of Thorpe was beside him in the gloom. The great doors were in the act of closing behind him, but before they shut he fancied he caught a glimpse of an immense veiled figure standing upon the threshold with flaming eyes, and in his hand a bright weapon like a shining sword of fire. "Come quickly now, all is over," Thorpe whispered. "And the dark man?" gasped the clerk as he moved swiftly by the other side. "In this present life is the manager of the company." "And the victim?" "Was yourself." "And the friend I refused to betray." "I was that friend," answered Thorpe, his voice with every moment sounding more and more like the cry of the wind. "You gave your life in agony to save mine." "And again in this life we have all three been together." "Yes. Such forces are not soon or easily exhausted, and justice is not satisfied till all have reaped what they have sowed." Jones had an odd feeling that he was slipping away into some other state of consciousness. Thorpe began to seem unreal. Presently he would be unable to ask more questions. He felt utterly sick and faint with it all, and his strength was ebbing. "Oh, quick!" he cried. "Now tell me more. Why did I see this? What must I do?" The wind swept across the field on their right and entered the wood with a great roar, and the air round him seemed filled with voices and the rushing of hurried movement. "To the ends of justice," answered the other, as though speaking out of the centre of the wind and from a distance, "which sometimes is entrusted to the hands of those who suffered and were strong. One wrong cannot be put right by another wrong, but your life has been so worthy that the opportunity is given to—" The voice grew fainter and fainter. Already it was far overhead with the rushing wind. "You may punish or—" Here Jones lost sight of Thorpe's figure altogether, for he seemed to have vanished and melted away into the wood behind him. His voice sounded far across the trees, very weak and ever rising. "Or if you can rise to the level of a great forgiveness." The voice became inaudible. The wind came crying out of the wood again. Jones shivered and stared about him. He shook himself violently and rubbed his eyes. The room was dark. The fire was out. He felt cold and stiff. He got up out of his armchair, still trembling, and lit the gas. Outside the wind was howling, and when he looked at his watch, he saw that it was very late and he must go to bed. He had not even changed his office coat. He must have fallen asleep in the chair as soon as he came in, and he had slept for several hours. Certainly he had eaten no dinner, for he felt ravenous. End of Chapter 2 of The Insanity of Jones. Section 3 of Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. The Insanity of Jones, Chapter 3. Next day, and for several weeks thereafter, the business of the office went on as usual, and Jones did his work well and behaved outwardly with perfect propriety. No more visions troubled him, and his relations with the manager became, if anything, somewhat smoother and easier. True, the man looked a little different. because the clerk kept seeing him with his inner and outer eye promiscuously, so that one moment he was broad and red-faced, and the next he was tall, thin and dark, enveloped, as it were, in a sort of black atmosphere tinged with red. While at times a confusion of the two sights took place, and Jones saw the two faces mingled in a composite countenance that was very horrible indeed to contemplate. But beyond this occasional change in the outward appearance of the manager, there was nothing that the secretary noticed as a result of his vision, and business went on more or less as before, and perhaps even with a little less friction. But in the rooms under the roof in Bloomsbury it was different, for there it was perfectly clear to Jones that Thorpe had come to take up his abode with him. He never saw him, but he knew all the time that he was there. Every night, upon returning from his work, he was greeted by the well-known whisper, "Be ready when I give the sign." And often in the night he woke up suddenly out of deep sleep, and was aware that Thorpe had that minute moved away from his bed, and was standing waiting and watching somewhere in the darkness of the room. Often he followed him down the stairs, though the dim gas jet on the landing never revealed his outline, and sometimes he did not come into the room at all, but hovered outside the window, peering through the dirty panes, or sending his whisper into the chamber in the whistling of the wind. For Thorpe had come to stay, and Jones knew that he would not get rid of him until he had fulfilled the ends of justice, and accomplished the purpose for which he was waiting. Meanwhile, as the days passed, he went through a tremendous struggle with himself, and came to the perfectly honest decision that the level of a great forgiveness was impossible for him, and that he must therefore accept the alternative, and use the secret knowledge placed in his hands, and execute justice. And once this decision was arrived at, he noticed that Thorpe no longer left him alone during the day as before, but now accompanied him to the office, and stayed more or less at his side all through business hours as well. His whisper made itself heard in the streets and in the train, and even in the manager's room where he worked, sometimes warning, sometimes urging, but never for a moment suggesting the abandonment of the main purpose, and more than once so plainly audible that the clerk felt certain others must have heard it as well as himself. His obsession was complete. He felt he was always under Thorpe's eye, day and night, and he knew he must acquit himself like a man when the moment came, or prove a failure in his own sight as well as in the sight of the other. And now that his mind was made up, nothing could prevent the carrying out of the sentence. He bought a pistol and spent his Saturday afternoons practising at a target in lonely places along the Essex shore, marking out in the sand the exact measurements of the manager's room. Sundays he occupied in like fashion, putting up at an inn overnight for the purpose, spending the money that usually went into the savings bank on travel expenses and cartridges. Everything was done very thoroughly, for there must be no possibility of failure, and at the end of several weeks he had become so expert with his six-shooter that at a distance of 25 feet, which was the greatest length of the manager's room, he could pick the inside out of a halfpenny 9 times out of a dozen, and leave a clean, unbroken rim. There was not the slightest desire to delay. He had thought the matter over from every point of view his mind could reach, and his purpose was inflexible. Indeed, he felt proud to think that he had been chosen as the instrument of justice in the infliction of so well-deserved and so terrible a punishment. Vengeance may have had some part in his decision, but he could not help that, for he still felt at times the hot chains burning his wrists and ankles with fierce agony through to the bone. He remembered the hideous pain of his slowly roasting back, and the point when he thought death must intervene to end his suffering, but instead new powers of endurance had surged up in him, and awful further stretches of pain had opened up, and unconsciousness seemed farther off than ever. Then at last the hot irons in his eyes. It all came back to him, and caused him to break out in icy perspiration at the mere thought of it. The vile face at the panel, the expression of the dark face. His fingers worked, his blood boiled. It was utterly impossible to keep the idea of vengeance altogether out of his mind. Several times he was temporarily balked of his prey. Odd things happened to stop him when he was on the point of action. The first day, for instance, the manager fainted from the heat. Another time, when he had decided to do the deed, the manager did not come down to the office at all. And a third time, when his hand was actually in his hip pocket, he suddenly heard Thorpe's horrid whisper telling him to wait, and turning he saw that the head cashier had entered the room noiselessly without his noticing it. Thorpe evidently knew what he was about, and did not intend to let the clerk bungle the matter. He fancied, moreover, that the head cashier was watching him. He was always meeting him in unexpected corners and places, and the cashier never seemed to have an adequate excuse for being there. His movements seemed suddenly of a particular interest to others in the office as well, for clerks were always being sent to ask him unnecessary questions, and there was apparently a general design to keep him under a sort of surveillance, so that he was never much alone with the manager in the private room where they worked. And once the cashier had even gone so far as to suggest that he could take his holiday earlier than usual if he liked, as the work had been very arduous of late and the heat exceedingly tiring. He noticed, too, that he was sometimes followed by a certain individual in the streets, a careless-looking sort of man who never came face to face with him or actually ran into him, but who was always in his train or omnibus, and whose eye he often caught observing him over the top of his newspaper, and who, on one occasion, was even waiting at the door of his lodgings when he came out to dine. There were other indications, too, of various sorts, that led him to think something was at work to defeat his purpose, and that he must act at once before these hostile forces could prevent. And so the end came very swiftly, and was thoroughly approved by Thorpe. It was towards the close of July, and one of the hottest days London had ever known, for the city was like an oven, and the particles of dust seemed to burn the throats of the unfortunate toilers in street and office. The portly manager, who suffered cruelly owing to his size, came down perspiring and gasping with the heat. He carried a light-coloured umbrella to protect his head. "He'll want something more than that, though," Jones laughed quietly to himself when he saw him enter. The pistol was safely in his hip pocket, every one of its 6 chambers loaded. The manager saw the smile on his face, and gave him a long, steady look as he sat down to his desk in the corner. A few minutes later he touched the bell for the head cashier, a single ring, and then asked Jones to fetch some papers from another safe in the room upstairs. A deep inner trembling seized the secretary as he noticed these precautions, for he saw that the hostile forces were at work against him, and yet he felt he could delay no longer and must act that very morning, interference or no interference. However, he went obediently up in the lift to the next floor, and while fumbling with the combination of the safe known only to himself, the cashier and the manager, he again heard Thorpe's horrid whisper just behind him. "You must do it to-day. You must do it to-day." He came down again with the papers, and found the manager alone. The room was like a furnace, and a wave of dead heated air met him in the face as he went in. The moment he passed the doorway he realized that he had been the subject of conversation between the head cashier and his enemy. They had been discussing him. Perhaps an inkling of his secret had somehow got into their minds. They had been watching him for days past. They had become suspicious. Clearly he must act now, or let the opportunity slip by, perhaps forever. He heard Thorpe's voice in his ear, but this time it was no mere whisper, but a plain human voice speaking aloud. "Now," it said, "do it now." The room was empty, only the manager and himself were in it. Jones turned from his desk where he had been standing, and locked the door leading to the main office. He saw the arms of clerks scribbling in their shirt sleeves, for the upper half of the door was of glass. He had perfect control of himself, and his heart was beating steadily. The manager, hearing the key turn in the lock, looked up sharply. "What's that you're doing?" he asked quickly. "Only locking the door, sir," replied the secretary in a quiet, even voice. "Why? Who told you to?" "The voice of justice, sir," replied Jones, looking steadily into the hated face. The manager looked black for a moment, and stared angrily across the room at him. Then suddenly his expression changed as he stared, and he tried to smile. It was meant to be a kind smile, evidently, but it only succeeded in being frightened. "That is a good idea in this weather," he said lightly. "But it would be much better to lock it on the outside, wouldn't it, Mr. Jones?" "I think not, sir. You might escape me then. Now you can't." Jones took out his pistol and pointed it at the other's face. Down the barrel he saw the features of the tall dark man, evil and sinister. Then the outline trembled a little, and the face of the manager slipped back into its place. It was white as death, and shining with perspiration. "You tortured me to death 400 years ago," said the clerk in the same steady voice, "and now the dispensers of justice have chosen me to punish you." The manager's face turned to flame and then back to chalk again. He made a quick movement toward the telephone bell, stretching out a hand to reach it, but at the same moment Jones pulled the trigger and the wrist was shattered, splashing the wall behind with blood. "That's one place where the chains burnt," he said quietly to himself. His hand was absolutely steady, and he felt that he was a hero. The manager was on his feet, with a scream of pain, supporting himself with his right hand on the desk in front of him. But Jones pressed the trigger again, and a bullet flew into the other wrist, so that the big man, deprived of support, fell forward with a crash onto the desk. "You damned madman!" shrieked the manager. "Drop that pistol!" "That's another place," was all Jones said, still taking careful aim for another shot. The big man, screaming and blundering, scrambled beneath the desk, making frantic efforts to hide. But the secretary took a step forward and fired 2 shots in quick succession into his projecting legs, hitting first one ankle and then the other, and smashing them horribly. "2 more places where the chains burnt," he said, going a little nearer. The manager, still shrieking, tried desperately to squeeze his bulk behind the shelter of the opening beneath the desk, but he was far too large, and his bald head protruded through on the other side. Jones caught him by the scruff of his great neck and dragged him yelping out onto the carpet. He was covered with blood and flopped helplessly upon his broken wrists. "Be quick now!" cried the voice of Thorpe. There was a tremendous commotion and a banging at the door, and Jones gripped his pistol tightly. Something seemed to crash through his brain, clearing it for a second, so that he thought he saw beside him a great veiled figure with drawn sword and flaming eyes and sternly approving attitude. "Remember the eyes! Remember the eyes!" hissed Thorpe in the air above him. Jones felt like a god, with a god's power. Vengeance disappeared from his mind. He was acting impersonally as an instrument in the hands of the invisibles who dispense justice and balance accounts. He bent down and put the barrel close into the other's face, smiling a little as he saw the childish efforts of the arms to cover his head. Then he pulled the trigger, and a bullet went straight into the right eye, blackening the skin. Moving the pistol 2 inches to the other way, he sent another bullet crashing into the left eye. Then he stood upright over his victim with a deep sigh of satisfaction. The manager wriggled convulsively for the space of a single second, and then lay still in death. There was not a moment to lose, for the door was already broken in and violent hands were at his neck. Jones put the pistol to his temple and once more pressed the trigger with his finger. But this time there was no report. Only a little dead click answered the pressure, for the secretary had forgotten that the pistol had only 6 chambers, and that he had used them all. He threw the useless weapon onto the floor, laughing a little out loud, and turned without a struggle to give himself up. "I had to do it," he said quietly, while they tied him. "It was simply my duty, and now I am ready to face the consequences, and Thorpe will be proud of me, for justice has been done, and the gods are satisfied." He made not the slightest resistance, and when the 2 policemen marched him off through the crowd of shuddering little clerks in the office, he again saw the veiled figure moving majestically in front of him, making slow, sweeping circles with the flaming sword, to keep back the host of faces that were thronging in upon him from the other region. End of Chapter 3 of The Insanity of Jones.
Section 4 of 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. The Man Who Found Out. Chapter 1. A Nightmare. Professor Mark Ebor, the scientist, led a double life, and the only persons who knew it were his assistant, Dr. Laidlaw, and his publishers. But a double life need not always be a bad one, and, as Dr. Laidlaw and the gratified publishers well knew, The parallel lives of this particular man were equally good, and, indefinitely produced, would certainly have ended up in a heaven somewhere that can suitably contain such strangely opposite characteristics as his remarkable personality combined. For Mark Ebor, F.R.S., etc., etc., was that unique combination hardly ever met with in actual life, a man of science and a mystic. As the first, his name stood in the gallery of the great, and as the second. But there came the mystery, for under the pseudonym of Pilgrim, the author of that brilliant series of books that appealed to so many, his identity was as well concealed as that of the anonymous writer of the weather reports in a daily newspaper. Thousands read the sanguine, optimistic, stimulating little books that issued annually from the pen of Pilgrim, and thousands bore their daily burdens better for having read, while the press generally agreed that the author, besides being an incorrigible enthusiast and optimist, was also a woman. But no one ever succeeded in penetrating the veil of anonymity and discovering that Pilgrim and the biologist were one and the same person. Mark Ebor, as Dr. Laidlaw knew him in his laboratory, was one man. But Mark Ebor, as he sometimes saw him after work was over, with rapt eyes and ecstatic face, discussing the possibilities of union with God and the future of the human race, was quite another. I have always held, as you know, he was saying one evening as he sat in the little study beyond the laboratory with his assistant and intimate, that vision should play a large part in the life of the awakened man, not to be regarded as infallible, of course, but to be observed and made use of as a guide-post to possibilities. "I am aware of your peculiar views, sir," the young doctor put in deferentially, yet with a certain impatience. "For visions come from a region of the consciousness where observation and experiment are out of the question," pursued the other with enthusiasm, not noticing the interruption. "And, while they should be checked by reason afterwards, they should not be laughed at or ignored. All inspiration, I hold, is of the nature of interior vision, and all our best knowledge has come, such is my confirmed belief, as a sudden revelation to the brain prepared to receive it. Prepared by hard work first, by concentration, by the closest possible study of ordinary phenomena," Dr. Laidlaw allowed himself to observe. "Perhaps," sighed the other, "but by a process none the less of spiritual illumination. The best match in the world will not light a candle unless the wick be first suitably prepared." It was Laidlaw's turn to sigh. He knew so well the impossibility of arguing with his chief when he was in the regions of the mystic, but at the same time the respect he felt for his tremendous attainments was so sincere that he always listened with attention and deference, wondering how far the great man would go and to what end this curious combination of logic and illumination would eventually lead him. "Only last night," continued the elder man, a sort of light coming into his rugged features, "the vision came to me again, the one that has haunted me at intervals ever since my youth, and that will not be denied." Dr. Laidlaw fidgeted in his chair. "About the tablets of the gods, you mean, and that they lie somewhere hidden in the sands?" he said patiently. A sudden gleam of interest came into his face as he turned to catch the professor's reply. "And that I am to be the one to find them, to decipher them, and to give the great knowledge to the world." "Who will not believe?" laughed Laidlaw shortly, yet interested in spite of his thinly veiled contempt. "Because even the keenest minds, in the right sense of the word, are hopelessly unscientific," replied the other gently, his face positively aglow with the memory of his vision. "And yet what is more likely," he continued, after a moment's pause, peering into space with rapt eyes that saw things too wonderful for exact language to describe, "than that there should have been given to man in the first ages of the world some record of the purpose and problem that had been set him to solve. In a word," he cried, fixing his shining eyes upon the face of his perplexed assistant, "that God's messengers in the far-off ages should have given to his creatures some full statement of the secret of the world, of the secret of the soul, of the meaning of life and death, the explanation of our being here, and to what great end we are destined in the ultimate fullness of things. Dr. Laidlaw sat speechless. These outbursts of mystical enthusiasm he had witnessed before. With any other man he would not have listened to a single sentence, but to Professor Ebor, man of knowledge and profound investigator, he listened with respect, because he regarded this condition as temporary and pathological, and in some sense a reaction from the intense strain of the prolonged mental concentration of many days. He smiled with something between sympathy and resignation as he met the other's rapt gaze. "But you have said, sir, at other times, that you consider the ultimate secrets to be screened from all possible—" "The ultimate secrets, yes," came the unperturbed reply, "but that there lies buried somewhere an indestructible record of the secret meaning of life, originally known to men in the days of their pristine innocence, I am convinced. And by this strange vision, so often vouchsafed to me, I am equally sure that one day it shall be given to me to announce to a weary world this glorious and terrific message." And he continued at great length and in glowing language to describe the species of vivid dream that had come to him at intervals since earliest childhood, showing in detail how he discovered these very tablets of the gods and proclaimed their splendid contents, whose precise nature was always, however, withheld from him in the vision, to a patient and suffering humanity. "The scrutator, sir, well described Pilgrim as the apostle of hope," said the young doctor gently, when he had finished. "And now if that reviewer could hear you speak, and realize from what strange depths comes your simple faith—" The professor held up his hand, and the smile of a little child broke over his face like sunshine in the morning. "Half the good my books do would be instantly destroyed," he said sadly. "They would say I wrote with my tongue in my cheek. But wait," he added significantly, "wait till I find these tablets of the gods. Wait till I hold the solutions of the old world problems in my hands. Wait till the light of this new revelation breaks upon confused humanity, and it wakes to find its bravest hopes justified. Ah, then, my dear Laidlaw—" He broke off suddenly, but the doctor, cleverly guessing the thought in his mind, caught him up immediately. "Perhaps this very summer," he said, trying hard to make the suggestion keep pace with honesty, "in your explorations in Assyria, your digging in the remote civilization of what was once Chaldea, you may find what you dream of." The professor held up his hand, and the smile of a fine old face. "Perhaps," he murmured softly, "perhaps." And the young doctor, thanking the gods of science that his leader's aberrations were of so harmless a character, went home, strong in the certitude of his knowledge of externals, proud that he was able to refer his visions to self-suggestion, and wondering complacently whether in his old age he might not after all suffer himself from visitations of the very kind that afflicted his respected chief. And as he got into bed and thought again of his master's rugged face and finely shaped head, and the deep lines traced by years of work and self-discipline, he turned over on his pillow and fell asleep with a sigh that was half of wonder and half of regret. Chapter 2. It was in February, 9 months later, when Dr. Laidlaw made his way to Charing Cross to meet his chief after his long absence of travel and exploration. The vision about the so-called tablets of the gods had meanwhile passed almost entirely from his memory. There were few people in the train, for the stream of traffic was now running the other way, and he had no difficulty in finding the man he had come to meet. The shock of white hair beneath the low-crowned felt hat was alone enough to distinguish him by easily. "Here I am at last!" exclaimed the professor somewhat wearily, clasping his friend's hand as he listened to the young doctor's warm greetings and questions. "Here I am, a little older and much dirtier than when you last saw me." He glanced down laughingly at his travel-stained garments. "And much wiser," said Laidlaw with a smile, as he bustled about the platform for porters and gave his chief the latest scientific news. At last they came down to practical considerations. "And your luggage, where is that? You must have tons of it, I suppose," said Laidlaw. "Hardly anything," Professor Ebor answered. "Nothing, in fact, but what you see." "Nothing but this handbag?" laughed the other, thinking he was joking. "And a small portmanteau in the van," was the quiet reply. "I have no other luggage." "You have no other luggage?" repeated Laidlaw, turning sharply to see if he were in earnest. "Why should I need more?" the professor added simply. Something in the man's face or voice or manner, the doctor hardly knew which, suddenly struck him as strange. There was a change in him, a change so profound, so little on the surface, that is, that at first he had not become aware of it. For a moment it was as though an utterly alien personality stood before him in that noisy, bustling throng. Here, in all the homely, friendly turmoil of a Charing Cross crowd, a curious feeling of cold passed over his heart, touching his life with icy finger, so that he actually trembled and felt afraid. He looked up quickly at his friend, his mind working with startled and unwelcome thoughts. "Only this?" he repeated, indicating the bag. "But where's all the stuff you went away with? And have you brought nothing home, no treasures?" "This is all I have," the other said briefly. The pale smile that went with the words caused the doctor a second indescribable sensation of uneasiness. Something was very wrong, something was very queer. He wondered now that he had not noticed it sooner. "The rest follows, of course, by slow freight," he added tactfully and as naturally as possible. "But come, sir, you must be tired and in want of food after your long journey. I'll get a taxi at once, and we can see about the other luggage afterwards." It seemed to him that he hardly knew quite what he was saying. The change in his friend had come upon him so suddenly, and now grew upon him more and more distressingly. Yet he could not make out exactly in what it consisted. A terrible suspicion began to take shape in his mind, troubling him dreadfully. "I am neither very tired nor in need of food, thank you," the professor said quietly, "and this is all I have. There is no luggage to follow. I have brought home nothing but what you see." His words conveyed finality. They got into a taxi, tipped the porter, who had been staring in amazement at the venerable figure of the scientist, and were conveyed slowly and noisily to the house in the north of London where the laboratory was, the scene of their labours of years. And the whole way Professor Ebor uttered no word, nor did Dr. Laidlaw find the courage to ask a single question. It was only late that night before he took his departure, as the two men were standing before the fire in the study, that study where they had discussed so many problems of vital and absorbing interest, that Dr. Laidlaw at last found strength to come to the point with direct questions. The professor had been giving him a superficial and desultory account of his travels, of his journeys by camel, of his encampments among the mountains and in the desert, and of his explorations among the buried temples and deeper into the waste of the prehistoric sands, when suddenly the doctor came to the desired point with a kind of nervous rush, almost like a frightened boy. "And you found—" he began stammering, looking hard at the other's dreadfully altered face, from which every line of hope and cheerfulness seemed to have been obliterated as a sponge wipes markings from a slate. "You found—" "I found," replied the other in a solemn voice, and it was the voice of the mystic rather than the man of science, "I found what I went to seek. The vision never once failed me. It led me straight to the place like a star in the heavens. I found the tablets of the gods." Dr. Laidlaw caught his breath and steadied himself on the back of a chair. The words fell like particles of ice upon his heart. For the first time the professor had uttered the well-known phrase without the glow of light and wonder in his face that always accompanied it. "You have brought them?" he faltered. "I have brought them home," said the other, in a voice with a ring like iron, "and I have deciphered them." Profound despair, the bloom of outer darkness, the dead sound of a hopeless soul freezing in the utter cold of space, seemed to fill in the pauses between the brief sentences. A silence followed, during which Dr. Laidlaw saw nothing but the white face before him alternately fade and return, and it was like the face of a dead man. "They are, alas, indestructible," he heard the voice continue with its even metallic ring. "Indestructible?" Laidlaw repeated mechanically, hardly knowing what he was saying. Again a silence of several minutes passed, during which, with a creeping cold about his heart, he stood and stared into the eyes of the man he had known and loved so long, ay, and worshipped too, the man who had first opened his own eyes when they were blind, and had led him to the gates of knowledge and no little distance along the difficult path beyond, the man who, in another direction, had passed on the strength of his faith into the hearts of thousands by his books. "I may see them?" he asked at last, in a low voice he hardly recognized as his own. "You will let me know their message?" Professor Ebor kept his eyes fixedly upon his assistant's face as he answered, with a smile that was more like the grin of death than a living human smile. "When I am gone," he whispered, "when I have passed away, then you shall find them and read the translation I have made. And then, too, in your turn, you must try, with the latest resources of science at your disposal, to aid you, to compass their utter destruction." He paused a moment, and his face grew pale as the face of a corpse. "Until that time," he added presently, without looking up, "I must ask you not to refer to the subject again, and to keep my confidence meanwhile absolutely." End of chapter 2 of The Man Who Found Out. Section 5 of 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. The Man Who Found Out. Chapter 3. A year passed slowly by, and at the end of it Dr. Laidlaw had found it necessary to sever his working connection with his friend and one-time leader. Professor Ebor was no longer the same man. The light had gone out of his life. The laboratory was closed, and he no longer put pen to paper or applied his mind to a single problem. In the short space of a few months he had passed from a hale and hearty man of late middle life to the condition of old age, a man collapsed and on the edge of dissolution. Death, it was plain, lay waiting for him in the shadows of any day, and he knew it. To describe faithfully the nature of this profound alteration in his character and temperament is not easy, but Dr. Laidlaw summed it up to himself in 3 words: loss of hope. The splendid mental powers remained, indeed, undimmed, but the incentive to use them for the help of others, had gone. The character still held to its fine and unselfish habits of years, but the far goal to which they had been the leading strings had faded away. The desire for knowledge for its own sake, had died, and the passionate hope which hitherto had animated with tireless energy the heart and brain of this splendidly equipped intellect had suffered total eclipse. The central fires had gone out. Nothing was worth doing, thinking, or working for. There was nothing to work for any longer. The professor's first step was to recall as many of his books as possible. His second was to close his laboratory and stop all research. He gave no explanation, he invited no questions. His whole personality crumbled away, so to speak, till his daily life became a mere mechanical process of clothing the body, feeding the body, keeping it in good health so as to avoid physical discomfort, and above all, doing nothing that could interfere with sleep. The professor did everything he could to lengthen the hours of sleep, and therefore of forgetfulness. It was all clear enough to Dr. Laidlaw. A weaker man, he knew, would have sought to lose himself in one form or another of sensual indulgence, sleeping draughts, drink, the first pleasures that came to hand. Self-destruction would have been the method of a little bolder type, and deliberate evil-doing, poisoning with his awful knowledge all he could, the means of still another kind of man. Mark Eber was none of these. He held himself under fine control, facing silently and without complaint the terrible facts he honestly believed himself to have been unfortunate enough to discover. Even to his intimate friend and assistant, Dr. Laidlaw, he vouchsafed no word of true explanation or lament. He went straight forward to the end, knowing full well that the end was not very far away. And death came very quietly one day to him, as he was sitting in the armchair of the study, directly facing the doors of the laboratory, the doors that no longer opened. Dr. Laidlaw, by happy chance, was with him at the time, and just able to reach his side in response to the sudden painful efforts for breath, just in time, too, to catch the murmured words that fell from the pallid lips, like a message from the other side of the grave. "Read them if you must, and, if you can, destroy. But—" his voice sank so low that Dr. Laidlaw only just caught the dying syllables. "But never, never give them to the world." And like a grey bundle of dust loosely gathered up in an old garment, the professor sank back into his chair and expired. But this was only the death of the body. His spirit had died 2 years before. Chapter 4. The estate of the dead man was small and uncomplicated, and Dr. Laidlaw, as sole executor and residuary legatee, had no difficulty in setting it up. A month after the funeral he was sitting alone in his upstairs library, the last sad duties completed, and his mind full of poignant memories and regrets for the loss of a friend he had revered and loved, and to whom his debt was so incalculably great. The last 2 years, indeed, had been for him terrible. To watch the swift decay of the greatest combination of heart and brain he had ever known, and to realize he was powerless to help, was a source of profound grief to him that would remain to the end of his days. At the same time, an insatiable curiosity possessed him. The study of dementia was, of course, outside his special province as a specialist, but he knew enough of it to understand how small a matter might be the actual cause of how great an illusion, and he had been devoured from the very beginning by a ceaseless and increasing anxiety to know what the professor had found in the sands of Chaldea, what these precious tablets of the gods might be, and particularly, for this was the real cause that had sapped the man's sanity and hope, what the inscription was that he had believed to have deciphered thereon. The curious feature of it all to his own mind was that whereas his friend had dreamed of finding a message of glorious hope and comfort, he had apparently found, so far as he had found anything intelligible at all, and not invented the whole thing in his dementia, that the secret of the world and the meaning of life and death was of so terrible a nature that it robbed the heart of courage and the soul of hope. What then could be the contents of the little brown parcel the professor had bequeathed to him with his pregnant dying sentences? Actually, his hand was trembling as he turned to the writing-table and began slowly to unfasten a small old-fashioned desk on which the small gilt initials M.E. stood forth as a melancholy memento. He put the key into the lock and half turned it, and then suddenly he stopped and looked about him. Was that a sound at the back of the room? It was just as though someone had laughed and then tried to smother the laugh with a cough. A slight shiver ran over him as he stood listening. "This is absurd," he said aloud, "too absurd for belief, that I should be so nervous. It's the effect of curiosity unduly prolonged." He smiled a little sadly, and his eyes wandered to the blue summer sky and the plane trees swaying in the wind below his window. "It's the reaction," he continued, "the curiosity of 2 years to be quenched in a single moment. The nervous tension, of course, must be considerable. He turned back to the brown desk and opened it without further delay. His hand was firm now, and he took out the paper parcel that lay inside without a tremor. It was heavy. A moment later there lay on the table before him a couple of weather-worn plaques of gray stone. They looked like stone, although they felt like metal, on which he saw markings of a curious character that might have been the mere tracings of natural forces through the ages, or, equally well, the half-obliterated hieroglyphics cut upon their surface in past centuries by the more or less untutored hand of a common scribe. He lifted each stone in turn and examined it carefully. It seemed to him that a faint glow of heat passed from the substance into his skin, and he put them down again suddenly, as with a gesture of uneasiness. A very clever or a very imaginative man, he said to himself, who could squeeze the secrets of life and death from such broken lines as those. And then he turned to a yellow envelope lying beside them in the desk, with a single word on the outside in the writing of the professor, the word translation. Now, he thought, taking it up with a sudden violence to conceal his nervousness, now for the great solution, now to learn the meaning of the worlds, and why mankind was made, and why discipline is worth while, and sacrifice and pain the true law of advancement. There was the shadow of a sneer in his voice, and yet something in him shivered at the same time. He held the envelope as though weighing it in his hand, his mind pondering many things. Then curiosity won the day, and he suddenly tore it open with the gesture of an actor who tears open a letter on the stage, knowing there is no real writing inside at all. A page of finely written script in the late scientist's handwriting lay before him. He read it through from beginning to end, missing no word, uttering each syllable distinctly under his breath as he read. The pallor of his face grew ghastly. As he neared the end, he began to shake all over, as with ague. His breath came heavily in gasps. He still gripped the sheet of paper, however, and deliberately, as by an intense effort of will, read it through a second time from beginning to end. And this time, as the last syllable dropped from his lips, the whole face of the man flamed with a sudden and terrible anger. His skin became deep, deep red, and he clenched his teeth. With all the strength of his vigorous soul, he was struggling to keep control of himself. For perhaps 5 minutes he stood there beside the table without stirring a muscle. He might have been carved out of stone. His eyes were shut, and only the heaving of the chest betrayed the fact that he was a living being. And then, with a strange quietness, he lit a match and applied it to the sheet of paper he held in his hand. The ashes fell slowly about him, piece by piece, and he blew them from the window-sill into the air, his eyes following them as they floated away on the summer wind that breathed so warmly over the world. He turned back slowly into the room, although his actions and movements were absolutely steady and controlled. It was clear that he was on the edge of violent action. A hurricane might burst upon the still room at any moment. His muscles were tense and rigid, and then suddenly he whitened, collapsed, and sank backwards into a chair like a tumbled bundle of inert matter. He had fainted. In less than half an hour he recovered consciousness and sat up. As before, he made no sound. Not a syllable passed his lips. He rose quietly and looked about the room. And then he did a curious thing. Taking a heavy stick from the rack in the corner, he approached the mantelpiece, and with a heavy, shattering blow he smashed the clock to pieces. The glass fell in shivering atoms. "Cease your lying voice forever," he said, in a curiously still, even tone. "There is no such thing as time." He took the watch from his pocket, swung it round several times by the long gold chain, smashed it into smithereens against the wall with a single blow, and then walked into his laboratory next door and hung its broken body on the bones of the skeleton in the corner of the room. "Let one damned mockery hang upon another," he said, smiling oddly. "Delusions, both of you, and cruel as false. He slowly moved back to the front room. He stopped opposite the bookcase where stood in a row the Scriptures of the World, choicely bound and exquisitely printed, the late professor's most treasured possession, and next to them several books signed Pilgrim. One by one he took them from the shelf and hurled them through the open window. "A devil's dreams! A devil's foolish dreams!" he cried, with a vicious laugh. Presently he stopped from sheer exhaustion. He turned his eyes slowly to the wall opposite, where hung a weird array of Eastern swords and daggers, scimitars and spears, the collections of many journeys. He crossed the room and ran his finger along the edge. His mind seemed to waver. "No," he muttered presently, "not that way. There are easier and better ways than that." He took his hat and passed downstairs into the street. Chapter 5. It was 5 o'clock, and the June sun lay hot upon the pavement. He felt the metal doorknob burn the palm of his hand. "Ah, Laidlaw, this is well met!" cried a voice at his elbow. "I was in the act of coming to see you. I've a case that will interest you, and besides I remembered that you flavoured your tea with orange leaves, and I admit—" It was Alexis Stephen, the great hypnotic doctor. "I've had no tea to-day," Laidlaw said in a dazed manner. After staring for a moment as though the other had struck him in the face, a new idea had entered his mind. "What's the matter?" asked Dr. Stephen quickly. "Something's wrong with you?" "It's this sudden heat or overwork. Come, man, let's go inside." A sudden light broke upon the face of the younger man, the light of a heaven-sent inspiration. He looked into his friend's face and told a direct lie. "Odd," he said. "I myself was just coming to see you. I have something of great importance to test your confidence with. But in your house, please," as Stephen urged him towards his own door. "In your house. It's only round the corner. I cannot go back there to my rooms till I have told you. I'm your patient for the moment," he added stammeringly, as soon as they were seated in the privacy of the hypnotist's sanctum. "And I want my dear Laidlaw," interrupted the other, in that soothing voice of command which had suggested to many a suffering soul that the cure for its pain lay in the powers of its own reawakened will. "I am always at your service, as you know. You have only to tell me what I can do for you, and I will do it." He showed every desire to help him out. His manner was indescribably tactful and direct. Dr. Laidlaw looked up into his face. "I surrender my will to you," he said, already calmed by the other's healing presence, "and I want you to treat me hypnotically, and at once. I want you to suggest to me," his voice became very tense, "that I shall forget till I die, everything that had occurred to me during the last 2 hours. Till I die, mind," he added with solemn emphasis, "till I die." He floundered and stammered like a frightened boy. Alexis Stephen looked at him fixedly without speaking. "And further," Laidlaw continued, "I want you to ask me no questions. I wish to forget for ever something I have recently discovered, something so terrible and yet so obvious that I can hardly understand why it is not patent to every mind in the world. For I have had a moment of absolute clear vision, of merciless clairvoyance. But I want no one else in the whole world to know what it is, least of all, old friend, yourself." He talked in utter confusion, and hardly knew what he was saying, but the pain on his face and the anguish in his voice were an instant passport to the other's heart. "Nothing is easier," replied Dr. Stephen, after a hesitation so slight that the other probably did not even notice it. "Come into my other room, where we shall not be disturbed. I can heal you. Your memory of the last 2 hours shall be wiped out as though it had never been. You can trust me absolutely." "I know I can," Laidlaw said simply, as he followed him in. Chapter 6. An hour later they passed back into the front room again. The sun was already behind the houses opposite, and the shadows began to gather. "I went off easily?" Laidlaw asked. "You were a little obstinate at first, but though you came in like a lion, you went out like a lamb. I'll let you sleep a bit afterwards." Dr. Stephen kept his eyes rather steadily upon his friend's face. "What were you doing by the fire before you came here?" he asked, pausing in a casual tone, as he lit a cigarette and handed the case to his patient. "I? Let me see. Oh, I know. I was worrying my way through poor old Ebor's papers and things. I'm his executor, you know. Then I got weary and came out for a whiff of air." He spoke lightly and with perfect naturalness. Obviously he was telling the truth. "I prefer specimens to papers," he laughed cheerily. I know," said Dr. Stephen, holding a lighted match for the cigarette. His face wore an expression of content. The experiment had been a complete success. The memory of the last 2 hours was wiped out utterly. Laidlaw was already chatting gaily and easily about a dozen other things that interested him. Together they went out into the street, and at his door Dr. Stephen left him with a joke and a wry face that made his friend laugh heartily. "Don't dine on the professor's old papers by mistake," he cried, as he vanished down the street. Dr. Laidlaw went up to his study at the top of the house. Halfway down he met his housekeeper, Mrs. Fewings. She was flustered and excited. Her face was very red and perspiring. "There have been burglars here," she cried excitedly, "or something funny. All your things is just anyhow, sir. I found everything all about everywhere." She was very confused. In this orderly and very precise establishment it was unusual to find a thing out of place. "Oh, my specimens!" cried the doctor, dashing up the rest of the stairs at top speed. "Have they been touched, or—" He flew to the door of the laboratory. Mrs. Fewings panted up heavily behind him. "The laboratory ain't been touched," she explained breathlessly, "but they smashed the library clock, and they've 'ung your gold watch, sir, on the skeleton sands, and the books that weren't no value they flung out the window just like so much rubbish. They must have been wild drunk, Dr. Laidlaw, sir." The young scientist made a hurried examination of the rooms. Nothing of value was missing. He began to wonder what kind of burglars they were. He looked up sharply at Mrs. Fewings, standing in the doorway. For a moment he seemed to cast about in his mind for something. "Odd," he said at length. "I only left here an hour ago, and everything was all right then." "Was it, sir?" "Yes, sir." She glanced sharply at him. Her room looked out upon the courtyard, and she must have seen the books come crashing down, and also have heard her master leave the house a few minutes later. "And what's this rubbish the brutes have left?" he cried, taking up 2 slabs of worn grey stone on the writing table. "Bath brick or something, I do declare." He looked very sharply again at the confused and troubled housekeeper. "Throw them in the dust heap, Mrs. Fewings, and let me know if anything is missing in the house, and I will notify the police this evening." When she left the room he went into the laboratory and took his watch off the skeleton's fingers. His face wore a troubled expression, but after a moment's thought it cleared again. His memory was a complete blank. "I suppose I left it on the writing table when I went out to take the air," he said, and there was no one present to contradict him. He crossed to the window and blew carelessly some ashes of burned paper from the sill, and stood watching them as they floated away lazily over the tops of the trees. End of The Man Who Found Out. Section 6 of 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. The Glamour of the Snow. Chapter 1. Hibbert, always conscious of 2 worlds, was in this mountain village conscious of 3. It lay on the slopes of the Valais Alps, and he had taken a room in the little post office where he could be at peace to write his book, yet at the same time enjoy the winter sports and find companionship in the hotels when he wanted it. The 3 worlds that met and mingled here seemed to his imaginative temperament very obvious, though it is doubtful if another mind, less intuitively equipped, would have seen them so well defined. There was the world of tourist English, civilized, quasi-educated, to which he belonged by birth, at any rate, There was the world of peasants, to which he felt himself drawn by sympathy, for he loved and admired their toiling, simple life. And there was this other, which he could only call the world of nature. To this last, however, in virtue of a vehement poetic imagination and a tumultuous pagan instinct fed by his very blood, he felt that most of him belonged. The others borrowed from it, as it were, for visits. Here, with the soul of nature, hid his central life. Between all three was conflict, potential conflict. On the skating rink each Sunday the tourists regarded the natives as intruders. In the church the peasants plainly questioned, "Why do you come? We are here to worship, you to stare and whisper." For neither of these two worlds accepted the other, and neither did nature accept the tourists, for it took advantage of their least mistakes. And indeed, even if the peasant world accepted only those who were strong and bold enough to invade her savage domain with sufficient skill to protect themselves from several forms of death. Now Hibbert was keenly aware of this potential conflict and want of harmony. He felt outside and yet caught by it, torn in the three directions, because he was partly of each world, but wholly in only one. There grew in him a constant, subtle effort, or at least desire, to unify them, and decide positively to which he should belong and live in. The attempt, of course, was largely subconscious. It was the natural instinct of a richly imaginative nature seeking the point of equilibrium, so that the mind could feel at peace and his brain be free to do good work. Among the guests no one especially claimed his interest. The men were nice but undistinguished, athletic schoolmasters, doctors snatching a holiday, good fellows all. The women equally various, the clever, the would-be fast, the dare to be dull, the women who understood, and the usual pack of jolly dancing girls and flappers. And Hibbert, with his 40-odd years of thick experience behind him, got on well with the lot. He understood them all. They belonged to definite pre-digested types that are the same world over, and that he had met the world over long ago. But to none of them did he belong. His nature was too multiple to subscribe to the set of shibboleths of any one class, and since all liked him and felt that somehow he seemed outside of them, spectator, looker-on, all sought to claim him. In a sense, therefore, the three worlds fought for him: natives, tourists, nature. It was thus began the singular conflict for the soul of Hibbert. In his own soul, however, it took place. Neither the peasants nor the tourists were conscious that they fought for anything, and nature, they say, is merely blind and automatic. The assault upon him of the peasants may be left out of account, for it is obvious they stood no chance of success. The tourist world, however, made a gallant effort to subdue him to themselves, but the evenings in the hotel, when dancing was not in order, were English. The provincial imagination was set upon a throne and worshipped heavily through incense of the stupidest conventions possible. Hibbert used to go back early to his room in the post office to work. It is a mistake on my part to have realized that there is any conflict at all, he thought, as he crunched home over the snow at midnight after one of the dances. It would have been better to have kept outside it all and done my work. Better, he added, looking back down the silent village street to the church tower, and safer. The adjective slipped from his mind before he was aware of it. He turned with an involuntary start and looked about him. He knew perfectly well what it meant, this thought that had thrust its head up from the instinctive region. He understood, without being able to express it fully, the meaning that betrayed itself in the choice of the adjective. For if he had ignored the existence of this conflict, he would at the same time have remained outside the arena, whereas now he had entered the lists. Now this battle for his soul must have issue. and he knew that the spell of nature was greater for him than all other spells in the world combined, greater than love, revelry, pleasure, greater even than study. He had always been afraid to let himself go. His pagan soul dreaded her terrific powers of witchery even while he worshipped. The little village already slept. The world lay smothered in snow. The chalet roofs shone white beneath the moon, and pitch-black shadows gathered against the walls of the church. His eye rested a moment on the square stone tower with its frosted cross that pointed to the sky, then traveled with a leap of many thousand feet to the enormous mountains that brushed the brilliant stars. Like a forest rose the huge peaks above the slumbering village, measuring the night and heavens. They beckoned him, and something born of the snowy desolation, born of the midnight and the silent grandeur, born of the great listening hollows of the night, something that lay twixt terror and wonder, dropped from the vast wintry spaces down into his heart, and called him. Very softly, unrecorded in any word or thought his brain could compass, it laid its spell upon him. Fingers of snow brushed the surface of his heart. The power and quiet majesty of the winter's night appalled him. Fumbling a moment with the big unwieldy key, he let himself in and went upstairs to bed. Two thoughts went with him, apparently quite ordinary and sensible ones. What fools these peasants are to sleep through such a night! And the other, those dances tire me. I'll never go again. My work only suffers in the morning. The claims of peasants and tourists upon him seemed thus in a single instant weakened. The clash of battle troubled half his dreams. Nature had sent her beauty of the night and won the first assault. The others, routed and dismayed, fled far away. Chapter 2. "Don't go back to your dreary old post office. We're going to have supper in my room, something hot. Come and join us. Hurry up." There had been an ice carnival, and the last party tailing up the snow slope to the hotel called him. The Chinese lanterns smoked and sputtered on the wires. The band had long since gone. The cold was bitter, and the moon came only momentarily between high driving clouds. From the shed where the people changed from skates to snow boots, he shouted something to the effect that he was following, but no answer came. The moving shadows of those who had called were already merged high up against the village darkness. The voices died away. Doors slammed. Hibbert found himself alone on the deserted rink. And it was then, quite suddenly, the impulse came to stay and skate alone. The thought of the stuffy hotel room and of those noisy people with their obvious jokes and laughter oppressed him. He felt a longing to be alone with the night, to taste her wonder all by himself, there beneath the stars, gliding over the ice. It was not yet midnight, and he could skate for half an hour. That supper party, if they noticed his absence at all, would merely think he had changed his mind and gone to bed. It was an impulse, yes, and not an unnatural one. Yet even at the time it struck him that something more than impulse lay concealed behind it, more than an invitation, yet certainly less than command. There was a vague, queer feeling that he stayed because he had to, almost as though there was something he had forgotten, overlooked, left undone. Imaginative temperaments are often thus, and impulse is ever weakness. For with such ill-considered opening of the doors to hasty action may come an invasion of other forces at the same time, forces merely waiting their opportunity, perhaps. He caught the fugitive warning even while he dismissed it as absurd, and the next minute he was whirling over the smooth ice in delightful curves and loops beneath the moon. There was no fear of collision. He could take his own speed and space as he willed. The shadows of the towering mountains fell across the rink, and a wind of ice came from the forests where the snow lay 10 feet deep. The hotel lights winked and went out. The village slept. The high wire netting could not keep out the wonder of the winter night that grew about him like a presence. He skated on, keen, exhilarating pleasure in his tingling blood, and weariness all forgotten. And then, midway in the delight of rushing movement, he saw a figure gliding behind the wire netting, watching him. With a start that almost made him lose his balance, for the abruptness of the new arrival was so unlooked for, he paused and stared. Although the light was dim, he made out that it was the figure of a woman, and that she was feeling her way along the netting, trying to get in. Against the white background of the snowfield he watched her rather stealthy efforts as she passed with a silent step over the banked-up snow. She was tall and slim and graceful. He could see that even in the dark. And then, of course, he understood. It was another adventurous skater like himself, stolen down unawares from hotel or chalet, and searching for the opening. At once, making a sign and pointing with one hand, he turned swiftly and skated over to the little entrance on the other side. But even before he got there was a sound on the ice behind him, and with an exclamation of amazement he could not suppress, he turned to see her swerving up to his side across the width of the rink. She had somehow found another way in. Hibbert, as a rule, was punctilious, and in these free and easy places perhaps especially so. If only for his own protection, he did not seek to make advances unless some kind of introduction paved the way. But for these two to skate together in the semi-darkness without speech, often of necessity brushing shoulders almost, was too absurd to think of. Accordingly, he raised his cap and spoke. His actual words he seems unable to recall, nor what the girl said in reply, except that she answered him in accented English, with some commonplace about doing figures at midnight on an empty rink. Quite natural it was, and right. She wore grey clothes of some kind, though not the customary long gloves or sweater, for indeed her hands were bare. And presently, when he skated with her, he wondered with something like astonishment at their dry and icy coldness. And she was delicious to skate with, supple, sure, and light, fast as a man, yet with the freedom of a child, sinuous and steady at the same time. Her flexibility made him wonder, and when he asked where she had learned, she murmured. He caught the breath against his ear, and recalled later that it was singularly cold, that she could hardly tell, for she had been accustomed to the ice ever since she could remember. But her face he never properly saw. A muffler of white fur buried her neck to the ears, and her cap came over the eyes. He only saw that she was young, nor could he gather her hotel or chalet, for she pointed vaguely when he asked her. "Up the slopes? Just over there," she said, quickly taking his hand again. He did not press her. No doubt she wished to hide her escapade, and the touch of her hand thrilled him more than anything he could remember. Even through his thick glove he felt the softness of that cold and delicate softness. The clouds thickened over the mountains. It grew darker. They talked very little, and did not always skate together. Often they separated, curving about in corners by themselves, but always coming together again in the center of the rink. And when she left him, thus Hibbert was conscious of, yes, missing her. He found a peculiar satisfaction, almost a fascination, in skating by her side. It was quite an adventure, these two strangers, with the ice and snow and night. Midnight had long since sounded from the old church tower before they parted. She gave the sign, and he skated quickly to the shed, meaning to find a seat and help her take her skates off. Yet when he turned, she had already gone. He saw her slim figure gliding away across the snow, and hurrying for the last time round the rink alone, he searched in vain for the opening she had twice used in this curious way. How very queer, he thought, referring to the wire netting. She must have lifted it and wriggled under. Wondering how in the world she managed it, what in the world had possessed him to be so free with her, and who in the world she was, he went up the steep slope to the post office, and so to bed. Her promise to come again another night still ringing delightfully in his ears, and curious were the thoughts and sensations that accompanied him. Most of all, perhaps, was the half-suggestion of some dim memory that he had known this girl before, had met her somewhere more, that she knew him. For in her voice, a low, soft, windy little voice it was, tender and soothing for all its quiet coldness, there lay some faint reminder of two others he had known, both long since gone, the voice of the woman he had loved, and the voice of his mother. But this time, through his dreams, there ran no clash of battle. He was conscious rather of something cold and clinging that made him think of sifting snowflakes climbing slowly with entangling touch and thickness round his feet. The snow, coming without noise, each flake so light and tiny none can mark the spot whereon it settles, yet the mass of it, able to smother whole villages, wove through the very texture of his mind. Cold, bewildering, deadening effort, with its clinging network of 10,000,000 feathery touches. End of Chapter 2 of The Glamour of the Snow. Section 7 of 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. The Glamour of the Snow. Chapter 3. In the morning, Hibbert realized he had done perhaps a foolish thing. The brilliant sunshine that drenched the valley made him see this, and the sight of his work-table with its typewriter, books, papers, and the rest, brought additional conviction. To have skated with a girl alone at midnight, no matter how innocently the thing had come about, was unwise, unfair, especially to her. Gossip in these little winter resorts was worse than in a provincial town. He hoped no one had seen them. Luckily the night had been dark. Most likely none had heard the ring of skates. Deciding that in the future he would be more careful, he plunged into work and sought to dismiss the matter from his mind. But in his times of leisure the memory returned persistently to haunt him. When he skied, lugged, or danced in the evenings, and especially when he skated on the little rink, he was aware that the eye of his mind forever sought this strange companion of the night. 100 times he fancied that he saw her, but always sight deceived him. Her face he might not know, but he could hardly fail to recognize her figure. Yet nowhere among the others did he catch a glimpse of that slim young creature he had skated with alone beneath the clouded stars. He searched in vain. Even his inquiries as to the occupants of the private chalets brought no results. He had lost her, but the queer thing was that he felt as though she was somewhere close. He knew she had not really gone. While people came and left every day, it never once occurred to him that she had left. On the contrary, he felt assured that they would meet again. This thought he never quite acknowledged. Perhaps it was the wish that fathered it only, and even when he did meet her, it was a question how he would speak and claim acquaintance, or whether she would recognize himself. It might be awkward. He almost came to dread a meeting, although dread, of course, was far too strong a word to describe an emotion that was half delight, half wondering anticipation. Meanwhile the season was in full swing. Hibbert felt in perfect health, worked hard, skied, skated, lugged, and at night danced fairly often, in spite of his decision. This dancing was, however, an act of subconscious surrender. It really meant he hoped to find her among the whirling couples. He was searching for her without quite acknowledging it to himself, and the hotel world, meanwhile, thinking it had won him over, teased and chaffed him. He made excuses in a similar vein, but all the time he watched and searched and waited. For several days the sky held clear and bright and frosty, bitterly cold, everything crisp and sparkling in the sun, but there was no sign of fresh snow, and the skiers began to grumble. On the mountains was an icy crust, that made running dangerous. They wanted the frozen, dry, and powdery snow that makes for speed, renders steering easier, and falling less severe. But the keen east wind showed no signs of changing for a whole 10 days. Then suddenly there came a touch of softer air, and the weather-wise began to prophesy. Hibbert, who was delicately sensitive to the least change in earth or sky, was perhaps the first to feel it. Only he did not prophesy. He knew through every nerve in his body that moisture had crept into the air, was accumulating, and that presently a fall would come. For he responded to the moods of nature like a fine barometer. And the knowledge this time brought into his heart a strange little wayward emotion that was hard to account for, a feeling of unexplained uneasiness and disquieting joy. For behind it, woven through it rather, ran a faint exhilaration that connected remotely somewhere with that touch of delicious alarm, that tiny anticipating dread that so puzzled him when he thought of his next meeting with his skating companion of the night. It lay beyond all words, all telling, this queer relationship between the two, but somehow the girl and snow ran in a pair across his mind. Perhaps for imaginative writing men more than for other workers, the smallest change of mood betrays itself at once. His work, at any rate, revealed this slight shifting of emotional values in his soul. Not that his writing suffered, but that it altered, subtly, as those changes of sky or sea or landscape that come with the passing of afternoon into evening, imperceptibly. A subconscious excitement sought to push outwards and express itself, and knowing the uneven effect such moods produced in his work, he laid his pen aside and took instead to reading that he had to do. Meanwhile the brilliance passed from the sunshine. The sky grew slowly overcast. By dusk the mountain tops came singularly close and sharp. The distant valley rose into absurdly near perspective. The moisture increased, rapidly approaching saturation point when it must fall in snow. Hibbert watched and waited. And in the morning the world lay smothered beneath its fresh white carpet. It snowed heavily till noon, thickly, incessantly, chokingly, a foot or more. Then the sky cleared. The sun came out in splendor. The wind shifted back to the east, and frost came down upon the mountains with its keenest and most biting tooth. The drop in the temperature was tremendous, but the skiers were jubilant. Next day the running would be fast and perfect. Already the mass was settling, and the surface freezing into those moss-like powdery crystals that make the ski run almost of their own accord, with a faint sishing as of a bird's wings through the air. Chapter 4. That night there was excitement in the little hotel world. First because there was a bal costume, chiefly because the new snow had come. And Hibbert went, felt drawn to go. He did not go in costume, but he wanted to talk about the slopes and skiing with the other men, and at the same time. Ah, there was the truth, the deeper necessity that called. For the singular connection between the stranger and the snow again betrayed itself, utterly beyond explanation as before, but vital and insistent. Some hidden instinct in his pagan soul, heaven knows how he phrased it even to himself, if he phrased it at all, whispered that with the snow the girl would be somewhere about, would emerge from her hiding place, would even look for him. Absolutely unwarranted it was. He laughed while he stood before the little glass and trimmed his mustache, tried to make his black tie sit straight, and shook down his dinner jacket so that it should lie upon the shoulders without a crease. His brown eyes were very bright. "I look younger than I usually do," he thought. It was unusual, even significant, in a man who had no vanity about his appearance, and certainly never questioned his age or tried to look younger than he was. Affairs of the heart, with one tumultuous exception that left no fuel for lesser subsequent fires, had never troubled him. The forces of his soul and mind, not called upon for work and obvious duties, all went to nature. The desolate wild places of the earth were what he loved, night and the beauty of the stars and snow. And this evening he felt their claims upon him mightily stirring. A rising wildness caught his blood, quickened his pulse, woke longing and passion too, but chiefly snow. The snow whirled softly through his thoughts like white seductive dreams. For the snow had come, and she, it seemed, had somehow come with it into his mind. And yet he stood before that twisted mirror and pulled his tie and coat askew a dozen times as though it mattered. What in the world is up with me, he thought, and then laughing a little he turned before leaving the room to put his private papers in order. The green morocco desk that held them he took down from the shelf and laid upon the table. Tied to the lid was the visiting card with his brother's London address in case of accident. On the way down to the hotel he wondered why he had done this, for though imaginative, he was not the kind of man who dealt in presentiments. Moods with him were strong, but ever held in leash. It's almost like a warning, he thought, smiling. He drew his thick coat tightly round the throat as the freezing air bit at him. Those warnings one reads of in stories sometimes. A delicious happiness was in his blood. Over the edge of the hills across the valley rose the moon. He saw her silver sheet the world of snow. Snow covered all. It smothered sound and distance. It smothered houses, streets, and human beings. It smothered life. Chapter 5. In the hall there was light and bustle. People were already arriving from the other hotels and chalets, their costumes hidden beneath many wraps. Groups of men in evening dress stood about smoking, talking snow and skiing. The band was tuning up. The claims of the hotel world clashed about him faintly as of old. At the big glass windows of the veranda, peasants stopped a moment on their way home from the café to peer. Hibbert thought laughingly of that conflict he used to imagine. He laughed because it suddenly seemed so unreal. He belonged so utterly to nature and the mountains, and especially to those desolate slopes where now the snow lay thick and fresh and sweet, that there was no question of a conflict at all. The power of the newly fallen snow had caught him, proving it without effort. Out there upon those lonely reaches of the moonlit ridges the snow lay ready, masses and masses of it, cool, soft, inviting. He longed for it. It awaited him. He thought of the intoxicating delight of skiing in the moonlight. Thus, somehow, in vivid flashing vision, he thought of it while he stood there smoking with the other men and talking all the shop of skiing. And ever mysteriously blended with this power of the snow, poured also through his inner being the power of the girl. He could not disabuse his mind of the insinuating presence of the two together. He remembered that queer skating impulse of 10 days ago, the impulse that had let her in. That any mind, even an imaginative one, could pass beneath the sway of such a fancy was strange enough, and Hibbert, while fully aware of the disorder, yet found a curious joy in yielding to it. This insubordinate centre that drew him towards old pagan beliefs had assumed command. With a kind of sensuous pleasure he let himself be conquered. And snow that night seemed in everybody's thoughts. The dancing couples talked of it. The hotel proprietors congratulated one another. It meant good sport and satisfied their guests. Every one was planning trips and expeditions, talking of slopes and telemarks, of flying speed and distance, of drifts and crust and frost. Vitality and enthusiasm pulsed in the very air. All were alert and active, positive, radiating currents of creative life, even into the stuffy atmosphere of that crowded ballroom. And the snow had caused it. The snow had brought it. All this discharge of eager, sparkling energy was due primarily to the snow. But in the mind of Hibbert, by some swift alchemy of his pagan yearnings, this energy became transmuted. it rarefied itself, gleaming in white and crystal currents of passionate anticipation, which he transferred as by a species of electrical imagination into the personality of the girl of the snow. She somewhere was waiting for him, expecting him, calling to him softly from those leagues of moonlit mountain. He remembered the touch of that cool, dry hand, the soft and icy breath against his cheek, the hush and softness of her presence, in the way she came and the way she had gone again, like a flurry of snow the wind sent gliding up the slopes. She, like himself, belonged out there. He fancied that he heard her little windy voice come sifting to him through the snowy branches of the trees, calling his name. That haunting little voice that dived straight to the center of his life, as once long years ago 2 other voices used to do. But nowhere among the costumed dancers did he see her slender figure. He danced with one and all, distrait and absent, a stupid partner, as each girl discovered, his eyes ever turning towards the door and windows, hoping to catch the luring face, the vision that did not come. And at length, hoping even against hope, for the ballroom thinned, groups left one by one, going home to their hotels and chalets. The band tired, obviously. People sat drinking lemon squashes at the little tables, the men mopping their foreheads, everybody ready for bed. It was close on midnight. As Hibbert passed through the hall to get his overcoat and snow boots, he saw men in the passage by the sport room, greasing their ski against an early start. Knapsack luncheons were being ordered by the kitchen swing doors. He sighed. Lighting a cigarette a friend offered him, he returned a confused reply to some question as to whether he could join their party in the morning. It seemed he did not hear it properly. He passed through the outer vestibule between the double glass doors and went into the night. The man who asked the question watched him go, an expression of anxiety momentarily in his eyes. "Don't think he heard you," said another, laughing. "You've got to shout to Hibbert. His mind's so full of his work." "He works too hard," suggested the first, "full of queer ideas and dreams." But Hibbert's silence was not rudeness. He had not caught the invitation, that was all. The call of the hotel world had faded. He no longer heard it. Another, wilder call was sounding in his ears. For up the street he had seen a little figure moving. Close against the shadows of the baker's shop it glided, white, slim, enticing. End of Chapter 5 of The Glamour of the Snow. Section 8 of 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. The Glamour of the Snow. Chapter 6. And at once into his mind passed the hush and softness of the snow, and yet with it a searching, crying wildness for the heights. He knew by some incalculable, swift instinct she would not meet him in the village street. It was not there, amid crowding houses, she would speak to him. Indeed, already she had disappeared, melted from view up the white vista of the moonlit road. Yonder, he divined, she waited where the highway narrowed abruptly into the mountain path beyond the chalets. It did not even occur to him to hesitate, mad though it seemed and was, this sudden craving for the heights with her, at least for open spaces where the snow lay thick and fresh. It was too imperious to be denied. He does not remember going up to his room, putting the sweater over his evening clothes, and getting into the fur gauntlet gloves and the helmet cap of wool. Most certainly he has no recollection of fastening on his ski. He must have done it automatically. Some faculty of normal observation was in abeyance, as it were. His mind was out beyond the village, out with the snowy mountains and the moon. Henri Defago, putting up the shutters over his cafe windows, saw him pass, and wondered mildly. "Un monsieur qui fait jusqu'à cette heure, il est anglais." Done. He shrugged his shoulders as though a man had the right to choose his own way of death. And Martha Perotti, the hunchback wife of the shoemaker, looking by chance from her window, caught his figure moving swiftly up the road. She had other thoughts, for she knew and believed the old traditions of the witches and snow beings that steal the souls of men. She had even heard, 'twas said, the dreaded synagogue pass roaring down the street at night, and now as then she hid her eyes. "They've called to him, and he must go," she murmured, making the sign of the cross. But no one sought to stop him. Hibbert recalls only a single incident, until he found himself beyond the houses, searching for her along the fringe of forest where the moonlight met the snow in a bewildering frieze of fantastic shadows. And the incident was simply this, that he remembered passing the church, catching the outline of its tower against the stars. He was aware of a faint sense of hesitation. A vague uneasiness came and went, jarred unpleasantly across the flow of his excited feelings, chilling exhilaration. He caught the instant's discord, dismissed it, and passed on. The seduction of the snow smothered the hint before he realized that it had brushed the skirts of warning. And then he saw her. She stood there waiting in a little clear space of shining snow, dressed all in white, part of the moonlight and the glistening background, her slender figure just discernible. "I waited, for I knew you would come," the silvery little voice of windy beauty floated down to him. "You had to come." "I'm ready," he answered. "I knew it too." The world of nature caught him to its heart in those few words. The wonder and the glory of the night and snow. Life leaped within him. The passion of his pagan soul exulted, rose in joy, flowed out to her. He neither reflected nor considered, but let himself go like the veriest schoolboy in the wildness of first love. "Give me your hand," he cried. "I'm coming." "A little farther on, a little higher," came her delicious answer. "Here it is too near the village and the church." And the words seemed wholly right and natural. He did not dream of questioning them. He understood that with this little touch of civilization in sight, the familiarity he suggested was impossible. Once out upon the open mountains, mid the freedom of huge slopes and towering peaks, the stars and moon to witness, and the wilderness of snow to watch, they could taste an innocence of happy intercourse, free from the dead conventions that imprison literal minds. He urged his pace, yet did not quite overtake her. The girl kept always just a little bit ahead of his best efforts, and soon they left the trees behind and passed on to the enormous slopes of the sea of snow that rolled in mountainous terror and beauty to the stars. The wonder of the white world caught him away. Under the steady moonlight it was more than haunting. It was a living, white, bewildering power that deliciously confused the senses and laid a spell of wild perplexity upon the heart. It was a personality that cloaked and yet revealed itself through all this sheeted whiteness of snow. It rose, went with him, fled before, and followed after. Slowly it dropped lithe, gleaming arms about his neck, gathering him in. Certainly some soft persuasion coaxed his very soul, urging him ever forwards, upwards, on towards the higher icy slopes. Judgment and reason left their throne, it seemed, completely, as in the madness of intoxication. The girl, slim and seductive, kept always just ahead, so that he never quite came up with her. He saw the white enchantment of her face and figure, something that streamed about her neck, flying like a wreath of snow in the wind, and heard the alluring accents of her whispering voice that called from time to time, "A little farther on, a little higher, then we'll run home together." Sometimes he saw her hand stretched out to find his own, but each time, just as he came up with her, he saw her still in front, the hand and arm withdrawn. They took a gentle angle of ascent. The toil seemed nothing in this crystal wine-like air. Fatigue vanished. The sishing of the ski through the powdery surface of the snow was the only sound that broke the stillness. This, with his breathing and the rustle of her skirts, was all he heard. Cold moonshine, snow, and silence held the world. The sky was black, and the peaks beyond cut into it like frosted wedges of iron and steel. Far below the valley slept, the village long since hidden out of sight. He felt that he could never tire. The sound of the church clock rose from time to time, faintly through the air, more and more distant. "Give me your hand. It's time now to turn back." "Just one more slope," she laughed. "That ridge above us. Then we'll make for home." And her low voice mingled pleasantly with the purring of their ski. His own seemed harsh and ugly by comparison. "But I've never come so high before. It's glorious, this world of silent snow and moonlight, and you. You're a child of the snow, I swear. Let me come up closer to see your face and touch your little hand." Her laughter answered him. "Come on, a little higher. Here we're quite alone together." "It's magnificent," he cried. "But why did you hide away so long? I've looked and searched for you in vain ever since we skated." He was going to say 10 days ago, but the accurate memory of time had gone from him. He was not sure whether it was days or years or minutes. His thoughts of earth were scattered and confused. "You've looked for me in the wrong places," he heard her murmur just above him. "You looked in places where I never go. Hotels and houses kill me. I avoid them." She laughed, a fine, shrill, windy little laugh. "I loathe them too." He stopped. The girl had suddenly come quite close. A breath of ice passed through his very soul. She had touched him. "But this awful cold," he cried out sharply, "this freezing cold that takes me. The wind is rising. It's a wind of ice. Come, let us turn." But when he plunged forward to hold her, or at least to look, the girl was gone again, and something in the way she stood there a few feet beyond and stared down into his eyes so steadfastly in silence made him shiver. The moonlight was behind her, but in some odd way he could not focus sight upon her face, although so close. The gleam of eyes he caught, but all the rest seemed white and snowy, as though he looked beyond her, out into space. The sound of the church bell came up faintly from the valley far below, and he counted the strokes. 5. A sudden curious weakness seized him as he listened. Deep within it was, deadly, yet somehow sweet and hard to resist. He felt like sinking down upon the snow and lying there. They had been climbing for 5 hours. It was, of course, the warning of complete exhaustion. With a great effort he fought and overcame it. It passed away as suddenly as it came. "We'll turn," he said with a decision he hardly felt. "It will be dawn before we reach the village again. Come at once. It's time for home." The sense of exhilaration had utterly left him. An emotion that was akin to fear swept coldly through him. But her whispering answer turned it instantly to terror, a terror that gripped him horribly and turned him weak and unresisting. "Our home is here." A burst of wild, high laughter, loud and shrill, accompanied the words. It was like a whistling wind. The wind had risen, and clouds obscured the moon. "A little higher, where we cannot hear the wicked bells," she cried, and for the first time seized him deliberately by the hand. She moved, was suddenly close against his face. Again she touched him. And Hibbert tried to turn away in escape, and so trying, found for the first time that the power of the snow, that other power which does not exhilarate but deadens effort, was upon him. The suffocating weakness that it brings to exhausted men, luring them to the sleep of death in her clinging soft embrace, lulling the will and conquering all desire for life. This was awfully upon him. His feet were heavy and entangled. He could not turn or move. The girl stood in front of him, very near. He felt her chilly breath upon his cheeks. Her hair passed blindingly across his eyes, and that icy wind came with her. He saw her whiteness close. Again, it seemed, his sight passed through her into space, as though she had no face. Her arms were round his neck. She drew him softly downwards to his knees. He sank. He yielded utterly. He obeyed. Her weight was upon him, smothering, delicious. The snow was to his waist. She kissed him softly on the lips, the eyes, all over his face, and then she spoke his name in that voice of love and wonder, the voice that held the accent of two others, both taken over long ago by death, the voice of his mother and of the woman he had loved. He made one more feeble effort to resist. Then, realizing even while he struggled that this soft weight about his heart was sweeter than anything life could ever bring, he let his muscles relax and sank back into the soft oblivion of the covering snow. Her wintry kisses bore him into sleep. Chapter 7. They say that men who know the sleep of exhaustion in the snow find no awakening on the hither side of death. The hours passed, and the moon sank down below the white world's rim. Then suddenly there came a little crash upon his breast and neck, and Hibbert awoke. He slowly turned, bewildered. Heavy eyes upon the desolate mountains, stared dizzily about him, tried to rise. At first his muscles would not act. A numbing, aching pain possessed him. He uttered a long, thin cry for help, and heard its faintness swallowed by the wind. And then he understood vaguely why he was only warm, not dead, for this very wind that took his cry had built up a sheltering mound of driven snow against his body while he slept. Like a curving wave it ran beside him. It was the breaking of its over-toppling edge that caused the crash, and the coldness of the mass against his neck that woke him. Dawn kissed the eastern sky. Pale gleams of gold shot every peak with splendor, but ice was in the air, and the dry and frozen snow blew like powder from the surface of the slopes. He saw the points of his ski projecting just below him. Then he remembered. It seems he had just strength enough to realize that could he but rise and stand, he might fly with terrific impetus towards the woods and village far beneath. The ski would carry him, but if he failed and fell... How he contrived it Hibbert never knew. This fear of death somehow called out his whole available reserve force. He rose slowly, balanced a moment, then, taking the angle of an immense zigzag, started down the awful slopes like an arrow from a bow. And automatically the splendid muscles of the practised skier and athlete saved and guided him, for he was hardly conscious of controlling either speed or direction. The snow stung face and eyes like fine steel shot. Ridge after ridge flew past. The summits raced across the sky. The valley leaped up with bounds to meet him. He scarcely felt the ground beneath his feet as the huge slopes and distance melted before the lightning speed of that descent from death to life. He took it in 4-mile-long zigzags, and it was the turning at each corner that nearly finished him, for then the strain of balancing taxed to the verge of collapse the remnants of his strength. Slopes that have taken hours to climb can be descended in a short half-hour on ski. But Hibbert had lost all count of time. Quite other thoughts and feelings mastered him in that wild, swift dropping through the air that was like the flight of a bird. For ever close upon his heels came following forms and voices with the whirling snow dust. He heard that little silvery voice of death and laughter at his back. Shrill and wild, with the whistling of the wind past his ears, he caught its pursuing tones, but in anger now, no longer soft and coaxing, and it was accompanied. She did not follow alone. It seemed a host of these flying figures of the snow chased madly just behind him. He felt them furiously smite his neck and cheeks, snatch at his hands, and try to entangle his feet and ski in drifts. His eyes they blinded, and they caught his breath away. The terror of the heights and snow and winter desolation urged him forward in the maddest race with death a human being ever knew, and so terrific was the speed that before the gold and crimson had left the summits to touch the ice lips of the lower glaciers, he saw the friendly forest far beneath swing up and welcome him. And it was then, moving slowly along the edge of the woods, he saw a light. A man was carrying it. A procession of human figures was passing in a dark line laboriously through the snow, and he heard the sound of chanting. Instinctively, without a second's hesitation, he changed his course. No longer flying at an angle as before, he pointed his ski straight down the mountain side. The dreadful steepness did not frighten him. He knew full well it meant a crashing tumble at the bottom, but he also knew it meant a doubling of his speed, with safety at the end. For though no definite thought passed through his mind, he understood that it was the village curé who carried that little gleaming lantern in the dawn, and that he was taking the host to a chalet on the lower slopes, to some peasant in extremis. He remembered her terror of the church and bells. She feared the holy symbols. There was one last wild cry in his ears as he started, a shriek of the wind before his face, and a rush of stinging snow against closed eyelids, and then he dropped through empty space. Speed took sight from him. It seemed he flew off the surface of the world. Indistinctly he recalls the murmur of men's voices, the touch of strong arms that lifted him, and the shooting pains as the ski were unfastened from the twisted ankle. For when he opened his eyes again to normal life, he found himself lying in his bed at the post office with the doctor at his side. But for years to come, the story of mad Hibbert skiing at night is recounted in that mountain village. He went, it seems, up slopes and to a height that no man in his senses ever tried before. The tourists were agog about it for the rest of the season, and the very same day 2 of the bolder men went over the actual ground and photographed the slopes. Later Hibbert saw these photographs. He noticed one curious thing about them, though he did not mention it to anyone. There was only a single track. End of The Glamour of the Snow.
Section 9 of 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. Sand. Chapter 1. As Felix Henriot came through the streets that January night, the fog was stifling. But when he reached his little flat upon the top floor, there came a sound of wind. Wind was stirring about the world. It blew against his windows, but at first so faintly that he hardly noticed it. Then, with an abrupt rise and fall, like a wailing voice that sought to claim attention, it called him. He peered through the window into the blurred darkness, listening. There is no cry in the world like that of the homeless wind. A vague excitement, scarcely to be analysed, ran through his blood. The curtain of fog waved momentarily aside. Henriot fancied a star peeped down at him. "It will change things a bit, at last," he sighed, settling back into his chair. "It will bring movement." Already something in himself had changed. A restlessness as that of wandering wind woke in his heart, the desire to be off and away. Other things could rouse this wildness too. Falling water, the singing of a bird, an odour of wood fire, a glimpse of winding road. But the cry of the wind, always searching, questioning, travelling the world's great routes, remained ever the master touch. High longing took his mood in hand. Mid 7 millions he felt suddenly lonely. "I will arise and go now, for always night and day I hear lake water lapping with low sounds by the shore. While I stand on the roadway or in the pavement's grey, I hear it in the deep heart's core." He murmured the words over softly to himself. The emotion that produced Innisfree passed strongly through him. He too would be over the hills and far away. He craved movement, change, adventure, somewhere far from shops and crowds and motor buses. For a week the fog had stifled London. This wind brought life. Where should he go? Desire was long, his purse was short. He glanced at his books, letters, newspapers. They had no interest now. Instead he listened. The panorama of other journeys rolled in colour through the little room, flying on one another's heels. Henriot enjoyed this remembered essence of his travels more than the travels themselves. The crying wind brought so many voices, all of them seductive. There was a soft crashing of waves upon the black seashores, where the huge crocuses beckoned in the sky beyond. A rustling in the umbrella pines and cactus at Marseilles, whence magic steamers start about the world like flying dreams. He heard the plash of fountains upon Mount Ida's slopes, and the whisper of the tamarisk on Marathon. It was dawn once more upon the Ionian Sea, and he smelt the perfume of the Cyclades. Blue-veiled islands melted in the sunshine, and across the dewy lawns of Tempe, moistened by the spray of many waterfalls, he saw, great heavens above, the dancing of white forms. Or was it only the mist the sunshine painted against Pelion? Methought among the lawns together we wandered underneath the young grey dawn, and multitudes of dense white fleecy clouds shepherded by the slow, unwilling wind. And then into his stuffy room slipped the singing perfume of a wallflower on a ruined tower, and with it the sweetness of hot ivy. He heard the yellow bees and the ivy bloom. Wind whipped over the open hills, this very wind that laboured drearily through the London fog. And he was caught. The darkness melted from the city, the fog whisked off into an azure sky, the roar of traffic turned into the booming of the sea. There was a whistling among cordage, and the floor swayed to and fro. He saw a sailor touch his cap and pocket the 2-franc piece. The siren hooted. Ominous sound that had started him on many a journey of adventure. And the roar of London became mere insignificant clatter of a child's toy carriages. He loved that siren's call. There was something deep and pitiless in it. It drew the wanderers forth from cities everywhere. Leave your known world behind you and come with me for better or for worse. The anchor is up. It is too late to change. Only beware. You shall know curious things, and alone. Henriot stirred uneasily in his chair. He turned with a sudden energy to the shelf of guide-books, maps, and timetables, possessions he most valued in the whole room. He was a happy-go-lucky, adventure-loving soul, careless of common standards, athirst ever for the new and strange. "That's the best of having a cheap flat," he laughed, "and no ties in the world. I can turn the key and disappear. No one cares or knows. No one but the thieving caretaker, and he's long ago found out that there's nothing here worth taking." There followed then no lengthy indecision. Preparation was even shorter still. He was always ready for a move, and his sojourn in cities was but breathing space while he gathered pennies for further wanderings. An enormous kit bag, sack-shaped, very worn and dirty, emerged speedily from the bottom of a cupboard in the wall. It was of limitless capacity. The key and padlock rattled in its depths. Cigarette ashes covered everything, while he stuffed it full of ancient, indescribable garments. And his voice, singing of those yellow bees and the ivy bloom, mingled with the crying of the rising wind about his windows. His restlessness had disappeared by magic. This time, however, there could be no haunted Pelion, nor shady groves of Tempe, for he lived in sophisticated times when money markets regulated movement sternly. Travelling was only for the rich, mere wanderers must pig it. He remembered instead an opportune invitation to the desert. Objective invitation, his genial hosts had called it, knowing his hatred of convention, and Halloween danced into letters of brilliance upon the inner map of his mind. For Egypt had ever held his spirit in thrall, though as yet he had tried in vain to touch the great buried soul of her. The excavators, the Egyptologists, the archaeologists most of all, plastered her grey ancient face with labels like hotel advertisements on travellers' portmanteaux. They told where she had come from last, but nothing of what she dreamed and thought and loved. The heart of Egypt lay beneath the sand, and the trifling robbery of little details that poked forth from tombs and temples brought no true revelation of her stupendous spiritual splendour. Henriot in his youth had searched and dived among what material he could find, believing once, or half believing, that the ceremonial of that ancient system veiled a weight of symbol that was reflected from genuine supersensual knowledge. The rituals, now taken literally and so pityingly explained away, had once been genuine pathways of approach, but never yet, and least of all in his previous visits to Egypt itself, had he discovered one single person worthy of speech who caught at his idea. Curious, they said, then turned away to go on digging in the sand. Sand smothered her world today. Excavators discovered skeletons. Museums everywhere stored them, grinning literal relics that told nothing. But now, while he packed and sang, these hopes of enthusiastic younger days stirred again, because the emotion that gave them birth was real and true in him. Through the morning mists upon the Nile, an old pyramid bowed hugely at him across London roofs. "Come," he heard its awful whisper beneath the ceiling. "I have things to show you and to tell." He saw the flock of them sailing the desert like a weird, grey, solemn ship that makes no earthly port, and he imagined them as one, multiple expressions of some single unearthly portent they adumbrated in mighty form, dead symbols of some spiritual conception long vanished from the world. "I mustn't dream like this," he laughed, "or I shall get absent-minded and pack fire tongs instead of boots. It looks like a jumble sale already." And he stood on a heap of things to wedge them down still tighter. But the pictures would not cease. He saw the kites circling high in the blue air. A couple of white vultures flapped lazily away over shining miles. Felucca sails, like giant wings emerging from the ground, curved toward him from the Nile. The palm trees dropped long shadows over Memphis. He felt the delicious drenching heat, and the Khamasin, that overwind from Nubia, brushed his very cheeks. In the little garden the mishmish was in bloom. He smelt the desert, grey sepulchre of cancelled cycles. The stillness of her interminable reaches dropped down upon old London. The magic of the sand stole round him in its silent-footed tempest. And while he struggled with that strange capacious sack, the piles of clothing ran into shapes of gleaming Bedouin faces. London garments settled down with the mournful sound of camels' feet, half dropping wind, half water flowing underground. Sound that old time has brought over into modern life and left a moment for our wonder and perhaps our tears. He rose at length with the excitement of some deep enchantment in his eyes. The thought of Egypt plunged ever so deeply into him, carrying him into depths where he found it difficult to breathe, so strangely far away it seemed, yet undefinably familiar. He lost his way. A touch of fear came with it. "A sack like that is the wonder of the world," he laughed again, kicking the unwieldy sausage-shaped monster into a corner of the room, and sitting down to write the thrilling labels. Felix Henriot, Alexandria via Marseille. But his pen blotted the letters. There was sand in it. He rewrote the words. Then he remembered a dozen things he had left out. Impatiently, yet with confusion somewhere, he stuffed them in. They ran away into shifting heaps. They disappeared. They emerged suddenly again. It was like packing hot, dry flowing sand. From the pockets of a coat he had worn it last summer down Dorset way out trickled sand. There was sand in his mind and thoughts. And his dreams that night were full of winds, the old sad winds of Egypt and of moving, sifting sand. Arabs and Afrits danced amazingly together across dunes he could never reach, for he could not follow fast enough. Something infinitely older than these ever caught his feet and held him back. A million tiny fingers stung and pricked him. Something flung a veil before his eyes. Once it touched him, his face and hands and neck. "Stay here with us," he heard a host of muffled voices crying, but their sound was smothered, buried, rising through the ground. A myriad throats were choked, till at last, with a violent effort, he turned and seized it. And then the thing he grasped at slipped between his fingers and ran easily away. It had a grey and yellow face, and it moved through all its parts. It flowed as water flows, and yet was solid. It was centuries old. He cried out to it. "Who are you? What is your name? I surely know you. But I have forgotten." And it stopped, turning from far away its great uncovered countenance of nameless colouring. He caught a voice. It rolled and boomed and whispered like the wind, and then he woke with a curious shaking in his heart and a little touch of chilly perspiration on the skin. But the voice seemed in the room still, close beside him. "I am the sand," he heard, before it died away. And next he realised that the glitter of Paris lay behind him, and a steamer was taking him with much unnecessary motion across a sparkling sea toward Alexandria. Gladly he saw the Riviera fade below the horizon, with its hard bright sunshine, treacherous winds, and its smear of rich conventional English. All restlessness now had left him. True vagabond still at 40, he felt only the unrest and discomfort of life when caught in the network of routine and rigid streets, no chance of breaking loose. He was off again at last, money scarce enough indeed, but the joy of wandering expressing itself in happy emotions of release. Every warning of calculation was stifled. He thought of the American woman who walked out of her Long Island house one summer's day to look at a passing sail, and was gone 8 years before she walked in again. 8 years of roving travel. He had always felt respect and admiration for that woman, for Felix Henriot, with his admixture of foreign blood, was philosopher as well as vagabond, a strong poetic and religious strain sometimes breaking out through fissures in his complex nature. He had seen much life and read many books. The passionate desire of youth to solve the world's big riddles had given place to a resignation filled to the brim with wonder. Anything might be true. Nothing surprised him. The most outlandish beliefs, for all he knew, might fringe truth somewhere. He had escaped that cheap cynicism with which disappointed men soothe their vanity when they realise that an intelligible explanation of the universe lies beyond their powers. He no longer expected final answers. For him, even the smallest journeys held the spice of some adventure, all minutes were loaded with enticing potentialities, and they shaped for themselves somehow a dramatic form. "It's like a story," his friend said when he told his travels. It always was a story. But the adventure that lay waiting for him where the silent streets of Little Helouan kissed the great desert's lips was of a different kind to any Henriot had yet encountered. Looking back, he has often asked himself, "How in the world can I accept it?" And perhaps he never yet has accepted it. It was sand that brought it. For the desert, the stupendous thing that mothers Little Helouan, produced it. End of chapter 1 of Sand. Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. Sand. Chapter 2. He slipped through Cairo with the same relief that he left the Riviera, resenting its social vulgarities so close to the imperial aristocracy of the desert. He settled down into the peace of soft and silent Little Helouan. The hotel, in which he had a room on the top floor, had been formerly a Khedivial palace. It had the air of a palace still. He felt himself in a country house, with lofty ceilings, cool and airy corridors, spacious halls. Soft-footed Arabs attended to his wants. White walls let in light and air without a sign of heat. There was a feeling of a large spread tent pitched on the very sand, and the wind that stirred the oleanders in the shady garden also crept in to rustle the palm leaves of his favourite corner seat. Through the large windows, where once the Khedive held high court, the sunshine blazed upon vistaed leagues of desert, and from his bedroom windows he watched the sun dip into gold and crimson behind the swelling Libyan sands. This side of the pyramids he saw the Nile meander among palm groves and tilled fields. Across his balcony railings the Egyptian stars trooped down beside his very bed, shaping old constellations for his dreams. while to the south he looked out upon the vast, untamable body of the sands that carpeted the world for thousands of miles toward Upper Egypt, Nubia, and the dread Sahara itself. He wondered again why people thought it necessary to go so far afield to know the desert. Here, within half an hour of Cairo, it lay breathing solemnly at his very doors. For little Helouan, caught thus between the shoulders of the Libyan and Arabian deserts, is utterly sand-haunted. The desert lies all around it like a sea. Henriot felt he never could escape from it, as he moved about the island whose coasts are washed with sand. Down each broad and shining street the two end houses framed a vista of its dim immensity, glimpses of shimmering blue or flame-touched purple. There were stretches of deep sea green as well, far off upon its bosom. The streets were open channels of approach, and the eye ran down them as along the tube of a telescope laid to catch the incredible distance out of space. Through them the desert reached in with long thin feelers toward the village. Its being flooded into Helouan and over it. Past walls and houses, churches and hotels, the sea of desert pressed in silently with its myriad soft feet of sand. It poured in everywhere, through crack and slit and cranny. These were reminders of possession and ownership, and every passing wind that lifted eddies of dust at the street corners were messages from the quiet, powerful Thing that permitted Helouan to lie and dream so peacefully in the sunshine. Mere artificial oasis, its existence was temporary, held on lease just for 99 centuries or so. This sea idea became insistent, for in certain lights, and especially in the brief bewildering dusk, the desert rose, swaying towards the small white houses. The waves of it ran for 50 miles without a break. It was too deep for foam or surface agitation, yet it knew the swell of tides, and underneath flowed resolute currents linking distance to the centre. These many deserts were really one. A storm, just retreated, had tossed Helouan upon the shore and left it there to dry, but any morning he would wake to find that it had been carried off again into the depths. Some fragment at least would disappear. The grim Moktam hills were rollers that ever threatened to topple down and submerge the sandy bar that men called Helouan. Being soundless and devoid of perfume, the desert's message reached him through two senses only, sight and touch, chiefly of course the former. Its invasion was concentrated through the eyes, and vision thus uncorrected went what pace it pleased. The desert played with him, sand stole into his being through the eyes. And so obsessing was this majesty of its close presence that Henriot sometimes wondered how people dared their little social activities within its very sight and hearing, how they played golf and tennis upon reclaimed edges of its face, picnicked so blithely hard upon its frontiers, and danced at night while this stern, unfathomable Thing lay breathing just beyond the trumpery walls that kept it out. The challenge of their shallow admiration seemed presumptuous, almost provocative. Their pursuit of pleasure suggested insolent indifference. They ran foolhardy hazards, he felt, for there was no worship in their vulgar hearts. With a mental shudder sometimes he watched the cheap tourist horde go laughing, chattering past within view of its ancient half-closed eyes. It was like defying deity. For to his stirred imagination the sublimity of the desert dwarfed humanity. These people had been wiser to choose another place for the flaunting of their tawdry insignificance. Any minute this wilderness, huddled in grey annihilation, might awake and notice them. In his own hotel were several smart, so-called society people, who emphasized the protest in him to the point of definite contempt. Overdressed, the latest worldly novel under their arms, they strutted the narrow pavements of their tiny world, immensely pleased with themselves. Their vacuous minds expressed themselves in the slang of their exclusive circle, value being the element excluded. The pettiness of their outlook hardly distressed him. He was too familiar with it at home, but their essential vulgarity, their innate ugliness, seemed more than usually offensive in the grandeur of its present setting. Into the mighty sands they took the latest London scandal, gabbling it over even among the tombs and temples, and it was to laugh, the pains they sent wondering whom they might condescend to know, never dreaming that they themselves were not worth knowing. Against the backdrop of the noble desert their titles seemed the cap and bells of clowns. And Henriot, knowing some of them personally, could not always escape their insipid company. Yet he was the gainer. They little guessed how their commonness heightened contrast, set mercilessly thus beside the strange, eternal beauty of the sand. Occasionally the protest in his soul betrayed itself in words, which of course they did not understand. "He is so clever, isn't he?" And then, having relieved his feelings, he would comfort himself characteristically. "The desert has not noticed them. The sand is not aware of their existence. How should the sea take note of rubbish that lies above its tide line?" For Henriot drew near to its great shifting altars in an attitude of worship. The wilderness made him kneel in heart. Its shining reaches led to the oldest temple in the world, and every journey that he made was like a sacrament. For him the desert was a consecrated place, it was sacred. And his tactful hosts, knowing his peculiarities, left their house open to him when he cared to come. They lived upon the northern edge of the oasis, and he was as free as though he were absolutely alone. He blessed them, he rejoiced that he had come. Little Helouan accepted him. The desert knew that he was there. From his corner of the big dining room he could see the other guests, but his roving eye always returned to the figure of a solitary man who sat at an adjoining table, and whose personality stirred his interest. While affecting to look elsewhere, he studied him as closely as might be. There was something about the stranger that touched his curiosity, a certain air of expectation that he wore, but it was more than that. It was anticipation, apprehension in it somewhere. The man was nervous, uneasy. His restless way of suddenly looking about him proved it. Henriot tried everyone else in the room as well, but though his thought settled on others too, he always came back to the figure of this solitary being opposite, who ate his dinner as if afraid of being seen, and glanced up sometimes as if fearful of being watched. Henriot's curiosity, before he knew it, became suspicion. There was mystery here. The table, he noticed, was laid for two. Is he an actor, a priest of some strange religion, an inquiry agent, or just a crank? Was the thought that first occurred to him, and the question suggested itself without amusement. The impression of subterfuge and caution he conveyed left his observer unsatisfied. The face was clean-shaven, dark and strong. Thick hair, straight yet bushy, was slightly unkempt. It was streaked with grey, and an unexpected mobility when he smiled ran over the features that he seemed to hold rigid by deliberate effort. The man was cut to no quite common measure. Henriot jumped to an intuitive conclusion. He's not here for pleasure or merely sightseeing. Something serious has brought him out to Egypt. For the face combined two ill-assorted qualities, an obstinate tenacity that might even mean brutality, and was certainly repulsive, yet with it an undecipherable dreaminess betrayed by lines of the mouth, but above all in the very light blue eyes, so rarely raised. Those eyes, he felt, had looked upon unusual things. Dreaminess was not an adequate description. Searching conveyed it better. The true source of the queer impression remained elusive, and hence, perhaps, the incongruous marriage in the face. Mobility laid upon a matter-of-fact foundation beneath. The face showed conflict. And Henriot, watching him, felt decidedly intrigued. I'd like to know that man, and all about him. His name, he learned later, was Richard Vance, from Birmingham, a businessman. But it was not the Birmingham he wished to know, it was the other cause of the elusive dreamy searching. Though facing one another at so short a distance, their eyes, however, did not meet, and this, Henriot well knew, was a sure sign that he himself was also under observation. Richard Vance from Birmingham was equally taking careful note of Felix Henriot from London. Thus he could wait his time. They would come together later. An opportunity would certainly present itself. The first links in a curious chain had already caught. Soon the chain would tighten, pull as though by chance, and bring their lives into one and the same circle. Wondering in particular for what kind of companion the second cover was laid, Henriot felt certain that their eventual coming together was inevitable. He possessed this kind of divination from first impressions, and not uncommonly it proved correct. Following instinct, therefore, he took no steps toward acquaintance, and for several days, owing to the fact that he dined frequently with his hosts, he saw nothing more of Richard Vance, the businessman from Birmingham. Then one night, coming home late from his friend's house, he had passed along the great corridor and was actually a step or so into his bedroom when a drawling voice sounded close behind him. It was an unpleasant sound. It was very near him too. "I beg your pardon, but have you, by any chance, such a thing as a compass you could lend me?" The voice was so close that he started. Vance stood within touching distance of his body. He had stolen up like a ghostly Arab, must have followed him too some little distance, for further down the passage the light of an open door he had passed it on his way showed where he came from. "Eh, I beg your pardon? A compass, did you say?" He felt disconcerted for a moment. How short the man was, now that he saw him standing, broad and powerful too. Henriot looked down upon his thick head of hair. The personality and voice repelled him. Possibly his face, caught unawares, betrayed this. "Forgive my startling you," said the other apologetically, while the softer expression danced in for a moment and disorganized the rigid set of the face. "The soft carpet, you know. I'm afraid you didn't hear my tread. I wondered," he smiled again slightly at the nature of the request, "if by any chance you had a pocket compass you could lend me." "Ah, a compass. Yes. Please don't apologise. I believe I have one, if you'll wait a moment. Come in, won't you? I'll have a look." The other thanked him, but waited in the passage. Henriot, it so happened, had a compass, and produced it after a moment's search. "I am greatly indebted to you. If I may return it in the morning. You will forgive my disturbing you at such an hour. My own is broken, and I wanted to find the true north." Henriot stammered some reply, and the man was gone. It was all over in a minute. He locked his door and sat down in his chair to think. The little incident had upset him, though for the life of him he could not imagine why. It ought by rights to have been almost ludicrous, yet instead it was the exact reverse, half threatening. Why should not a man want a compass? But again, why should he? And at midnight? The voice, the eyes, the near presence, what did they bring that set his nerves thus asking unusual questions? This strange impression that something grave was happening, something unearthly. How was it born exactly? The man's proximity came like a shock. It had made him start. He brought, thus the idea came unbidden to his mind, something with him that galvanized him quite absurdly, as fear does, or delight, or great wonder. There was a music in his voice too, a certain, well, he could only call it a lilt, that reminded him of plain-song, intoning, chanting. Drawling was not the word at all. He tried to dismiss it as imagination, but it would not be dismissed. The disturbance in himself was caused by something not imaginary, but real. And then for the first time he discovered that the man had brought a faint elusive suggestion of perfume with him, an aromatic odour that made him think of priests and churches. The ghost of it still lingered in the air. Ah, here then was the origin of the notion that his voice had chanted. It was surely the suggestion of incense. But incense, intoning, a compass to find the true north, at midnight in a desert hotel? A touch of uneasiness ran through the curiosity and excitement that he felt, and he undressed for bed. "Confound my old imagination," he thought. "What tricks it plays me! It'll keep me awake." But the questions, once started in his mind, continued. He must find explanation of one kind or another before he could lie down and sleep, and he found it at length in the stars. The man was an astronomer of sorts, possibly an astrologer into the bargain. Why not? The stars were wonderful above Helouan. Was there not an observatory on the Mokattam Hills too, where tourists could use the telescope on privileged days? He had it at last. He even stole out on his balcony to see if the stranger perhaps was looking through some wonderful apparatus at the heavens. Their rooms were on the same side, but the shuttered windows revealed no stooping figure with eyes glued to a telescope. The stars blinked in their many thousands down upon the silent desert. The night held neither sound nor movement. There was a cool breeze blowing across the Nile from the Libyan sands. It nipped, and he stepped back quickly into the room again. Drawing the mosquito curtains carefully about the bed, he put the light out and turned over to sleep. And sleep came quickly, contrary to his expectations, though it was a light and surface sleep. That last glimpse of the darkened desert lying beneath the Egyptian stars had touched him with some hand of awful power that ousted the first, lesser excitement. It calmed and soothed him in one sense, yet in another, a sense he could not understand, it caught him in a net of deep, deep feelings whose mesh, while infinitely delicate, was utterly stupendous. His nerves this deeper emotion left alone. It reached instead to something infinite in him that mere nerves could neither deal with nor interpret. The soul awoke and whispered in him while his body slept. And the little foolish dreams that ran to and fro across this veil of surface sleep brought oddly tangled pictures of things quite tiny, and at the same time of others that were mighty beyond words. With these two counters nightmare played, they interwove. There was the figure of this dark-faced man with the compass, measuring the sky to find the true north, and there were hints of giant presences that hovered just outside some curious outline that he traced upon the ground, copied in some nightmare fashion from the heavens. The excitement caused by his visitor's singular request mingled with the profounder sensations his final look at the stars and desert stirred. The two were somehow interrelated. Some hours later, before this surface sleep passed into genuine slumber, Henriot woke, with an appalling feeling that the desert had come creeping into his room and now stared down upon him where he lay in bed. The wind was crying audibly about the walls outside. A faint sharp tapping came against the window panes. He sprang instantly out of bed, not yet awake enough to feel actual alarm, yet with the nightmare touch still close enough to cause a sort of feverish loose bewilderment. He switched the lights on. A moment later he knew the meaning of that curious tapping, for the rising wind was flinging tiny specks of sand against the glass. The idea that they had summoned him belonged, of course, to dream. He opened the window and stepped out onto the balcony. The stone was very cold under his bare feet. There was a wash of wind all over him. He saw the sheet of glimmering pale desert near and far, and something stung his skin below the eyes. "The sand," he whispered. "Again the sand, always the sand. Waking or sleeping, the sand is everywhere. Nothing but sand, sand, sand." He rubbed his eyes. It was like talking in his sleep, talking to someone who had questioned him just before he woke. But was he really properly awake? It seemed next day that he had dreamed it. Something enormous with rustling skirts of sand had just retreated far into the desert. Sand went with it, flowing, trailing, smothering the world. The wind died down. And Henriot went back to sleep, caught instantly away into unconsciousness, covered, blinded, swept over by this spreading thing of reddish brown with the great grey face, whose being was colossal yet quite tiny, and whose fingers, wings and eyes were countless as the stars. But all night long it watched and waited, rising to peer above the little balcony, and sometimes entering the room and piling up beside his very pillow. He dreamed of sand. End of chapter 2. Section 11 of Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. Sand. Chapter 3. For some days Henriot saw little of the man who came from Birmingham, and pushed curiosity to a climax by asking for a compass in the middle of the night. For one thing, he was a good deal with his friends upon the other side of Helouan, and for another he slept several nights in the desert. He loved the gigantic peace the desert gave him. The world was forgotten there, and not the world merely, but all memory of it. Everything faded out. The soul turned inwards upon itself. An Arab boy and donkey took out sleeping bag, food, and water to the Wadi Hof, a desolate gorge about an hour eastward. It winds between cliffs whose summits rise some 1,000 feet above the sea. It opened suddenly, cut deep into the swaying world of level plateau and undulating hills. It moves about too. He never found it in the same place twice, like an arm of the desert that shifted with the changing lights. Here he watched dawns and sunsets, slept through the midday heat, and enjoyed the unearthly colouring that swept day and night across huge horizons. In solitude the desert soaked down into him. At night the jackals cried in the darkness round his cautiously fed campfire, small because wood had to be carried, and in the daytime kites circled overhead to inspect him, and an occasional white vulture flapped across the blue. The weird desolation of this rocky valley, he thought, was like the scenery of the moon. He took no watch with him, and the arrival of the donkey boy an hour after sunrise came almost from another planet, bringing things of time and common life out of some distant gulf where they had lain forgotten among lost ages. The short hour of twilight brought, too, a bewitchment into the silence that was a little less than comfortable. Full light or darkness he could manage, but this time of half things made him want to shut his eyes and hide. Its effect stepped over imagination. The mind got lost. He could not understand it. For the cliffs and boulders of discoloured limestone shone then with an inward glow that signalled to the desert with veiled lanterns. The misshapen hills, carved by wind and rain into ominous outlines, stirred and nodded. In the morning light they retired into themselves, asleep. But at dusk the tide retreated. They rose from the sea, emerging naked, threatening. They ran together and joined shoulders, the entire army of them, and the glow of their sandy bodies, self-luminous, continued even beneath the stars. Only the moonlight drowned it, for the moonrise over the Mokattam hills brought a white, grand loveliness that drenched the entire desert. It drew a marvellous sweetness from the sand. It shone across a world, as yet unfinished, whereon no life might show itself for ages yet to come. He was alone then upon an empty star, before the creation of things that breathed and moved. What impressed him, however, more than everything else was the enormous vitality that rose out of all this apparent death. There was no hint of the melancholy that belongs commonly to flatness. The sadness of wide, monotonous landscape was not here. The endless repetition of sweeping vale and plateau brought infinity with measurable comprehension. He grasped a definite meaning in the phrase "world without end." The desert had no end and no beginning. It gave him a sense of eternal peace, the silent peace that starfields know. Instead of subduing the soul with bewilderment, it inspired with courage, confidence, hope. Through this sand, which was the wreck of countless geological ages, rushed life that was terrific and uplifting, too huge to include melancholy, too deep to betray itself in movement. Here was the stillness of eternity. Behind the spread grey mask of apparent death lay stores of accumulated life, ready to break forth at any point. In the desert he felt himself absolutely royal. And this contrast of life, veiling itself in death, was a contradiction that somehow intoxicated. The desert exhilaration never left him. He was never alone. A companionship of millions went with him, and he felt the desert close, as stars are close to one another, or grains of sand. It was the Khamasin, the hot wind bringing sand, that drove him in, with the feeling that these few days and nights had been immeasurable, and that he had been away 1,000 years. He came back with the magic of the desert in his blood, hotel life tasteless and insipid by comparison. To human impressions thus he was fresh and vividly sensitive. His being, cleaned and sensitized by pure grandeur, felt people, for a time at any rate, with an uncommon sharpness of receptive judgment. He returned to a life somehow mean and meagre, resuming insignificance with his dinner jacket. Out with the sand he had been regal, now, like a slave, he strutted self-conscious and reduced. But this imperial standard of the desert stayed a little time beside him, its purity focusing judgment like a lens. The speck of smaller emotions left it clear at first, and as his eye wandered vaguely over the people assembled in the dining room, it was arrested with a vivid shock upon two figures at the little table facing him. He had forgotten Vance, the Birmingham man who sought the north at midnight with a pocket compass. He now saw him again, with an intuitive discernment entirely fresh. Before memory brought up her clouding associations, some brilliance flashed a light upon him. That man, Henriot thought, might have come with me. He would have understood and loved it. But the thought was really this, a moment's reflection spread it rather. He belongs somewhere in the desert. The desert brought him out here. And again, hidden swiftly behind it like a movement running below water, what does he want with it? What is the deeper motive he conceals? For there is a deeper motive, and it is concealed." But it was the woman seated next to him who absorbed his attention really. Even while this thought flashed and went its way, the empty chair was occupied at last. Unlike his first encounter with the man, she looked straight at him. Their eyes met fully. For several seconds there was steady mutual inspection, while her penetrating stare, intent without being rude, passed searchingly all over his face. It was disconcerting. Crumbling his bread, he looked equally hard at her, unable to turn away, determined not to be the first to shift his gaze. And when at length she lowered her eyes, he felt that many things had happened, as in a long period of intimate conversation. Her mind had judged him through and through. Questions and answers flashed. They were no longer strangers. For the rest of dinner, though he was careful to avoid direct inspection, he was aware that she felt his presence and was secretly speaking with him. She asked questions beneath her breath. The answers rose with the quickened pulses in his blood. Moreover, she explained Richard Vance. It was this woman's power that shone reflected in the man. She was the one who knew the big, unusual things. Vance merely echoed the rush of her vital personality. This was the first impression that he got, from the most striking, curious face he had ever seen in a woman. It remained very near to him all through the meal. She had moved to his table. It seemed she sat beside him. Their minds certainly knew contact from that moment. It is never difficult to credit strangers with the qualities and knowledge that oneself craves for, and no doubt Henriot's active fancy went busily to work. But none the less this thing remained and grew, that this woman was aware of the hidden things of Egypt he had always longed to know. There was knowledge and guidance she could impart. Her soul was searching among ancient things, her faith brought the desert back into his thoughts, and with it came the sand. Here was the flash. The sight of her restored the peace and splendour he had left behind him in his desert camps. The rest, of course, was what his imagination constructed upon this slender basis. Only not all of it was imagination. Now, Henriot knew little enough of women. He had no pose of understanding them. His experience was of the slightest. The love and veneration felt for his own mother had set the entire sex upon the heights. His affairs with women, if so they may be called, had been transient, all but those of early youth, which, having never known the devastating test of fulfilment, still remained ideal and superb. There was unconscious humour in his attitude from a distance, for he regarded women with wonder and respect, as puzzles that sweetened but complicated life, might even endanger it. He was certainly not a marrying man. But now, as he felt the presence of this woman so deliberately possess him, there came over him two clear, strong messages, each vivid with certainty. One was that banal suggestion of familiarity claimed by lovers and the like. He had often heard of it. "I have known that woman before. I've met her ages ago somewhere. She is strangely familiar to me." And the other, growing out of it almost, "Have nothing to do with her. She will bring you trouble and confusion. Avoid her and be warned." In fact, a distinct presentiment. Yet, although Henriot dismissed both impressions as having no shred of evidence to justify them, the original clear judgment, as he studied her extraordinary countenance, persisted through all denials. The familiarity and the presentiment remained. There also remained this other, an enormous imaginative leap, that she could teach him Egypt. He watched her carefully, in a sense fascinated. He could only describe the face as black, so dark it was with the darkness of great age. Elderly was the obvious natural word, but elderly described the features only. The expression of the face wore centuries. Nor was it merely the coal-black eyes that betrayed an ancient, age-travelled soul behind them. The entire presentiment mysteriously conveyed it. This woman's heart knew long-forgotten things. The thought kept beating up against him. There were cheekbones, oddly high, that made him think involuntarily of the well-advertised Pharaoh Rameses, a square, deep jaw, and an aquiline nose that gave the final touch of power. For the power undeniably was there, and while the general effect had a grimness in it, there was neither harshness nor any forbidding touch about it. There was an implacable sternness in the set of lips and jaw, and most curiously of all, the eyelids over the steady eyes of black were level as a ruler. This level framing made the woman's stare remarkable beyond description. Henriot thought of an idol carved in stone. stone hard and black, with eyes that stared across the sand into a world of things non-human, very far away, forgotten of men. The face was finely ugly. This strange dark beauty flashed flame about it. And, as the way ever was with him, Henriot next fell to constructing the possible lives of herself and her companion, though without much success. Imagination soon stopped dead. She was not old enough to be Vance's mother, and assuredly she was not his wife. His interest was more than merely piqued, it was puzzled uncommonly. What was the contrast that made the man seem beside her vile? Whence came, too, the impression that she exercised some strong authority, though never directly exercised, that held him at her mercy? How did he guess that the man resented it, yet did not dare oppose, and that, apparently acquiescing good-humouredly, his will was deliberately held in abeyance, and that he waited sulkily, biding his time? There was a furtiveness in every gesture and expression. A hidden motive lurked in him, unworthiness somewhere. He was determined yet ashamed. He watched her ceaselessly, and with such uncanny closeness. Henriot imagined he divined all this. He leaped to the guess that his expenses were being paid. A good deal more was being paid besides. She was a rich relation from whom he had expectations. He was serving his 7 years, ashamed of his servitude, ever calculating escape, but perhaps no ordinary escape. A faint shudder ran over him. He drew in the reins of imagination. Of course, the probabilities were that he was hopelessly astray. One usually is on such occasions, but this time it so happened he was singularly right. Before one thing only his ready invention stopped every time. This vileness, this notion of unworthiness in Vance, could not be negative merely. A man with that face was no inactive weakling. The motive he was at such pains to conceal, betraying its existence by that very fact, moved surely towards aggressive action. Disguised, it never slept. Vance was sharply on the alert. He had a plan deep out of sight, and Henriot remembered how the man's soft approach along the carpeted corridor had made him start. He recalled the quasi-shock it gave him. He thought again of the feeling of discomfort he had experienced. Next, his eager fancy sought to plumb the business these two had together in Egypt, in the desert. For the desert, he felt convinced, had brought them out. But here, though he constructed numerous explanations, another barrier stopped him. Because he knew. This woman was in touch with that aspect of ancient Egypt he himself had ever sought in vain, and not merely with stones the sand had buried so deep, but with the meanings they once represented, buried so utterly by the sands of later thought. And here, being ignorant, he found no clue that could lead to any satisfactory result, for he possessed no knowledge that might guide him. He floundered until fate helped him. And the instant fate helped him, the warning and presentiment he had dismissed as fanciful became real again. He hesitated. Caution acted. He would think twice before taking steps to form acquaintance. Better not, thought whispered. Better leave them alone, this queer couple. They're after things that won't do you any good. This idea of mischief, almost of danger, in their purposes, was oddly insistent. For what could possibly convey it? But while he hesitated, Fate, who sent the warning, pushed him at the same time into the circle of their lives. At first tentatively, he might still have escaped, but soon urgently. Curiosity led him inexorably towards the end. End of chapter 3 of Sand.
Section 12 of Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. Sand. Chapter 4. It was so simple a maneuver by which fate began the innocent game. The woman left a couple of books behind her on the table one night, and Henriot, after a moment's hesitation, took them out after her. He knew the titles, The House of the Master and The House of the Hidden Places, both singular interpretations of the pyramids that once had held his own mind spellbound. Their ideas had been since disproved, if he remembered rightly, yet the titles were a clue to that imaginative part of his mind that was so busy constructing theories and had found its stride. Loose sheets of paper, covered with notes in a minute handwriting, lay between the pages. But these, of course, he did not read, noticing only that they were written round designs of various kinds, intricate designs. He discovered Vance in a corner of the smoking lounge. The woman had disappeared. Vance thanked him politely. "My aunt is so forgetful sometimes," he said, and took them with a covert eagerness that did not escape the other's observation. He folded up the sheets and put them carefully in his pocket. On one there was an ink-sketched map, crammed with detail, that might well have referred to some portion of the desert. The points of the compass stood out boldly at the bottom. They were involved geometrical designs again. Henriot saw them. They exchanged, then, the commonplaces of conversation, but these led to nothing further. Vance was nervous and betrayed impatience. He presently excused himself and left the lounge. 10 minutes later he passed through the outer hall, the woman beside him, and the pair of them, wrapped up in a cloak and ulster, went out into the night. At the door Vance turned and threw a quick, investigating glance in his direction. There seemed a hint of questioning in that glance. It might almost have been a tentative invitation. But also he wanted to see if their exit had been particularly noticed, and by whom. This, briefly told, was the first maneuver by which fate introduced them. There was nothing in it. The details were so insignificant, so slight the conversation, so meagre the pieces thus added to Henriot's imaginative structure. Yet they somehow built it up and made it solid. The outline in his mind began to stand foursquare. That writing, those designs, the manner of the man, their going out together, the final curious look, each and all betrayed points of a hidden thing. Subconsciously he was excavating their buried purposes. The sand was shifting. The concentration of his mind incessantly upon them removed it grain by grain and speck by speck. Tips of the smothered thing emerged. Presently a subsidence would follow with a rush, and light would blaze upon its skeleton. He felt it stirring underneath his feet, this flowing movement of light, dry, heaped up sand. It was always sand. Then other incidents of a similar kind came about, clearing the way to a natural acquaintanceship. Henriot watched the process with amusement, yet with another feeling too that was only a little less than anxiety. A keen observer, no detail escaped him. He saw the forces of their lives draw closer. It made him think of the devices of young people who desire to know one another, yet cannot get a proper introduction. Fate condescended to such little tricks. They wanted a third person, he began to feel. A third was necessary to some plan they had on hand, and they waited to see if he could fill the place. This woman, with whom he had yet exchanged no single word, seemed so familiar to him, well known for years. They weighed and watched him, wondering if he would do. None of the devices were too obviously used, but at length Henriot picked up so many forgotten articles, and heard so many significant phrases casually let fall, that he began to feel like the villain in a machine-made play, where the hero forever drops clues his enemy is intended to discover. Introduction followed inevitably. "My aunt can tell you she knows Arabic perfectly." He'd been discussing the meaning of some local name or other with a neighbour after dinner, and Vance had joined them. The neighbour moved away. These two were left standing alone, and he accepted a cigarette from the other's case. There was a rustle of skirts behind them. "Here she comes," said Vance. "You will let me introduce you." He did not ask for Henriot's name. He had already taken the trouble to find it out. Another little betrayal, and another clue. It was in a secluded corner of the great hall, and Henriot turned to see the woman's stately figure coming towards them across the thick carpet that deadened her footsteps. She came sailing up, her black eyes fixed upon his face, very erect, head upright, shoulders almost squared. She moved wonderfully well. There was dignity and power in her walk. She was dressed in black, and her face was like the night. He found it impossible to say what lent her this air of impressiveness and solemnity that was almost majestic. But there was this touch of darkness and of power in the way she came that made him think of some sphinx-like figure of stone, some idol motionless in all its parts but moving as a whole and gliding across sand. Beneath those level lids her eyes stared hard at him, and the faint sensation of distress stirred in him deep, deep down. Where had he seen those eyes before? He bowed as she joined them, and Vance led the way to the armchairs in a corner of the lounge. The meeting, as the talk that followed, he felt were all part of a preconceived plan. It had happened before. The woman, that is, was familiar to him, to some part of his being that had dropped stitches of old memory. Lady Statham. At first the name had disappointed him. So many folk wear titles as syllables in certain tongues wear accents, without them being mute, unnoticed, unpronounced. Nonentities, born to names, so often claim attention for their insignificance in this way. But this woman, had she been Jemima Jones, would have made the name distinguished and select. She was a big and sombre personality. Why was it, he wondered afterwards, that for a moment something in him shrank, and that his mind, metaphorically speaking, flung up an arm in self-protection? The instinct flashed and passed, but it seemed to him born of an automatic feeling that he must protect, not himself, but the woman from the man. There was confusion in it all. Links were missing. He studied her intently. She was a woman who had none of the external feminine signals in either dress or manner, no graces, no little womanly hesitations and alarms, no daintiness, yet neither anything distinctly masculine. Her charm was strong, possessing, only he kept forgetting that he was talking to a woman. And the thing she inspired in him included, with respect and wonder, somewhere also this curious hint of dread. This instinct to protect her fled as soon as it was born, for the interest of the conversation in which she so quickly plunged him obliterated all minor emotions whatsoever. Here, for the first time, he drew close to Egypt, the Egypt he had sought so long. It was not to be explained. He felt it. Beginning with commonplaces such as, "You like Egypt? You find here what you expected?" she led him into better regions with, "One finds here what one brings." He knew the delightful experience of talking fluently on subject he was at home in, and to someone who understood. The feeling at first that to this woman he could not say mere anythings slipped into its opposite, that he could say everything. Strangers 10 minutes ago, they were at once in deep and intimate talk together. He found his ideas readily followed, agreed with up to a point, the point which permits discussion to start from a basis of general accord towards speculation. In the excitement of ideas, he neglected the uncomfortable note that had stirred his caution, forgot the warning, too. Her mind, moreover, seemed known to him. He was often aware of what she was going to say before he actually heard it. The current of her thoughts struck a familiar gait, and more than once he experienced vividly again the odd sensation that it had all happened before. The very sentences and phrases with which she pointed the turns of her unusual ideas were never wholly unexpected. For her ideas were decidedly unusual, in the sense that she accepted without question speculations not commonly deemed worth consideration at all, indeed not ordinarily even known. Henriot knew them because he had read in many fields. It was the strength of her belief that fascinated him. She offered no apologies. She knew. And while he talked, she listening with folded arms and her black eyes fixed upon his own, Richard Vance watched with vigilant eyes and listened too, ceaselessly alert. Vance joined in little enough, however, gave no opinions, his attitude one of general acquiescence. Twice, when pauses of slackening interest made it possible, Henriot fancied he surprised another quality in this negative attitude. Interpreting it each time differently, he yet dismissed both interpretations with a smile. His imagination leaped so absurdly to violent conclusions. They were not tenable. Vance was neither her keeper, nor was he in some fashion a detective. Yet in his manner was sometimes this suggestion of the detective order. He watched with such deep attention, and he concealed it so clumsily with affectation of careless indifference. There is nothing more dangerous than that impulsive intimacy strangers sometimes adopt when an atmosphere of mutual empathy takes them by surprise, for it is akin to the false frankness friends affect when telling candidly one another's faults. The mood is invariably regretted later. Henriot, however, yielded to it now with something like abandon. The pleasure of talking with this woman was so unexpected and so keen. For Lady Statham believed apparently in some Egypt of her dreams. Her interest was neither historical, archaeological, nor political. It was religious, yet hardly of this earth at all. The conversation turned upon the knowledge of the ancient Egyptians from an unearthly point of view, and even while she talked he was vaguely aware that it was her mind talking through his own. She drew out his ideas and made him say them, but this he was properly aware of only afterwards, that she had cleverly, mercilessly pumped him of all he had ever known or read upon the subject. Moreover, what Vance watched so intently was himself, and the reactions in himself this remarkable woman produced. That also he realized later. His first impression that these two belonged to what may be called the crank order was justified by the conversation. But at least it was interesting crankiness, and the belief behind it made it even fascinating. Long before the end he surprised in her a more vital form of his own attitude, that anything may be true, since knowledge has never yet found final answers to any of the biggest questions. He understood, from sentences dropped early in the talk, that she was among those few superstitious folk who think that the old Egyptians came closer to reading the eternal riddles of the world than any others, and that their knowledge was a remnant of that ancient wisdom religion which existed in the superb dark civilization of the sunken Atlantis, lost continent that once joined Africa to Mexico. 80,000 years ago, the dim sands of Poseidonus, great island adjoining the main continent which itself had vanished a vast period before, sank down beneath the waves, and the entire known world today was descended from its survivors. Hence the significant fact that all religions and mythological systems begin with the story of a flood, some cataclysmic upheaval that destroyed the world. Egypt itself was colonized by a group of Atlantean priests who brought their curious, deep knowledge with them. They had foreseen the cataclysm. Lady Statham talked well, bringing into her great dream the strong, insistent quality of belief and fact. She knew from Plato to Donnelly all that the minds of men have ever speculated upon the gorgeous legend. The evidence for such a sunken continent, Henriot had skimmed it too in years gone by, she made bewilderingly complete. He had heard Baconians demolish Shakespeare with an array of evidence equally overwhelming. It catches the imagination, though not the mind. Yet out of her facts as she presented them grew a strange likelihood. The force of this woman's personality, and her calm and quiet way of believing all she talked about, took her listener, to some extent, further than ever before, certainly, into the great dream after her. And the dream, to say the least, was a picturesque one, laden with wonderful possibilities. For as she talked, the spirit of old Egypt moved up, staring down upon him out of eyes lidded so curiously level. Hitherto all prated to him of the Arabs, their ancient faith and customs, and the splendour of the Bedouins, those princes of the desert. But what he sought, barely confessed in words even to himself, was something older far than this. And this strange dark woman brought it close. Deeps in his soul, long slumbering, awoke. He heard forgotten questions. Only in this brief way could he attempt to sum up the storm she roused in him. She carried him far beyond mere outline, however, though afterwards he recalled the details with difficulty. So much more was suggested than actually expressed. She contrived to make the general modern scepticism an evidence of cheap mentality. It was so easy. The depth it affects to conceal mere emptiness. We have tried all things, and found all wanting. The mind, as measuring instrument, merely confessed inadequate. Various shrewd judgments of this kind increased his respect, although her acceptance went so far beyond his own. And while the label of credulity refused to stick to her, her sense of imaginative wonder enabled her to escape that dreadful compromise, a man's mind and a woman's temperament. She fascinated him. The spiritual worship of the ancient Egyptians, she held, was a symbolical explanation of things generally alluded to as the secrets of life and death. Their knowledge was a remnant of the wisdom of Atlantis. Material relics, equally misunderstood, still stood today at Karnak, Stonehenge, and in the mysterious writings on buried Mexican temples and cities, so significantly akin to the hieroglyphics upon the Egyptian tombs. The one misinterpreted as literally as the other, she suggested, yet both fragments of an advanced knowledge that found its grave in the sea. The wisdom of that old spiritual system has vanished from the world, only a degraded literalism left of its undecipherable language. The jewel has been lost, and the casket is filled with sand, sand, sand. How keenly her black eyes searched his own as she said it, and how oddly she made the little word resound. The syllable drew out almost into chanting. Echoes answered from the depths within him, carrying it on and on across some desert of forgotten belief. Veils of sand flew everywhere about his mind. Curtains lifted. Whole hills of sand went shifting into level surfaces, whence gardens of dim outline emerged to meet the sunlight. But the sand may be removed. It was her nephew, speaking almost for the first time, and the interruption had an odd effect, introducing a sharply practical element. For the tone expressed, so far as he dared express it, disapproval. It was a baited observation, an invitation to opinion. "We're not sand diggers, Mr. Henriot," put in Lady Statham before he decided to respond. "Our object is quite another one, and I believe, I have a feeling," she added almost questioningly, "that you might be interested enough to help us, perhaps." He only wondered the direct attack had not come sooner. Its bluntness hardly surprised him. He felt himself leap forward to accept it. A sudden subsidence had freed his feet. Then the warning operated suddenly for an instant, Henriot was interested. More, he was half seduced. But as yet he did not mean to be included in their purposes, whatever these might be. That shrinking dread came back a moment and was gone again before he could question it. His eyes looked full at Lady Statham. "What is it that you know?" they asked her. "Tell me the things we once knew together, you and I. These words are merely trifling. And why does another man now stand in my place? For the sands heaped upon my memory are shifting, and it is you who are moving them away." His soul whispered it. His voice said quite another thing, although the words he used seemed oddly chosen. "There is much in the ideas of ancient Egypt that has attracted me ever since I can remember, though I've never caught up with anything definite enough to follow. There was majesty somewhere in their conceptions, a large, calm majesty of spiritual dominion, one might call it perhaps. I am interested." Her face remained expressionless as she listened, but there was grave conviction in the eyes that held him like a spell. He saw through them into dim, faint pictures whose background was always sand. He forgot that he was speaking with a woman who half an hour ago had been a stranger to him. He followed these faded mental pictures, though he never caught them up. It was like his dream in London. Lady Statham was talking. He had not noticed the means by which she effected the abrupt transition of familiar beliefs of old Egypt, of the Ka, or double, by whose existence the survival of the soul was possible, even its return into manifested physical life, of the astrology or influence of the heavenly bodies upon all sublunar activities, of terrific forms of other life, known to the ancient worship of Atlantis, great potencies that might be invoked by ritual and ceremonial, and of their lesser influence as recognized in certain lower forms, hence treated with veneration as the sacred animal branch of this dim religion. And she spoke lightly of the modern learning which so glibly imagined it was the animals themselves that were looked upon as gods. The bull, the bird, the crocodile, the cat. "It's there they all go so absurdly wrong," she said, "taking the symbol for the power symbolized. Yet natural enough. The mind today wears blinkers, studies only the details seen directly before it. Had none of us experienced love, we should think the first lover mad. First today know the powers they knew, hence deny them. If the world were deaf, it would stand with mockery before a hearing group swayed by an orchestra, pitying both listeners and performers. It would deem our admiration of a great swinging bell mere foolish worship of form and movement. Similarly, with high powers that once expressed themselves in common forms where best they could, being themselves bodiless. The learned men classify the forms with painstaking detail, but deity has gone out of life. The powers symbolized are no longer experienced. These powers, you suggest, then, their cause, as it were, may still... But she waved aside the interruption. They are satisfied, as the common people were, with the degraded literalism, she went on. Nut was the heavens who spread herself across the earth in the form of a woman. Shu, the vastness of space. The ibis typified Thoth, and Hathor was the patron of the western hills. Khonshu, the moon, was personified, as was the deity of the Nile. But the high priest of Ra, the sun, you notice, remained ever the great one of visions. The high priest, the great one of visions. How wonderfully again she made the sentence sing. She put splendour into it. The pictures shifted suddenly closer in his mind. He He saw the grandeur of Memphis and Heliopolis rise against the stars and shake the sand of ages from their stern old temples. You think it's possible, then, to get into touch with these high powers you speak of? Powers once manifested in common forms? Henriot asked the question with a degree of conviction and solemnity that surprised himself. The scenery changed about him as he listened. The spacious halls of his former cathedral palace melted into desert spaces. He smelt the open wilderness, the sand that haunted Helouan. The soft-footed Arab servants moved across the hall in their white sheets like eddies of dust the wind stirred from the Libyan dunes. And over these two strangers close beside him stole a queer, indefinite alteration. Moods and emotions, nameless as unknown stars, rose through his soul, trailing dark mists of memory from unfathomable distances. Lady Statham answered him indirectly. He found himself wishing that those steady eyes would sometimes close. "Love is known only by feeling it," she said, her voice deepening a little. "Behind the form you feel the person loved. The process is an evocation, pure and simple, an arduous ceremonial involving worship and devotional preparation is the means. It is a difficult ritual, the only one acknowledged by the world as still effectual. Ritual is the passageway of the soul into the infinite." He might have said the words himself. The thought lay in him while she uttered it. Evocation everywhere in life was as true as assimilation. Nevertheless, he stared his companion full in the eyes with a touch of almost rude amazement. But no further questions prompted themselves, or rather, he declined to ask them. He recalled, somehow uneasily, that in ceremonial the points of the compass have significance, standing for forces and activities that sleep there until invoked, and a passing light fell upon that curious midnight request in the corridor upstairs. These two were on the track of undesirable experiments, he thought. They wished to include him, too. "You go at night sometimes into the desert," he heard himself saying. It was impulsive and miscalculated. His feeling that it would be wise to change the conversation resulted in giving it fresh impetus instead. "We saw you there, in the Wadi Hof," put in Vance, suddenly breaking his long silence. "You too sleep out then? It means, you know, the Valley of Fear." "We wondered." It was Lady Statham's voice, and she leaned forward eagerly as she said it, then abruptly left the sentence incomplete. Henriot started. A sense of momentary, acute discomfort again ran over him. The same second she continued, though obviously changing the phrase, "We wondered how you spent your day there during the heat. But you paint, don't you? You draw, I mean." The commonplace question, he realized in every fibre of his being, meant something they deemed significant. Was it his talent for drawing that they sought to use him for? Even as he answered with a simple affirmative, he had a flash of intuition that might be fanciful, yet that might be true. That this extraordinary pair were intent upon some ceremony of evocation that should summon into actual physical expression some power, some type of life, known long ago to ancient worship, and that they even sought to fix its bodily outline with the pencil. His pencil. A gateway of incredible adventure opened at his feet. He balanced on the edge of knowing unutterable things. Here was a clue that might lead him towards the hidden Egypt he'd ever craved to know. An awful hand was beckoning. The sands were shifting. He saw the million eyes of the desert watching him from beneath the level lids of centuries. Speck by speck and grain by grain, the sand that smothered memory lifted the countless wrappings that embalmed it. And he was willing, yet afraid, Why in the world did he hesitate and shrink? Why was it that the presence of this silent, watching personality in the chair beside him kept caution still alive, with warning close behind? The pictures in his mind were gorgeously coloured. It was Richard Vance who somehow streaked them through with black. A thing of darkness, born of this man's unassertive presence, flitted ever across the scenery, marring its grandeur with something evil, petty, dreadful. He held a horrible thought alive. His mind was thinking venal purposes. In Henriot himself, imagination had grown curiously heated, fed by what had been suggested rather than actually said. Ideas of immensity crowded his brain, yet never assumed definite shape. They were familiar, even as this strange woman was familiar. Once, long ago, he had known them well, had even practiced them beneath these bright Egyptian stars. Whence came this prodigious glad excitement in his heart, this sense of mighty powers, coaxed down to influence the very details of daily life? Behind them, for all their vagueness, lay an archetypal splendour, fraught with forgotten meanings. He had always been aware of it in this mysterious land, but it had ever hitherto eluded him. It hovered everywhere. He had felt it brooding behind the towering colossi at Thebes, in the skeletons of wasted temples, in the uncouth comeliness of the Sphinx, and in the crude terror of the pyramids even. Over the whole of Egypt hung its invisible wings. These were but isolated fragments of the body that might express it, and the desert remained its cleanest, truest symbol. Sand knew it closest. Sand might even give it bodily form and outline. But while it escaped description in his mind, as equally it eluded visualization in his soul, he felt that it combined with its vastness something infinitely small as well. Of such wee particles is the giant desert born. Henriot started nervously in his chair, convicted once more of unconscionable staring. And at the same moment a group of hotel people, returning from a dance, passed through the hall and nodded him good night. The scent of the women reached him, and with it the sound of their voices discussing personalities just left behind. A London atmosphere came with them. He caught trivial phrases, uttered in a drawling tone, and followed by the shrill laughter of a girl. They passed upstairs, discussing their little things, like marionettes upon a tiny stage. But their passage brought him back to things of modern life, and to some standard of familiar measurement. The pictures that his soul had gazed at so deep within, he realized, were a pictorial transfer caught incompletely from this woman's vivid mind. He had seen the desert as the grey, enormous tomb where hovered still the Ka of ancient Egypt. Sand screened her visage with the veil of centuries. But she was there, and she was living. Egypt herself had pitched a temporary camp in him, and then moved on. There was a momentary break, a sense of abruptness and dislocation. And then he became aware that Lady Statham had been speaking for some time before he caught her actual words, and that a certain change had come into her voice, as also into her manner. End of Chapter 4 of Sand.
Section 13 of Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. Sand. Chapter 5. She was leaning closer to him, her face suddenly glowing and alive. Through the stone figure coursed the fires of a passion that deepened the coal-black eyes and communicated a hint of light, of exaltation, to her whole person. It was incredibly moving. To this deep passion was due the power he had felt. It was her entire life. She lived it. She would die for it. Her calmness of manner enhanced its effect. Hence the strength of those first impressions that had stormed him. The woman had belief. However wild and strange, it was sacred to her. The secret of her influence was conviction. His attitude shifted several points then. The wonder in him passed over into awe. The things she knew were real. They were not merely imaginative speculations. "I knew I was not wrong in thinking you in sympathy with this line of thought," she was saying, in lower voice, steady with earnestness, and as though she had read his mind. "You too know, though perhaps you hardly realise that you know. It lies so deep in you that you only get vague feelings of it, intimations of memory. Isn't that the case?" Henriot gave assent with his eyes. It was the truth. "What we know instinctively," she continued, "is simply what we are trying to remember. Knowledge is memory." She paused a moment, watching his face closely. "At least you are free from that cheap scepticism which labels these old beliefs as superstition." It was not even a question. "I worship real belief, of any kind," he stammered, for her words and the close proximity of her atmosphere caused a strange upheaval in his heart that he could not account for. He faltered in his speech. "It is the most vital quality in life, rarer than deity." He was using her own phrases even. "It is creative. It constructs the world anew, and may reconstruct the old." She said it, lifting her face above him a little, so that her eyes looked down into his own. It grew big and somehow masculine. It was the face of a priest, spiritual power in it. Where, oh where in the echoing past had he known this woman's soul? He saw her in another setting, a forest of columns dim about her, towering above giant aisles. Again he felt the desert had come close. Into this tent-like hall of the hotel came the sifting of tiny sand. It heaped softly about the very furniture against his feet, blocking the exits of door and window. It shrouded the little present. The wind that brought it stirred a veil that had hung for ages motionless. She had been saying many things that he had missed while his mind went searching. There were types of life the Atlantean system knew it might revive, life unmanifested today in any bodily form, was the sentence he caught with his return to the actual present. "A type of life?" he whispered, looking about him as though to see who it was had joined them. "You mean a soul? Some kind of soul alien to humanity, or to any forms of living thing in the world today?" What she had been saying reached him somehow. It seemed though he had not heard the words themselves. Still hesitating, he was yet so eager to hear. Already he felt she meant to include him in her purposes, and that in the end he must go willingly, so strong was her persuasion on his mind. And he felt as if he knew vaguely what was coming. Before she answered his curious question, prompting it indeed, rose in his mind that strange idea of the group soul, the theory that big souls cannot express themselves in a single individual, but need an entire group for their full manifestation. He listened intently. The reflection that this sudden intimacy was unnatural he rejected, for many conversations were really gathered into one. Long watching and preparation on both sides had cleared the way for the ripening of acquaintance into confidence. How long, he dimly wondered. But if this conception of the group soul was not new, the suggestion Lady Statham developed out of it was both new and startling, and yet always so curiously familiar. Its value for him lay not in far-fetched evidence that supported it, but in the deep belief which made it a vital asset in an honest inner life. "An individual," she said quietly, "one soul expressed completely in a single person, I mean, is exceedingly rare. Not often is a physical instrument found perfect enough to provide it with adequate expression. In the lower ranges of humanity, certainly in animal and insect life, one soul is shared by many. Behind a tribe of savages stands one savage. A flock of birds is a single bird scattered through the consciousness of all. They wheel in mid-air, they migrate, they obey the deep intelligence called instinct, all as one. The life of any one lion is the life of all, the lion group soul that manifests itself in the entire genus. An ant heap is a single ant. Through the bees spread the consciousness of a single bee. Henriot knew what she was working up to. In his eagerness to hasten disclosure, he interrupted. "And there may be types of life that have no corresponding bodily expression at all, then?" he asked, as though the question were forced out of him. "They exist as powers, unmanifested on the earth today?" "Powers," she answered, watching him closely with unswerving stare, "that need a group to provide their body, their physical expression, if they came back." "Came back," he repeated below his breath. But she heard him. "They once had expression. Egypt, Atlantis knew them, spiritual powers that never visit the world today." "Bodies," he whispered softly. "Actual bodies?" "Their sphere of action, you see, would be their body, and it might be physical outline. So potent a descent of spiritual life would select materials for its body where it could find them. Our conventional notion of a body, what is it? A single outline moving all together in one direction. For little human souls or fragments this is sufficient, but for vaster types of soul an entire host would be required." "A church?" he ventured. "Some body of belief, you surely mean?" She bowed her head a moment in assent. She was determined he should seize her meaning fully. "A wave of spiritual awakening, a descent of spiritual life upon a nation," she answered slowly, "forms itself a church, and the body of true believers are its sphere of action. They are literally its bodily expression. Each individual believer is a corpuscle in that body. The power has provided itself with a vehicle of manifestation, otherwise we could not know it. And the more real the belief of each individual, the more perfect the expression of the spiritual life behind them all. A group soul walks the earth. Moreover, a nation naturally devout could attract a type of soul unknown to a nation that denies all faith. Faith brings back the gods. But today belief is dead, and deity has left the world." She talked on and on, developing this main idea, that in days of older faiths there were deific types of life upon the earth, evoked by worship and beneficial to humanity. They had long ago withdrawn, because the worship which brought them down had died the death. The world had grown pettier. These vast centres of spiritual power found no body in which they could now express themselves or manifest. Her thoughts and phrases poured over him like sand. It was always sand, he felt, burying the present and uncovering the past. He tried to steady his mind upon familiar objects, but wherever he looked sand stared him in the face. Outside these trivial walls the desert lay listening. It lay waiting too. Vance himself had dropped out of recognition. He belonged to the world of things today. But this woman and himself stood thousands of years away, beneath the columns of a temple in the sands. And the sands were moving, his feet went shifting with them, running down vistas of ageless memory that woke terror by their sheer immensity of distance. Like a muffled voice that called to him through many veils and wrappings, he heard her describe the stupendous powers that evocation might coax down again among the world of men. "To what useful end?" he asked at length, amazed at his own temerity, and because he knew instinctively the answer in advance. It rose through these layers of coiling memory in his soul. "The extension of spiritual knowledge and the widening of life," she answered. the link with the unearthly kingdom wherein this ancient system went forever searching would be re-established. Complete rehabilitation might follow. Portions, little portions of these powers, expressed themselves naturally once in certain animal types, instinctive life that did not deny or reject them. The worship of sacred animals was the relic of a once gigantic system of evocation, not of monsters, and she smiled sadly, but of powers that were willing and ready to descend when worship summoned them. Again, beneath his breath, Henriot heard himself murmur. His own voice startled him as he whispered it. Actual bodily shape and outline? Materials for bodies is everywhere, she answered, equally low. Dust to which we all return. Sand, if you prefer it. Fine, fine sand. Life moulds it easily enough when that life is potent. A certain confusion spread slowly through his mind as he heard her. He lit a cigarette and smoked some minutes in silence. Lady Statham and her nephew waited for him to speak. At length, after some inner battling and hesitation, he put the question that he knew they waited for. It was impossible to resist any longer. "It would be interesting to know the method," he said, "and to revive, perhaps by experiment." Before he could complete his thought, she took him up. "There are some who claim to know it," she said gravely, her eyes a moment masterful. "A clue thus followed might lead to the entire reconstruction I spoke of." "And the method?" he repeated faintly. "Evoke the power by ceremonial evocation. The ritual is obtainable, and note the form it assumes. Then establish it. This shape or outline once secured could then be made permanent, a mould for its return at will, its natural physical expression here on earth." "Idol!" he exclaimed. "Image," she replied at once. "Life, before we can know it, must have a body. Our souls, in order to manifest here, need a material vehicle." "And to obtain this form or outline," he began, "to fix it, rather, would be required the clever pencil of a fearless looker-on, someone not engaged in the actual evocation. This form, accurately made permanent in solid matter, say in stone, would provide a channel always open. Experiment, properly speaking, might then begin. The cistern of power behind would be accessible." "An amazing proposition," Henriot exclaimed. What surprised him was that he felt no desire to laugh, and little even to doubt. "Yet known to every religion that ever deserved the name," put in Vance, like a voice from a distance. Blackness came somehow with his interruption, a touch of darkness. He spoke eagerly. To all the talk that followed, and there was too much of it, Henriot listened with but half an ear. This one idea stormed through him with an uproar that killed attention. Judgment was held utterly in abeyance. He carried away from it some vague suggestion that this woman had hinted at previous lives she half remembered, and that every year she came to Egypt, haunting the sands and temples in the effort to recover lost clues, and he recalled afterwards that she said, "This all came to me as a child," just as though it was something half remembered. There was the further suggestion that he himself was not unknown to her, that they two had met before. But this, compared to the grave certainty of the rest, was merest fantasy that did not hold his attention. He answered, hardly knowing what he said. His preoccupation with other thoughts, deep down, was so intense that he was probably barely polite, uttering empty phrases, with his mind elsewhere. His one desire was to escape and be alone, and it was with genuine relief that he presently excused himself and went upstairs to bed. The halls, he noticed, were empty. An Arab servant waited to put the lights out. He walked up, for the lift had long ceased running, and the magic of old Egypt stalked beside him. The studies that had fascinated his mind in earlier youth returned with the power that had subdued his mind in boyhood. The cult of Osiris woke in his blood again. Horus and Nephthys stirred in their long-forgotten centres. There revived in him, too long buried, the awful glamour of those liturgical rites and vast body of observances, those spells and formulae of incantation of the oldest known recension that years ago had captured his imagination and belief. The Book of the Dead. Trumpet voices called to his heart again across the desert of some dim past. There were forms of life, impulses from the creative power which is the universe, other than the soul of man. They could be known. A spiritual exaltation roused by the words and presence of this singular woman shouted to him as he went. Then, as he closed his bedroom door, carefully locking it, there stood beside him Vance. The forgotten figure of Vance came up close, the watching eyes, the simulated interest, the feigned belief, the detective mental attitude, these broke through the grandiose panorama, bringing darkness. Vance's strong personality that hid behind assumed nonentity for some purpose of his own, intruded with sudden violence, demanding an explanation of his presence. And with an equal suddenness, explanation offered itself then and there. It came unsought, its horror of certainty utterly unjustified, and it came in this unexpected fashion. Behind the interest and acquiescence of the man ran fear. But behind the vivid fear ran another thing that Henriot now perceived was vile. For the first time in his life, Henriot knew it at close quarters, actual, ready to operate. Though familiar enough in daily life to be of common occurrence, Henriot had never realized it as he did now, so close and terrible. In the same way he had never realized that he would die, vanish from the busy world of men and women, forgotten as though he had never existed, an eddy of wind-blown dust. And in the man named Richard Vance this thing was close upon blossom. Henriot could not name it to himself. Even in thought it appalled him. He undressed hurriedly, almost with the child's idea of finding safety between the sheets. His mind undressed itself as well. The business of the day laid itself automatically aside, the will sank down, desire grew inactive. Henriot was exhausted, but in that stage towards slumber when thinking stops and only fugitive pictures pass across the mind in shadowy dance, his brain ceased shouting its mechanical explanations, and his soul unveiled a peering eye. Great limbs of memory, smothered by the activities of the present, stirred their stiffened lengths through the sands of long ago. Sands this woman had begun to excavate from some far-off pre-existence they had surely known together. Vagueness and certainty ran hand in hand. Details were unrecoverable, but the emotions in which they were embedded moved. He turned restlessly in his bed, striving to seize the amazing clues and follow them, but deliberate effort hid them instantly again. They retired instantly into the subconsciousness. With the brain of this body he now occupied, they had nothing to do. The brain stored memories of each life only. This ancient script was graven in his soul. Subconsciousness alone could interpret and reveal. And it was his subconscious memory that Lady Statham had been so busily excavating. Dimly it stirred and moved about the depths within him, never clearly seen, indefinite, felt as a yearning after unrecoverable knowledge. Against the darker background of Vance's fear and sinister purpose, both of this life and recent, he saw the grandeur of this woman's impossible dream, and knew beyond argument or reason that it was true. Judgment and will asleep, he left the impossibility aside and took the grandeur. The belief of Lady Statham was not credulity and superstition, it was memory. Still to this day, over the sands of Egypt, hovered the immense spiritual potencies, so vast that they could only know physical expression in a group, in many. Their sphere of bodily manifestation must be a host, each individual unit in that host a corpuscle in the whole. The wind, rising from the Libyan wastes across the Nile, swept up against the exposed side of the hotel and made his windows rattle. The old sad winds of Egypt. Henriot got out of bed to fasten the outside shutters. He stood a moment and watched the moon floating down behind the Saqqara pyramids. The Pleiades and Orion's belt hung brilliantly. The Great Bear was close to the horizon. In the sky above the desert swung 10,000 stars. No sounds rose from the streets of Helouan. The tide of sand was slowly coming in. And a flock of enormous thoughts swooped past him from fields of this unbelievable lost memory. The desert, pale in the moon, was coextensive with the night, too huge for comfort or understanding, yet charged to the brim with infinite peace. Behind its majesty of silence lay whispers of a vanished language that once could call with power upon mighty spiritual agencies. Its skirts were folded now, but slowly across the league of sand they began to stir and rearrange themselves. He grew suddenly aware of this enveloping shroud of sand as the raw material of bodily expression, form. The sand was in his imagination and his mind, shaking loosely the folds of its gigantic skirts. It rose, it moved a little towards him. He saw the eternal countenance of the desert watching him, immobile and unchanging, behind these shifting veils the winds laid so carefully over it. Egypt, the ancient Egypt, turned in her vast sarcophagus of desert, wakening from her sleep of ages at the belief of approaching worshippers. Only in this insignificant manner could he express a letter of the terrific language that crowded to seek expression through his soul. He closed the shutters and carefully fastened them. He turned to go back to bed, curiously trembling. Then, as he did so, the whole singular delusion caught him with the shock that held him motionless. Up rose the stupendous apparition of the entire desert, and stood behind him on that balcony. Swift as thought, in silence, the desert stood on end against his very face. It towered across the sky, hiding Orion and the moon. It dipped below the horizons. The whole grey sheet of it rose up before his eyes and stood. Through its unfolding skirts ran 10,000 eddies of swirling sand as the creases of its grave clothes smoothed themselves out in moonlight, and a bleak scarred countenance, huge as a planet, gazed down into his own. Through his dreamless sleep that night two things lay active and awake in the subconscious part that knows no slumber. They were incongruous. One was evil, small and human, the other unearthly and sublime. For the memory of the fear that haunted Vance, and the sinister cause of it, pricked at him all night long. But behind, beyond this common, intelligible emotion, lay the crowding wonder that caught his soul with glory. The sand was stirring, the desert was awake, ready to mate with them in material form, brooded close the car of that colossal entity that once expressed itself through the myriad life of ancient Egypt. End of chapter 5 of Sand. Section 14 of Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. Sand. Chapter 6. Next day, and for several days following, Henriot kept out of the path of Lady Statham and her nephew. The acquaintanceship had grown too rapidly to be quite comfortable. It was easy to pretend that he took people at their face value, but it was a pose. One liked to know something of antecedents. It was otherwise difficult to place them. And Henriot, for the life of him, could not place these two. His subconsciousness brought explanation when it came, but the subconsciousness is only temporarily active. When it retired he floundered without a rudder in confusion. With the flood of morning sunshine the value of much she had said evaporated. Her presence alone had supplied the key to the cipher, but while the indigestible portions he rejected, there remained a good deal he had already assimilated. The discomfort remained, and with it the grave, unholy reality of it all. It was something more than theory. Results would follow. If he joined them, he would witness curious things. The force with which it drew him brought hesitation. It operated in him like a shock that numbs at first by its abrupt arrival, and needs time to realise in the right proportions to the rest of life. These right proportions, however, did not come readily, and his emotions ranged between sceptical laughter and complete acceptance. The one detail he felt certain of was this dreadful thing he had divined in Vance. Trying hard to disbelieve it, he found he could not. It was true, though without a shred of real evidence to support it. The horror of it remained. He knew it in his very bones. And this perhaps was what drove him to seek the comforting companionship of folk he understood and felt at home with. He told his host and hostess about the strangers, though omitting the actual conversation, because they would merely smile in blank miscomprehension. But the moment he described the strong black eyes beneath the level eyelids, his hostess turned with a start, her interest deeply roused. "Why, it's that awful Statham woman!" she exclaimed. "That must be Lady Statham and the man she calls her nephew." "Sounds like it, certainly," her husband added. "Felix, you'd better clear out. They'll bewitch you too." And Henriot bridled, yet wondering why he did so. He drew into his shell a little, giving the merest sketch of what had happened, but he listened closely while these two practical old friends supplied him with information in the gossiping way that human nature loves. No doubt there was much embroidery and more perversion, exaggeration too, but the account evidently rested upon some basis of solid foundation for all that. Smoke and fire go together always. "He is her nephew, right enough," Mansfield corrected his wife before proceeding to his own man's form of elaboration. "No question about that, I believe. He is her favourite nephew, and she's as rich as a pig. He follows her out here every year, waiting for her empty shoes. But they are an unsavoury couple. I've met 'em in various parts all over Egypt, but they always come back to Helouan in the end, and the stories about them are simply legion. You remember," he turned hesitatingly to his wife, "some people I heard," he changed his sentence, "were made quite ill by her." "I'm sure Felix ought to know, yes." His wife boldly took him up. "My niece Fanny had the most extraordinary experience." She turned to Henriot. "Her room was next to Lady Statham in some hotel or other at Assouan or Edfu, and one night she woke and heard a kind of mysterious chanting or intoning next her. Hotel doors are so dreadfully thin. There was a funny smell too, like incense of something sickly, and a man's voice kept chiming in. It went on for hours while she lay terrified in bed." "Frightened, you say?" asked Henriot. "Out of her skin, yes. She said it was so uncanny, made her feel icy. She wanted to ring the bell, but was afraid to leave the bed. The room was full of things. Yet she could see nothing. She felt them, you see, and after a bit the sound of this sing-song voice so got on her nerves it half dazed her, a kind of enchantment. She felt choked and suffocated. And then—" It was her turn to hesitate. "Tell it all," her husband said, quite gravely too. "Well, something came in. At least she describes it oddly. Rather, she said it made the door bulge inwards from the next room, but not the door alone. The walls bulged or swayed as if a huge thing pressed against them from the other side, and at the same moment her windows. She had two big balconies, and the Venetian shutters were fastened. Both her windows darkened, though it was 2 in the morning and pitch dark outside. She said it was all one thing trying to get in. Just as water, you see, would rush in through every hole and opening it could find, and all at once. And in spite of her terror, that's the odd part of it, she says she felt a kind of splendour in her, a sort of elation." "She saw nothing?" "She says she doesn't remember. Her senses left her, I believe, though she won't admit it." "Fainted for a minute, probably," said Mansfield. "So there it is," his wife concluded after a silence. "And that's true. It happened to my niece, didn't it, John?" Stories and legendary accounts of strange things that the presence of these two brought poured out of them. They were obviously somewhat mixed, one account borrowing picturesque details from another, and all in disproportion, as when people tell stories in a language they are little familiar with. But listening with avidity, yet also with uneasiness somehow, Henriot put two and two together. Truth stood behind them somewhere. These two held traffic with the powers that ancient Egypt knew. "Tell, Felix dear, about the time you met the nephew, horrid creature, in the Valley of the Kings," he heard his wife say presently, and Mansfield told it plainly enough, evidently glad to get it done, though. "It was some years ago now, and I didn't know who he was then, or anything about him. I don't know much more now, except that he's a dangerous sort of charlatan devil, I think. But I came across him one night up there by Thebes in the Valley of the Kings, you know, where they buried all their Johnnies with so much magnificence and processions and masses and all the rest. It's the most astounding, the most haunted place you ever saw. Gloomy, silent, full of gorgeous lights and shadows that seem alive. Terribly impressive. It makes you creep and shudder. You feel old Egypt watching you." "Get on, dear," said his wife. "Well, I was coming home late on a blasted lazy donkey, dog tied into the bargain, when my donkey boy suddenly ran for his life and left me alone. It was after sunset. The sand was red and shining and the big cliff sort of fiery, and my donkey stuck its 4 feet in the ground and wouldn't budge. Then about 50 yards away I saw a fellow, European apparently, doing something, heaven knows what, for I can't describe it, among the boulders that lie all over the ground there. Ceremony, I suppose you'd call it. I was so interested that at first I watched. Then I saw he wasn't alone. There were a lot of moving things round him, towering big things that came and went like shadows. That twilight is fearfully bewildering. Perspective changes and distance gets all confused. It's fearfully hard to see properly. I only remember that I got off my donkey and went up closer, and when I was within a dozen yards of him, well, it sounds such rot, you know, but I swear the things suddenly rushed off and left him there alone. They went with a roaring noise like wind, shadowy but tremendously big they were, and they vanished up against the fiery precipices as though they slipped bang into the stone itself. The only thing I can think of to describe 'em is, well, those sandstorms, the Khamasin races, the hot winds, you know." "They probably were sand," his wife suggested, burning to tell another story of her own. "Possibly, only there wasn't a breath of wind, and it was hot as blazes, and I had such extraordinary sensations. Never felt anything like it before. Wild and exhilarated. Drunk, I tell you, drunk." "You saw them?" asked Henriot. "You made out their shape at all, or outline?" "Sphinx," he replied at once. "For all the world like sphinxes. You know the kind of face and head those limestone strata in the desert take. Great visages with square Egyptian headdresses where the driven sand has eaten away the softer stuff beneath. You see it everywhere. Enormous idols they seem, with faces and eyes and lips awfully like the Sphinx. Well, that's the nearest I can get to it." He puffed his pipe hard, but there was no sign of levity in him. He told the actual truth as far as in him lay, yet half ashamed of what he told, and a good deal he left out too. "She's got a face of the same sort, that Statham horror," his wife said with a shiver. "Reduce the size and paint in awful black eyes, and you've got her exactly. A living idol." And all three laughed, yet a laughter without merriment in it. "And you spoke to the man?" "I did," the Englishman answered, "though I confess I am a bit ashamed of the way I spoke. Fact is, I was excited, thunderingly excited, and felt a kind of anger. I wanted to kick the beggar for practising such bally rubbish, and in such a place too. Yet all the time, well, I believe it was a sheer funk now," he laughed, "for I felt uncommonly queer out there in the dusk, alone with that kind of business, and I was angry with myself for feeling it. Anyhow, I went up. I'd lost my donkey boy as well, remember, and slatted him like a dog. I can't remember what I said exactly, only that he stood and stared at me in silence. That made it worse, seemed twice as real then. The beggar said no single word the whole time. He signed to me with one hand to clear out. And then, suddenly, out of nothing, she, that woman, appeared and stood beside him. I never saw her come. She must have been behind some boulder or other, for she simply rose out of the ground. She stood there and stared at me too, bang in the face. She was turned toward the sunset, what was left of it in the west, and her black eyes shone like... Oh, I can't describe it. It was shocking. She spoke. She said 5 words, and her voice... It'll make you laugh. It was metallic like a gong. "You are in danger here." That's all she said. I simply turned and cleared out as fast as ever I could. But I had to go on foot. My donkey had followed its boy long before. I tell you, smile as you may, my blood was all curdled for an hour afterwards. Then he explained that he felt some kind of explanation or apology was due, since the couple lodged in his own hotel, and somehow he approached the man in the smoking room after dinner. A conversation resulted. The man was quite intelligent after all, of which only one sentence had remained in his mind. "Perhaps you can explain it, Felix. I wrote it down as well as I could remember. The rest confused me beyond words or memory, though I must confess it did not seem, well, not utter rot exactly. It was about astrology and rituals and the worship of the old Egyptians, and I don't know what else besides. Only he made it intelligible and almost sensible. If only I could have got the hang of the thing enough to remember it. You know," he added, as though believing in spite of himself, "there is a lot of that wonderful old Egyptian religious business still hanging about in the atmosphere of this place, say what you like." "But this sentence?" Henriot asked, and the other went off to get a notebook where he had written it down. "He was jawing, you see," he continued when he came back, Henriot and his wife having kept silence meanwhile, "about direction being of importance in religious ceremonies. West and North symbolizing certain powers, or something of the kind, why people turn to the East and all that sort of thing, and speaking of the whole universe as if it had living forces tucked away in it that expressed themselves somehow when roused up. That's how I remember it, anyhow. And then he said this thing, in answer to some fool question probably that I put," and he read out of the notebook. "You were in danger because you came through the gateway of the West, and the powers from the gateway of the East were at that moment rising, and therefore in direct opposition to you." Then came the following, apparently a simile offered by way of explanation. Mansfield read it in a shamefaced tone, evidently prepared for laughter. "Whether I strike you on the back or in the face determines what kind of answering force I rouse in you. Direction is significant, and he said it was the period called the Night of Power, time when the desert encroaches and spirits are close." And tossing the book aside, he lit his pipe again and waited a moment to hear what might be said. "Can you explain such gibberish?" he asked at length, as neither of his listeners spoke. But Henriot said he couldn't, and then the wife took up her own tale of stories that had grown about this singular couple. These were less detailed and therefore less impressive, but all contributed something toward the atmosphere of reality that framed the entire picture. They belonged to the type one hears of at every dinner party in Egypt, stories of the vengeance mummies seemed to take on those who robbed them, desecrating their peace of centuries, of a woman wearing a necklace of scarabs taken from a princess's tomb who felt hands about her throat to strangle her, of little car figures, pashed goddesses, amulets and the rest, that brought curious disasters to those who kept them. They are many and various, astonishingly circumstantial often, and vouched for by persons the reverse of credulous. The modern superstition that haunts the desert gullies with afrits has nothing in common with them. They rest upon a basis of indubitable experience, and they remain inexplicable. And about the personalities of Lady Statham and her nephew they crowded like flies attracted by a dish of fruit. The Arabs, too, were afraid of her. She had difficulty in getting guides and dragomen. "My dear chap," concluded Mansfield, "take my advice and have nothing to do with them. There is a lot of queer business knocking about in this old country, and people like that know ways of reviving it somehow. It's upset you already. You looked scared, I thought, the moment you came in." They laughed, but the Englishman was in earnest. "I tell you what," he added, "we'll go off for a bit of shooting together. The fields along the Delta are packed with birds now. They're home early this year on their way to the north. What do you say, eh?" But Henriot did not care about the quail shooting. He felt more inclined to be alone and think things out by himself. He had come to his friends for comfort, and instead they had made him uneasy and excited. His interest had suddenly doubled. Though half afraid, he longed to know what these two were up to follow the adventure to the bitter end. He disregarded the warning of his host, as well as the premonition in his own heart. The sand had caught his feet. There were moments when he laughed in utter disbelief, but these were optimistic moods that did not last. He always returned to the feeling that truth lurked somewhere in the whole strange business, and that if he joined forces with them, as they seemed to wish, he would witness, well, he hardly knew what, but it enticed him as danger does the reckless man, or death the suicide. The sand had caught his mind. He decided to offer himself to all they wanted, his pencil too. He would see, a shiver ran through him at the thought, what they saw, and know some eddy of that vanished tide of power and splendour the ancient Egyptian priesthood knew, and that perhaps was even common experience in the far-off days of dim Atlantis. The sand had caught his imagination too. He was utterly sand-haunted. End of chapter 6 of Sand.
Section 15 of Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. Sand, Chapter 7. And so he took pains, though without making definite suggestion, to place himself in the way of this woman and her nephew, only to find that his hints were disregarded. They left him alone, if they did not actually avoid him. Moreover, he rarely came across them now. Only at night, or in the queer dusk hours, he caught glimpses of them moving hurriedly off from the hotel, and always desertwards. And their disregard, well calculated, inflamed his desire to the point when he almost decided to propose himself. Quite suddenly then the idea flashed through him. How do they come, these odd revelations, when the mind lies receptive like a plate sensitized by anticipation? That they were waiting for a certain date, and with the notion came Mansfield's remark about the night of power, believed in by the old Egyptian calendar as a time when the supersensuous world moves closer against the minds of men with all its troop of possibilities. And the thought, once lodged in its corner of imagination, grew strong. He looked it up. 10 days from now, he found, Layel el Sud would be upon him, with a moon, too, at the full, and the strange hint of guidance he accepted. In his present mood, as he admitted, smiling to himself, he could accept anything. It was part of it. It belonged to the adventure. But even while he persuaded himself that it was play, the solemn reality of what lay ahead increased amazingly, sketched darkly in his very soul. These intervening days he spent as best he could, impatiently, a prey to quite opposite emotions. In the blazing sunshine he thought of it and laughed, but at night he lay often sleepless, calculating chances of escape. He never did escape, however. The desert that watched little Helouan with great unwinking eyes watched also every turn and twist he made. Like this oasis, he basked in the sun of older time and dreamed beneath forgotten moons. The sand at last had crept into his inmost heart. It sifted over him. Seeking a reaction from normal, everyday things, he made tourist trips. Yet while recognizing the comedy in his attitude, He never could lose sight of the grandeur that banked it up so hauntingly. These two contrary emotions grafted themselves on all he did and saw. He crossed the Nile at Bedrashein, and went again to the tomb world of Saqqara. But through all the chatter of veiled and helmeted tourists, the banderlog of our modern jungle, ran this dark understream of awe their monkey methods could not turn aside. One world lay upon another, but this modern layer was a shallow crust that, like the phenomenon of the desert film, a mere angle of falling light could instantly obliterate. Beneath the sand, deep down, he passed along the street of tombs, as he had often passed before, moved then merely by historical curiosity and admiration, but now by emotions for which he had found no name. He saw the enormous sarcophagi of granite in their gloomy chambers, where the sacred bulls once lay, swathed and embalmed like human beings, and in the flickering candlelight the mood of ancient rites surged round him, menacing his doubts and laughter. The least human whisper in these subterraneans, dug out first 4,000 years ago, revived ominous powers that stalked beside him, forbidding and premonitive. He gazed at the spots where Mariette, unearthing them 40 years ago, found fresh as of yesterday the marks of fingers and naked feet of those who set the 65-ton slabs in position, and when he came up again into the sunshine, he met the eternal questions of the pyramids, overtopping all his mental horizons. Sand blocked all the avenues of younger emotion, leaving the channels of something in him incalculably older, open and clean-swept. He slipped homewards, uncomfortable, and followed, glad to be with the crowd, because he was otherwise alone with more than he could dare to think about. Keeping just ahead of his companions, he crossed the desert edge, where the ghost of Memphis walks under rustling palm trees that screen no stone left upon another of all its mile-long populous splendours. For here was a vista his imagination could realize. Here he could know the comfort of solid ground his feet could touch. Gigantic Rameses, lying on his back beneath their shade and staring at the sky, similarly helped to steady his swaying thoughts. Imagination could deal with these. And daily thus he watched the busy world go to and fro to its scale of tips and bargaining, and gladly mingled with it, tried to laugh and study guidebooks and listen to half-fledged explanations, but always seeing the comedy of his poor attempts. Not all those little donkeys, bells tinkling, beads shining, trotting beneath their comical burdens to the tune of shouting and belabouring, could stem his tide of deeper things the woman had let loose in the subconscious part of him. Everywhere he saw the mysterious camels go slouching through the sand, gurgling the water in their skinny extended throats. Centuries passed between the enormous knee-stroke of their stride, and every night the sunsets restored the forbidding graver mood, with their crimson golden splendour, their strange green shafts of light, then sudden twilight that brought the past upon him with an awful leap. Upon the stage then stepped the figures of this pair of human beings, chanting their ancient plain-song of incantation in the moonlit desert, and working their rites of unholy evocation as the priests had worked them centuries before in the sands that now buried Saqqara fathoms deep. Then one morning he woke with a question in his mind, as though it had been asked of him in sleep and he had waked just before the answer came. Why do I spend my time sightseeing instead of going alone into the desert as before? What has made me change? This latest mood now asked for explanation, and the answer, coming up automatically, startled him. It was so clear and sure, had been lying in the background all along. One word contained it. Vance. The sinister intentions of this man, forgotten in the rush of other emotions, asserted themselves again convincingly. The human horror, so easily comprehensible, had been smothered for the time by the hint of unearthly revelations, but it had operated all the time. Now it took the lead. He dreaded to be alone in the desert with this dark picture in his mind of what Vance meant to bring there to completion. This abomination of a selfish human will returned to fix its terror in him. To be alone in the desert meant to be alone with the imaginative picture of what Vance, he knew it with such strange certainty, hoped to bring about there. There was absolutely no evidence to justify the grim suspicion. It seemed indeed far-fetched enough, this connection between the sand and the purpose of an evil-minded, violent man. But Henriot saw it true. He could argue it away in a few minutes, easily. Yet the instant thought ceased, it returned, led up by intuition. It possessed him, filled his mind with horrible possibilities. He feared the desert as he might have feared the scene of some atrocious crime. And for the time this dread of a merely human thing corrected the big seduction of the other, the suggested supernatural. Side by side with it, his desire to join himself to the purposes of the woman increased steadily. They kept out of his way, apparently. The offer seemed withdrawn. He grew restless, unable to settle to anything for long, and once he asked the porter casually if they were leaving the hotel. Lady Statham had been invisible for days, and Vance was somehow never within speaking distance. He heard with relief that they had not gone, but with dread as well. Keen excitement worked in him underground. He slept badly. Like a schoolboy, he waited for the summons to an important examination that involved portentous issues, and contradictory emotions disturbed his peace of mind abominably. Chapter 8. But it was not until the end of the week, when Vance approached him with purpose in his eyes and manner, that Henriot knew his fears unfounded, and caught himself trembling with sudden anticipation, because the invitation, so desired yet so dreaded, was actually at hand. Firmly determined to keep caution uppermost, yet he went unresistingly to a secluded corner by the palms, where they could talk in privacy. For prudence is of the mind, but desire is of the soul, and while his brain of to-day whispered wariness, voices in his heart of long ago shouted commands that he knew he must obey with joy. It was evening, and the stars were out. Helouan with her fairy twinkling lights lay silent against the desert edge. The sand was at the flood. The period of the encroaching of the desert was at hand, and the deeps were all astir with movement. But in the windless air was a great peace, a calm of infinite stillness breathed everywhere. The flow of time, before it rushed away backwards, stopped somewhere between the dust of stars and desert. The mystery of sand touched every street with its unutterable softness. And Vance began without the smallest circumlocution. His voice was low, in keeping with the scene, but the words dropped with a sharp distinctness into the other's heart like grains of sand that pricked the skin before they smothered him. Caution they smothered instantly. Resistance, too. "I have a message for you from my aunt," he said, as though he brought an invitation to a picnic. Henriot sat in shadow, but his companion's face was in a patch of light that followed them from the windows of the central hall. There was a shining in the light blue eyes that betrayed the excitement his quiet manner concealed. "We're going, the day after tomorrow, to spend the night in the desert. She wondered if perhaps you would care to join us." "For your experiment?" asked Henriot bluntly. Vance smiled with his lips, holding his eyes steady, though unable to suppress the gleam that flashed in them and was gone so swiftly. There was a hint of shrugging his shoulders. "It is the night of power, in the old Egyptian calendar, you know," he answered with assumed lightness almost. "The final moment of Layl el Sud, the period of black nights when the desert was held to encroach with various possibilities of a supernatural order. She wishes to revive a certain practice of the old Egyptians. There may be curious results. At any rate, the occasion is a picturesque one, better than this cheap imitation of London life." And he indicated the lights, the signs of people in the hall dressed for gaieties and dances, the hotel orchestra that played after dinner. Henriot at the moment answered nothing, so great was the rush of conflicting emotions that came he knew not whence. Vance went calmly on. He spoke with a simple frankness that was meant to be disarming. Henriot never took his eyes off him. The two men stared steadily at one another. "She wants to know if you will come and help too, in a certain way only. Not in the experiment itself precisely, but by watching merely and—" He hesitated an instant, half lowering his eyes. "Drawing the picture," Henriot helped him deliberately. "Drawing what you see, yes," Vance replied. The voice turned graver in spite of himself. She hopes to catch the outlines of anything that comes. Exactly. Determine the shape of anything that comes. You may remember your conversation of the other night with her. She's very certain of success." This was direct enough, at any rate. It was as formal as an invitation to a dinner, and as guileless. The thing he thought he wanted lay within his reach. He had merely to say yes. He did say yes, but first he looked about him instinctively, as for guidance. He looked at the stars twinkling high above the distant Libyan plateau, at the long arms of the desert gleaming weirdly white in the moonlight, and reaching towards him down every opening between the houses, at the heavy mass of the Mokattam hills, guarding the Arabian wilderness with strange peaked barriers, their sand-carved ridges dark and still above the Wadi Hof. These questionings attracted no response. The desert watched him, but it did not answer. There was only the shrill whistling cry of the lizards, and the sing-song of a white-robed Arab gliding down the sandy street. And through these sounds he heard his own voice answer, "I will come, yes. But how can I help? Tell me what you propose, your plan." And the face of Vance, seen plainly in the electric glare, betrayed his satisfaction. The opposing things in the fellow's mind of darkness fought visibly in his eyes and skin. The sordid motive, planning a dreadful act, leaped to his face, and with it a flash of this other yearning that sought unearthly knowledge, perhaps believed it too. No wonder there was conflict written on his features. Then all expression vanished again. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "You remember our conversation about there being types of life too vast to manifest in a single body, and my aunt's belief that these were known to certain of the older religious systems of the world?" "Perfectly." "Her experiment, then, is to bring one of these great powers back. We possess the sympathetic ritual that can rouse some among them to activity, and win it down into the sphere of our minds heightened, you see, by ceremonial, to that stage of clairvoyant vision which can perceive them." "And then?" They might have been discussing the building of a house, so naturally followed answer upon question. But the whole body of meaning in the old Egyptian symbolism rushed over him with a force that shook his heart. Memory came so marvellously with it. If the power floods down into our minds with sufficient strength for actual form, to note the outline of such form, and from your drawing model it later in permanent substance, then we should have means of evoking it at will, for we should have its natural body, the form it built itself, its signature, image, pattern, a starting point, you see, for more, leading, she hopes, to a complete reconstruction. It might take actual shape, assume a bodily form, visible to the eye, repeated Henriot, amazed as before that doubt and laughter did not break through his mind. "We are on the earth," was the reply, spoken unnecessarily low since no living thing was within earshot. "We are in physical conditions, are we not? Even a human soul we do not recognize unless we see it in a body. Parents provide the outline, the signature, the sigil of the returning soul. This," and he tapped himself upon the breast, "is the physical signature of that type of life we call a soul. Unless there is life, of a certain strength behind it, no body forms, and without a body we are helpless to control or manage it, deal with it in any way. We could not know it, though being possibly aware of it." "To be aware, you mean, is not sufficient?" For he noticed the italics Vance made use of. "Too vague, of no value for future use," was the reply. "But once obtain the form, and we have the natural symbol of that particular power. And a symbol is more than image. It is a direct and concentrated expression of the life it typifies, possibly terrific." "It may be a body, then, the symbol you speak of?" "Accurate vehicle of manifestation. But body seems the simplest word." Vance answered very slowly and deliberately, as though weighing how much he would tell. His language was admirably evasive. Few, perhaps, would have detected the profound significance the curious words he next used unquestionably concealed. Henriot's mind rejected them, but his heart accepted, for the ancient soul in him was listening and aware. Life, using matter to express itself in bodily shape, first traces a geometrical pattern. From the lowest form in crystals, upwards to more complicated patterns in the higher organizations, there is always first this geometrical pattern as skeleton. For geometry lies at the root of all possible phenomena, and is the mind's interpretation of a living movement towards shape that shall express it. He brought his eyes closer to the other, lowering his voice again. "Hence," he said softly, "the signs in all the old magical systems. Skeleton voice, skeleton forms into which the powers evoked descended, outlines those powers automatically built up when using matter to express themselves. Such signs are material symbols of their bodiless existence. They attract the life they represent and interpret. Obtain the correct, true symbol, and the power corresponding to it can approach. Once roused and made aware, it has, you see, a ready-made mold into which it can come down." "Once roused and made aware?" repeated Henriot questioningly, while this man went stammering the letters of a language that he himself had used too long ago to recapture fully. "Because they have left the world. They sleep, unmanifested. Their forms are no longer known to men. No forms exist on earth today that could contain them. But they may be awakened," he added darkly. "They are bound to answer to the summons, if such summons be accurately made." "Evocation?" whispered Henriot, more distressed than he cared to admit. Vance nodded. Leaning still closer to his companion's face, he thrust his lips forward, speaking eagerly, earnestly, yet somehow at the same time horribly. "And we want, my aunt would ask, your draughtsman's skill, or at any rate your memory afterwards, to establish the outline of anything that comes." He waited for the answer, still keeping his face uncomfortably close. Henriot drew back a little, but his mind was fully made up now. He had known from the beginning that he would consent, for the desire in him was stronger than all the caution in the world. The past inexorably drew him into the circle of these other lives, and the little human dread Vance woke in him seemed just then insignificant by comparison. It was merely of today. "You too," he said, trying to bring judgment into it, "engaged in evocation, will be in a state of clairvoyant vision. Granted. But shall I, as an outsider, observing with unexcited mind, see anything, know anything, be aware of anything at all, let alone the drawing of it? Unless," the reply came instantly, with decision, "the descent of power is strong enough to take actual material shape, the experiment is a failure. Anybody can induce subjective vision. Such fantasies have no value, though. They're born of an overwrought imagination." And then he added quickly, as though to clinch the matter before caution and hesitation could take effect, "You must watch from the heights above. We shall be in the valley. The Wadi Hof is the place. You must not be too close." "Why not too close?" asked Henriot, springing forward like a flash before he could prevent the sudden impulse. With a quickness equal to his own, Vance answered. There was no faintest sign that he was surprised. His self-control was perfect. Only the glare passed darkly through his eyes, and went back again into the sombre soul that bore it. "For your own safety," he answered low. "The power, the type of life she would waken is stupendous, and if roused enough to be attracted by the pattern symbol into which she would decoy it down, it will take actual physical expression. But how? Where is the body of worshippers through whom it can manifest? There is none. It will, therefore, press inanimate matter into the service. The terrific impulse to form itself a means of expression will force all loose matter at hand towards it. Sand, stones, all it can compel to yield. Everything must rush into the sphere of action in which it operates. Alone, we at the centre and you upon the outer fringe will be safe. Only you must not come too close." But Henriot was no longer listening. His soul had turned to ice. For here, in this unguarded moment, the cloven hoof had plainly shown itself. In that suggestion of a particular kind of danger, Vance had lifted a corner of the curtain behind which crouched his horrible intention. Vance desired a witness of the extraordinary experiment, but he desired this witness not merely for the purpose of sketching possible shapes that might present themselves to excited vision. He desired a witness for another reason too. Why had Vance put that idea into his mind, this idea of so peculiar danger? It might well have lost him the very assistance he seemed so anxious to obtain. Henriot could not fathom it quite. Only one thing was clear to him. He, Henriot, was not the only one in danger. They talked for long after that, far into the night. The lights went out, and the armed patrol, pacing to and fro outside the iron railings that kept the desert back, eyed them curiously. But the only other thing he gathered of importance was the ledge upon the cliff top where he was to stand and watch. That he was expected to reach there before sunset and wait till the moon concealed all glimmer in the western sky, and that the woman, who'd been engaged for days in secret preparation of soul and body for the awful rite, would not be visible again until he saw her in the depths of the black valley far below, busy with this man upon audacious, ancient purposes. End of Chapter 8 of Sand. Section 16 of Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. Sand. Chapter 9. An hour before sunset, Henriot put his rugs and food upon a donkey, and gave the boy directions where to meet him, a considerable distance from the appointed spot. He went himself on foot. He slipped in the heat along the sandy street, where strings of camels still go slouching, shuffling with their loads from the quarries that built the pyramids, and he felt that little friendly Helouan tried to keep him back, but desire now was far too strong for caution. The desert tide was rising. It easily swept him down the long white street towards the enormous deeps beyond. He felt the pull of 1,000 miles before him, and twice 1,000 years drove at his back. Everything still basked in the sunshine. He passed Al Hayat, the stately hotel that dominates the village like a palace built against the sky, and in its pillared colonnades and terraces he saw the throngs of people having late afternoon tea and listening to the music of a regimental band. Men in flannels were playing tennis. Parties were climbing off donkeys after long excursions. There was laughter, talking, a babble of many voices. The gaiety called to him. The everyday spirit whispered to stay and join the crowd of lively human beings. Soon there would be merry dinner parties, dancing, voices of pretty women, sweet white dresses, singing, and the rest. Soft eyes would question and turn dark. He picked out several girls he knew among the palms, but it was all many, oh, so many leagues away. Centuries lay between him and this modern world. An indescribable loneliness was in his heart. He went searching through the sands of forgotten ages, and wandering among the ruins of a vanished time. He hurried. Already the deeper water caught his breath. He climbed the steep rise toward the plateau where the observatory stands, and saw two of the officials whom he knew taking a siesta after their long day's work. He felt that his mind too had dived and searched among the heavenly bodies that live in silent, changeless peace, remote from the world of men. They recognized him, these two, whose eyes also knew tremendous distance close. They beckoned, waving the straws through which they sipped their drinks from tall glasses. Their voices floated down to him as from the star fields. He saw the sun gleam upon the glasses, and heard the clink of the ice against the sides. The stillness was amazing. He waved an answer, and passed quickly on. He could not stop the sliding current of the years. The tide moved faster, the draw of piled-up cycles urging it. He emerged upon the plateau and met the cooler desert air. His feet went crunching on the desert film that spread its curious, dark, shiny carpet as far as the eye could reach. It lay everywhere, unswept and smooth as when the feet of vanished civilizations trod its burning surface, then dipped behind the curtains time pins against the stars. And here the body of the tide set all one way. There was a greater strength of current, draught and suction. He felt the powerful undertow. Deeper masses drew his feet sideways, and he felt the rushing of the central body of the sand. The sands were moving from their foundation upwards. He went unresistingly with them. Turning a moment, he looked back at shining little Helouan in the blaze of evening light. The voices reached him very faintly, merged now in a general murmur. Beyond lay the strip of delta, vivid green, the palms, the roof of Bedrashein, the blue laughter of the Nile with its flocks of curved felucca sails. Further still, rising above the yellow Libyan horizon, gloomed the vast triangles of a dozen pyramids, cutting their wedge-shaped clefts out of a sky fast crimsoning through a sea of gold. Seen thus, Their dignity imposed upon the entire landscape. They towered darkly, symbolic signatures of the ancient powers that now watched him taking these little steps across their damaged territory. He gazed a minute, then went on. He saw the big pale face of the moon in the east. Above the ever-silent thing these giant symbols once interpreted, she rose, grand, effortless, half terrible as themselves. And with her she lifted up this tide of the desert that drew his feet across the sand to Wadi Hof. A moment later he dipped below the ridge that buried Helouan and Nile and pyramids from sight. He entered the ancient waters. Time then, in an instant, flowed back behind his footsteps, obliterating every trace. And with it his mind went too. He stepped across the gulf of centuries, moving into the past. The desert lay before him, an open tomb wherein his soul should read presently of things long vanished. The strange half-lights of sunset began to play their witchery then upon the landscape. A purple glow came down upon the Mogatam hills. Perspective danced its tricks of false, incredible deception. The soaring kites that were a mile away seemed suddenly close, passing in a moment from the size of gnats to birds with a fabulous stretch of wing. Ridges and cliffs rushed close without a hint of warning, and level places sank into declivities and basins that made him trip and stumble. That indescribable quality of the desert, which makes timid souls avoid the hour of dusk, emerged. It spread everywhere, undisguised, and the bewilderment it brings is no vain imagined thing, for it distorts vision utterly, and the effect upon the mind when familiar sight goes floundering is the simplest way in the world of dragging the anchor that grips reality. At the hour of sunset this bewilderment comes upon a man with a disconcerting swiftness. It rose now with all this weird rapidity. Henriot found himself enveloped at a moment's notice. But, knowing well its effect, he tried to judge it and pass on. The other matters, the object of his journey chief of all, he refused to dwell upon with any imagination. Wisely, his mind, while never losing sight of it, declined to admit the exaggeration that over-elaborate thinking brings. I am going to witness an incredible experiment in which two enthusiastic religious dreamers believe firmly, he repeated to himself. I have agreed to draw anything I see. There may be truth in it, or they may be merely self-suggested vision due to an artificial exaltation of their minds. I am interested, perhaps against my better judgment, yet I'll see the adventure out, because I must. This was the attitude he told himself to take. Whether it was the real one, or merely adopted to warm a cooling courage, he could not tell. The emotions were so complex and warring. His mind automatically kept repeating this comforting formula. Deeper than that he could not see to judge, for a man who knew the full content of his thought at such a time would solve some of the oldest psychological problems in the world. Sand had already buried judgment, and with it all attempt to explain the adventure by the standards acceptable to his brain of today. He steered subconsciously through a world of dim, huge, half-remembered wonders. The sun, with that abrupt Egyptian suddenness, was below the horizon now. The pyramid field had swallowed it. Ra, in his golden boat, sailed distant seas beyond the Libyan wilderness. Henriot walked on, aware of utter loneliness. He was walking fields of dream, too remote from modern life to recall companionship he once had surely known. How dim it was, how deep and distant, how lost in this sea of an incalculable past. He walked into the places that are soundless. The soundlessness of ocean, miles below the surface, was about him. He was with one only, this unfathomable, silent thing where nothing breathes or stirs, nothing but sunshine, shadow, and the wind-borne sand. Slowly in front the moon climbed up the eastern sky, hanging above the silence, silence that ran unbroken across the horizons to where Suez gleamed upon the waters of a sister sea in motion. That moon was glinting now upon the Arabian mountains by its desolate shores. Southwards stretched the wastes of Upper Egypt 1,000 miles to meet the Nubian wilderness. But over all these separate deserts stirred the soft whisper of the moving sand, deep murmuring message that life was on the way to unwind death. The Ka of Egypt, swathed in centuries of sand, hovered beneath the moon towards her ancient tenement. For the transformation of the desert now began in earnest. It grew apace. Before he had gone the first 2 miles of his hour's journey, the twilight caught the rocky hills and twisted them into those monstrous revelations of physiognomies they barely take the trouble to conceal even in the daytime. And while he well understood the eroding agencies that have produced them, there yet rose in his mind a deeper interpretation lurking just behind their literal meanings. Here, through the motionless surfaces, that nameless thing the desert ill conceals urged outwards into embryonic form and shape, akin, he almost felt, to those immense deific symbols of other life the Egyptians knew and worshipped. Hence from the desert had first come, he felt, the unearthly life they typified in their monstrous figures of granite, evoked in their stately temples and communed with in the ritual of their mystery ceremonials. This watching aspect of the Libyan desert is really natural enough, but it is just the natural, Henriot knew, that brings the deepest revelations. The surface limestones resisting the erosion block themselves ominously against the sky, while the softer sand beneath sets them on altered pedestals that define their isolation splendidly. Blunt and unconquerable, these masses now watched him pass between them. The desert surface formed them, gave them birth. They rose, they saw, they sank down again, waves upon a sea that carried forgotten life up from the depths below. Of forbidding, even menacing type, they somewhere mated with genuine grandeur. Unformed according to any standard of human or of animal faces, they achieved an air of giant physiognomy which made them terrible. The unwinking stare of eyes, lidless eyes that yet ever succeed in hiding, looked out under well-marked, level eyebrows, suggesting a vision that included the motives and purposes of his very heart. They looked up grandly, understood why he was there, and then slowly withdrew their mysterious, penetrating gaze. The strata built them so marvellously up. The heavy, threatening brows, thick lips curved by the ages into a semblance of cold smiles, jowls drooping into sandy heaps that climbed against the cheeks, protruding jaws, and the suggestion of shoulders just about to lift the entire bodies out of the sandy beds. This host of countenances conveyed a solemnity of expression that seemed everlasting, implacable as death. Of human signature they bore no trace, nor was comparison possible between their kind and any animal life. They peopled the desert here, and their smiles, concealed yet just discernible, went broadening with the darkness into a desert laughter. The silence bore it underground, but Henriot was aware of it. The troop of faces slipped into that single enormous countenance which is the visage of the sand, and he saw it everywhere, yet nowhere. Thus with the darkness grew his imaginative interpretation of the desert. Yet there was construction in it, a construction, moreover, that was not entirely his own. Powers, he felt, were rising, stirring, wakening from sleep. Behind the natural faces that he saw, these other things peered gravely at him as he passed. They used, as it were, materials that lay ready to their hand. Imagination furnished these hints of outline, yet the powers themselves were real. There was this amazing movement of the sand. By no other manner could his mind have conceived of such a thing, nor dreamed of this simple yet dreadful method of approach. Approach! That was the word that first stood out and startled him. There was approach. Something was drawing nearer. The desert rose and walked beside him. For not alone these ribs of gleaming limestone contributed towards the elemental visages, but the entire hills, of which they were an outcrop, ran to assist in the formation and were a necessary part of them. He was watched and stared at from behind, in front, on either side, and even from below. The sand that swept him on kept even pace with him. It turned luminous, too, with a patchwork of glimmering effect that was indescribably weird. Lanterns glowed within its substance, and by their light he stumbled on, glad of the Arab boy he would presently meet at the appointed place. The last torch of the sunset had flickered out, melting into the wilderness, when suddenly opening at his feet gaped the deep, wide gully known as Wadi Hof. Its curve swept past him. This first impression came upon him with a certain violence, that the desolate valley rushed. He saw but a section of its curve and sweep, but through its entire length of several miles the wadi fled away. The moon whitened it like snow, piling black shadows very close against the cliffs. In the flood of moonlight it went rushing past. It was emptying itself. For a moment the stream of movement seemed to pause and look up into his face, then instantly went on again upon its swift career. It was like the procession of a river to the sea. The valley emptied itself to make way for what was coming. The approach, moreover, had already begun. Conscious that he was trembling, he stood and gazed into the depths, seeking to steady his mind by the repetition of the little formula he had used before. He said it half aloud, but while he did so his heart whispered quite other things. Thoughts the woman and the man had sown rose up in a flock and fell upon him like a storm of sand. Their impetus drove off all support of ordinary ideas. They shook him where he stood, staring down into this river of strange invisible movement that was hundreds of feet in depth and a quarter of a mile across. He sought to realize himself as he actually was today, mere visitor to Helouan, tempted into this wild adventure with two strangers. But in vain. That seemed a dream, unreal, a transient detail picked out from the enormous past that now engulfed him, heart and mind and soul. This was the reality. The shapes and faces that the hills of sand built round him were the play of excited fancy only. By sheer force he pinned his thought against this fact. But further he could not get. There were powers at work. They were being stirred, wakened somewhere into activity. Evocation had already begun. That sense of their approach as he had walked along from Helouan was not imaginary. A descent of some type of life, vanished from the world too long for recollection, was on the way, so vast that it would manifest itself in a group of forms, a troop, a host, an army. These two were near him somewhere at this very moment, already long at work, their minds driving beyond this little world. The valley was emptying itself for the descent of life their ritual invited. And the movement in the sand was likewise true. He recalled the sentences the woman had used. My body, he reflected, like the bodies life makes use of everywhere, is mere upright heap of earth and dust and sand. Here in the desert is the raw material, the greatest store of it in the world. And on the heels of it came sharply that other thing, that this descending life would press into its service all loose matter within its reach, to form that sphere of action which would be in a literal sense its body. In the first few seconds, as he stood there, he realized all this, and realized it with an overwhelming conviction it was futile to deny. The fast emptying valley would later brim with an unaccustomed and terrific life. Yet death hid there too, a little, ugly, insignificant death. With the name of Vance it flashed upon his mind and vanished, too tiny to be thought about in this torrent of grander messages that shook the depths within his soul. He bowed his head a moment, hardly knowing what he did. He could have waited thus 1,000 years, it seemed. He was conscious of a wild desire to run away, to hide, to efface himself utterly, his terror, his curiosity, his little wonder, and not be seen of anything. But it was all vain and foolish. The desert saw him. The gigantic knew that he was there. No escape was possible any longer. Caught by the sand, he stood amid eternal things. The river of movement swept him too. These hills, now motionless as statues, would presently glide forward into the cavalcade, sway like vessels, and go past with the procession. At present only the contents, not the frame of the wadi, moved. An immense soft brush of moonlight swept it empty for what was on the way. But presently the entire desert would stand up and also go. Then, making a sideways movement, his feet kicked against something soft and yielding that lay heaped upon the desert floor, and Henriot discovered the rugs the Arab boy had carefully set down before he made full speed for the friendly lights of Helouan. The sound of his departing footsteps had long since died away. He was alone. The detail restored to him his consciousness of the immediate present, and, stooping, he gathered up the rugs and overcoat and began to make preparations for the night. But the appointed spot, whence he was to watch, lay upon the summit of the opposite cliffs. He must cross the wadi bed and climb. Slowly and with labour he made his way down a steep cleft into the depth of the Wadi Hof, sliding and stumbling often, till at length he stood upon the floor of shining moonlight. It was very smooth, windless, utterly, still as space. Each particle of sand lay in its ancient place, asleep. The movement, it seemed, had ceased. He clambered next up the eastern side, through pitch-black shadows, and within the hour reached the ledge upon the top whence he could see below him, like a silvered map, the sweep of the valley bed. The wind nipped keenly here again, coming over the leagues of cooling sand. Loose boulders of splintered rock, started by his climbing, crashed and boomed into the depths. He banked the rugs beneath him, wrapped himself in his overcoat, and lay down to wait. Behind him was a 2-foot crumbling wall against which he leaned. In front, a drop of several hundred feet through space. He lay upon a platform, therefore, invisible from the desert at his back. Below, the curving wadi formed a natural amphitheatre, in which each separate boulder fallen from the cliffs, and even the little silla shrubs the camels eat, were plainly visible. He noted all the bigger ones among them. He counted them over half aloud. And the moving stream he'd been unaware of when crossing the bed itself now began again. The wadi went rushing past before the broom of moonlight. Again the enormous and the tiny combined in one single strange impression, for through his conception of great movement stirred also a roving, delicate touch that his imagination felt as bird-like. Behind the solid mass of the desert's immobility flashed something swift and light and airy. Bizarre pictures interpreted it to him, like rapid snapshots of a huge flying panorama. He thought of darting dragonflies seen at Helouan, of children's little dancing feet, of twinkling butterflies, of birds, chiefly, yes, of a flock of birds in flight, whose separate units formed a single entity. The idea of the group soul possessed his mind once more, but it came with a sense of more than curiosity or wonder. Veneration lay behind it, a veneration touched with awe. It rose in his deepest thought that here was the first hint of a symbolical representation, a symbol, sacred and inviolable, belonging to some ancient worship that he half remembered, and his soul stirred towards interpretation through all his being. He lay there waiting, wondering vaguely where his two companions were, yet fear all vanished because he felt attuned to a scale of things too big to mate with definite dread. There was a high anticipation in him, but not anxiety. Of himself, as Felix Henriot, indeed, he hardly seemed aware. He was someone else. Or rather, he was himself at a stage he'd known once, far, far away, in a remote pre-existence. He watched himself from dim summits of a past, of which no further details were as yet recoverable. Pencil and sketching block lay ready to his hand. The moon rose higher, tucking the shadows ever more closely against the precipices. The silver passed into a sheet of snowy whiteness that made every boulder clearly visible. Solemnity deepened everywhere into awe. The Wadi fled silently down the stream of hours. It was almost empty now, and then abruptly he was aware of change. The motion altered somewhere. It moved more quietly. Pace slackened. The end of the procession that evacuated the depth and length of it went trailing past and turned the distant bend. "It's slowing up," he whispered, as sure of it as though he'd watched a regiment of soldiers filing by. The wind took off his voice like a flying feather of sound. And there was a change. It had begun. Night and the moon stood still to watch and listen. The wind dropped utterly away. The sand ceased its shifting movement. The desert everywhere stopped still and turned. Some curtain, then, that for centuries had veiled the world, drew softly up, leaving a shaded vista down which the eyes of his soul peered towards long-forgotten pictures. Still buried by the sands too deep for full recovery, he had perceived dim portions of them, things once honoured and loved passionately. For once they had surely been to him the whole of life, not merely a fragment for cheap wonder to inspect, and they were curiously familiar, even as the person of this woman who now evoked them was familiar. Henriot made no pretence to more definite remembrance, but the haunting certainty rushed over him deeper than doubt or denial, and with such force that he felt no effort to destroy it. Some lost sweetness of spiritual ambitions, lived for with this passionate devotion, and passionately worshipped as men today worship fame and money, revived in him with a tempest of high glory. Centres of memories turned from an age-long sleep, so that he could have wept at their so complete obliteration hitherto. That such majesty had departed from the world as though it had never existed was a thought for desolation and for tears. And though the little fragment he was about to witness might be crude in itself and incomplete, yet it was part of a vast system that once explored the richest realms of deity. The reverence in him contained a holiness of the night and of the stars. Great, gentle awe lay in it too, for he stood, aflame with anticipation and humility, at the gateway of sacred things. And this was the mood, no thrill of cheap excitement or alarm to weaken it, in which he first became aware that two spots of darkness he had taken all along for boulders on the snowy valley bed were actually something very different. They were living figures. They moved. It was not the shadows slowly following the moonlight, but the stir of human beings, who all these hours had been motionless as stone. He must have passed them unnoticed within a dozen yards when he crossed the wadi bed, and 100 times from this very ledge his eyes had surely rested on them without recognition. Their minds, he knew full well, had not been inactive as their bodies. The important part of the ancient ritual lay, he remembered, in the powers of the evoking mind. Here, indeed, was no effective nor theatrical approach of the principal figures. It had nothing in common with the cheap external ceremonial of modern days. In forgotten powers of the soul its grandeur lay, potent, splendid, true. Long before he came, perhaps all through the day, these two had laboured with their arduous preparations. They were there, part of the desert, when hours ago he had crossed the plateau in the twilight. To them, to this woman's potent working of old ceremonial, had been due that singular rush of imagination he had felt. He had interpreted the desert as alive. Here was the explanation. It was alive. Life was on the way. Long latent, her intense desire summoned it back to physical expression, and the effect upon him had steadily increased as he drew nearer to the centre where she would focus its revival and return. Those singular impressions of being watched and accompanied were explained. A priest of this old world worship performed a genuine evocation. A great one of vision revived the cosmic powers. Henriot watched the small figures far below him with a sense of dramatic splendour that only this association of far-off memory could account for. It was their rising now, and the lifting of their arms to form a slow revolving outline, that marked the abrupt cessation of the larger river of movement. For the sweeping of the wadi sank into sudden stillness, and these two, with motions not unlike some dance of deliberate solemnity, passed slowly through the moonlight to and fro. His attention fixed upon them both. All other movement ceased. They fastened the flow of time against the desert's body. What happened then? How could his mind interpret an experience so long denied that the power of expression, as of comprehension, has ceased to exist? How to translate this symbolical representation, small detail though it was, of a transcendent worship entombed foremost, so utterly beyond recovery? Its splendour could never lodge in minds that conceived deity perched upon a cloud within telephoning distance of fashionable churches. How should he phrase it even to himself, whose memory drew up pictures from so dim a past that the language fit to frame them lay unreachable and lost? Henriot did not know. Perhaps he never yet has known. Certainly at the time he did not even try to think. His sensations remain his own, untranslatable, and even that instinctive description the mind gropes for automatically floundered, halted, and stopped dead. Yet there rose within him somewhere, from depths long drowned in slumber, a reviving power by which he saw, divined, and recollected, remembered seemed too literal a word, these elements of a worship he once had personally known. He too had worshipped thus. His soul had moved amid similar evocations in some aeonian past, whence now the sand was being cleared away. Symbols of stupendous meaning flashed and went their way across the lifting mists. He hardly caught their meaning. So long it was since he had known them, yet they were familiar as the faces seen in dreams, and some hint of their spiritual significance left faint traces in his heart by means of which their grandeur reached towards interpretation. And all were symbols of a cosmic, deific nature, of powers that only symbols can express, prayer books and sacraments used in the wisdom religion of an older time, but today known only in the decrepit literal shell which is their degradation. Grandly the figures moved across the valley bed. The powers of the heavenly bodies once more joined them. They moved to the measure of a cosmic dance whose rhythm was creative. The universe partnered them. There was this transfiguration of all common external things. He realized that appearances were visible letters of a soundless language, a language he once had known. The powers of night and moon and desert sand married with points in the fluid stream of his innermost spiritual being that knew and welcomed them. He understood. Old Egypt herself stooped down from her uncovered throne. The stars sent messengers. There was commotion in the secret sandy places of the desert, for the desert had grown temple. Columns reared against the sky. There rose from leagues away the chanting of the sand. The temples where once this came to pass were gone, their ruin questioned by alien hearts that knew not their spiritual meaning. But here the entire desert swept in to form a shrine, and the majesty that once was Egypt stepped grandly back across ages of denial and neglect. The sand was altar, and the stars were altar lights. The moon lit up the vast recesses of the ceiling, and the wind from 1,000 miles brought in the perfume of her incense. For with that faith which shifts mountains from their sandy bed, two passionate believing souls invoked the Ka of Egypt. And the motions that they made, he saw, were definite harmonious patterns their dark figures traced upon the shining valley floor. Like the points of compasses with stems invisible and directed from the sky, their movements marked the outlines of great signatures of power, the sigils of the type of life they would evoke. It would come as a procession. No individual outline could contain it. It needed for its visible expression many. The descent of a group soul, known to the worship of this mighty system, rose from its lair of centuries and moved hugely down upon them. The Ka, answering to the summons, would mate with sand. The desert was its body. Yet it was not this that he'd come to fix with block and pencil. Not yet was the moment when his skill might be of use. He waited, watched, and listened, while this river of half-remembered things went past him. The patterns grew beneath his eyes like music. Too intricate and prolonged to remember with accuracy later, he understood that they were forms of that root geometry which lies behind all manifested life. The mould was being traced in outline. Life would presently inform it, and a singing rose from the maze of lines whose beauty was like the beauty of the constellations. This sound was very faint at first, but grew steadily in volume. Although no echoes, properly speaking, were possible, these precipices caught stray notes that trooped in from the further sandy reaches. The figures certainly were chanting, but their chanting was not all he heard. Other sounds came to his ears from far away, running past him through the air from every side, and from incredible distances, all flocking down into the wadi bed to join the parent note that summoned them. The desert was giving voice, and memory, lifting her hood yet higher, showed more of her grey, mysterious face that searched his soul with questions. Had he so soon forgotten that strange union of form and sound which once was known to the evocative rituals of olden days? Henriot tried patiently to disentangle this desert music that their intoning voices woke from the humming of the blood in his own veins, but he succeeded only in part. Sand was already in the air. There was reverberation, rhythm, measure. There was almost a breaking of the stream into great syllables. But was it due, this strange reverberation, to the countless particles of sand meeting in mid-air about him, or to larger bodies, whose surfaces caught this friction of the sand and threw it back against his ears? The wind, now rising, brought particles that stung his face and hands, and filled his eyes with the minute, fine dust that partially veiled the moonlight. But was not something larger, vaster, these particles composed, now also on the way? Movement and sound and flying sand thus merged themselves more and more in a single whirling torrent. But Henriot sought no commonplace explanation of what he witnessed, and here was the proof that all happened in some vestibule of inner experience where the strain of question and answer had no business. One sitting beside him need not have seen anything at all. His host, for instance, from Helouan, need not have been aware. Night screened it. Helouan, as the whole of modern experience, stood in front of the screen. This thing took place behind it. He crouched motionless, watching in some reconstructed antechamber of the soul's pre-existence, while the torrent grew into a veritable tempest. Yet night remained unshaken. The veil of moonlight did not quiver. The stars dropped their slender golden pillars unobstructed. Calmness reigned everywhere as before. The stupendous representation passed on behind it all. But the dignity of the little human movements that he watched had become now indescribable. The gestures of the arms and bodies invested themselves with consummate grandeur as these two strode into the caverns behind manifested life and drew forth symbols that represented vanished powers. The sound of their chanting voices broke in cadenced fragments against the shores of language. The words Henriot never actually caught, if words they were, yet he understood their purport, these names of power to which the type of returning life gave answer as they approached. He remembered fumbling for his drawing materials with such violence, however, that the pencil snapped in two between his fingers as he touched it, for now, even here upon the outer fringe of the ceremonial ground, there was a stir of forces that set the very muscles working in him before he had become aware of it. Then came the moment when his heart leaped against his ribs with a sudden violence that was almost pain, standing a second later still as death. The lines upon the valley floor ceased their maze-like dance. All movement stopped. Sound died away. In the midst of this profound and dreadful silence, the sigils lay empty there below him. They waited to be informed. For the moment of entrance had come at last. Life was close. And he understood why this return of life had all along suggested a procession, and could be no mere momentary flash of vision. From such appalling distance did it sweep down towards the present. Upon this network, then, of splendid lines at length held rigid, the entire desert reared itself with walls of curtained sand that dwarfed the cliffs, the shouldering hills, the very sky. The desert stood on end. As once before he had dreamed it from his balcony windows, it rose upright, towering and close against his face. It built sudden ramparts to the stars that chambered the thing he witnessed behind walls no centuries could ever bring down crumbling into dust. He himself, in some curious fashion, lay just outside, viewing it apart. As from a pinnacle he peered within, peered down with straining eyes into the vast picture gallery memory threw abruptly open. And the picture spaced its noble outline thus against the very stars. He gazed between columns that supported the sky itself, like pillars of sand that swept across the field of vanished years. Sand poured and streamed aside, laying bare the past. For down the enormous vista into which he gazed, as into an avenue running 1,000,000 miles toward the tiny point, he saw this moving thing that came towards him, shaking loose the countless veils of sand the ages had swathed about it. The Ka of buried Egypt wakened out of sleep. She had heard the potent summons of her old time-honoured ritual. She came. She stretched forth an arm towards the worshippers who evoked her. Out of the desert, out of the leagues of sand, out of the immeasurable wilderness which was her mummied form and body, she rose and came, and this fragment of her he would actually see. this little portion that was obedient to the stammered and broken ceremonial, the partial revelation he would witness, yet so vast, even this little bit of it, that it came as a procession and a host. For a moment there was nothing, and then the voice of the woman rose in a resounding cry that filled the wadi to its furthest precipices before it died away again to silence. That a human voice could produce such volume, accent, depth, seemed half incredible. The walls of towering sand swallowed it instantly, but the procession of life, needing a group, a host, an army for its physical expression, reached at that moment the nearer end of the huge avenue. It touched the present. It entered the world of men. End of Chapter 9 of Sand. Section 17 of Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. Four Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood. Sand. Chapter 10. The entire range of Henriotte's experience, read, imagined, dreamed, then fainted into unreality before the sheer wonder of what he saw. In the brief interval it takes to snap the fingers, the climax was thus so hurriedly upon him, and through it all he was clearly aware of the pair of little human figures, man and woman, standing erect and commanding at the centre, knew, too, that she directed and controlled, while he, in some secondary fashion, supported her, and ever watched. But both were dim, dropped somewhere into a lesser scale. It was the knowledge of their presence, however, that alone enabled him to keep his powers in hand at all. But for these two human beings there, within possible reach, he must have closed his eyes and swooned. For a tempest that seemed to toss loose stars about the sky swept round about him, pouring up the pillared avenue in front of the procession. A blast of giant energy, of liberty, came through. Forwards and backwards, circling spirally about him like a whirlwind, came this revival of life that sought to dip itself once more in matter and in form. It came to the accurate outline of its form they had traced for it. He held his mind steady enough to realize that it was akin to what men call a descent of some spiritual movement that wakens a body of believers into faith. A race, an entire nation, only that he experienced it in this brief, concentrated form before it has scattered down into 10,000 hearts. Here he knew its source and essence behind the veil. Crudely, unmanageable as yet, he felt it rushing loose behind appearances. There was this amazing impact of a twisting, swinging force that stormed down as though it would bend and coil the very ribs of the old stubborn hills. It sought to warm them with the stress of its own irresistible life-stream, to beat them into shape and make pliable their obstinate resistance. Through all things the impulse poured and spread like fire at white heat. Yet nothing visible came as yet, no alteration in the actual landscape, no sign of change in things familiar to his eyes, while impetus thus fought against inertia. He perceived nothing formal. Calm and untouched himself, he lay outside the circle of evocation, watching, waiting, scarcely daring to breathe, yet well aware that any minute the scene would transfer itself from memory that was subjective to matter that was objective. And then, in a flash, the bridge was built and the transfer was accomplished. How or where he did not see, he could not tell. It was there before he knew it, there before his normal earthly sight. He saw it as he saw the hands he was holding stupidly up to shield his face. For this terrific release of force, long held back, long stored up, latent for centuries, came pouring down the empty wadi bed prepared for its reception. Through stones and sand and boulders it came in an impetuous hurricane of power. The liberation of its life appalled him. All that was free, untied, responded instantly like chaff. Loose objects fled towards it. There was a yielding in the hills and precipices, and even in the mass of desert which provided their foundation. The hinges of the sand went creaking in the night. It shaped for itself a bodily outline. Yet, most strangely, nothing definitely moved. How could he express the violent contradiction? For the immobility was apparent only, a sham, a counterfeit, while behind it the essential being of these things did rush and shift and alter. He saw the two things side by side, the outer immobility the senses commonly agree upon, and this amazing flying out of their inner invisible substance towards the vortex of attracting life that sucked them in. For stubborn matter turned docile before the stress of this returning life, taught somewhere to be plastic. It was being moulded into an approach to bodily outline. A mobile elasticity invaded rigid substance. The two officiating human beings, safe at the stationary centre, and himself, just outside the circle of operation, alone remained untouched and unaffected. But a few feet in any direction, for any one of them, meant instantaneous death. They would be absorbed into the vortex, mere corpuscles pressed into the service of the sphere of action of a mighty body. How these perceptions reached him with such conviction, Henriot could never say. He knew it because he felt it. Something fell about him from the sky that already paled towards the dawn. The stars themselves, it seemed, contributed some part of the terrific flowing impulse that conquered matter and shaped itself as physical expression. Then, before he was able to fashion any preconceived idea of what visible form this potent life might assume, he was aware of further change. It came at the briefest possible interval after the beginning, the certainty that to and fro about him, as yet however indeterminate, passed magnitudes that were stupendous as the desert. There was beauty in them too, though a terrible beauty, hardly of this earth at all. A fragment of old Egypt had returned, a little portion of that vast body of belief that once was Egypt, evoked by the worship of one human heart, passionately sincere. The Ka of Egypt stepped back to visit the material it once informed, the sand. Yet only a portion came. Henriot clearly realized that. It stretched forth an arm. Finding no mass of worshippers through whom it might express itself completely, it pressed inanimate matter thus into its service. Here was the beginning the woman had spoken of, little opening clue, entire reconstruction lay perhaps beyond. And Henriot next realized that these magnitudes in which this group energy sought to clothe itself as visible form were curiously familiar. It was not a new thing that he would see. Booming softly as they dropped downwards through the sky, with a motion the size of them rendered delusive, they trooped up the avenue towards the central point that summoned them. He realized the giant flock of them, descent of fearful beauty, outlining a type of life denied to the world for ages, countless as the sand that blew against his skin. Careering over the waste of desert moved the army of dark splendours that dwarfed any organic structure called a body men have ever known. He recognized them, cold in him of death, though the outlines reared higher than the pyramids, and towered up to hide whole groups of stars. Yes, he recognized them in their partial revelation, though he never saw the monstrous host complete. But one of them, he realized, posing its eternal riddle to the sands, had of old been glimpsed sufficiently to seize its form in stone. yet poorly seized, as a doll may stand for the dignity of a human being, or a child's toy represent an engine that draws trains. And he knelt there on this narrow ledge, the world of men forgotten. The power that caught him was too great a thing for wonder or for fear. He even felt no awe. Sensation of any kind that can be named or realized left him utterly. He forgot himself. He merely watched. The glory numbed him. Block and pencil, as the reason of his presence there at all, no longer existed. Yet one small link remained that held him to some kind of consciousness of earthly things. He never lost sight of this, that, being just outside the circle of evocation, he was safe, and that the man and woman, being stationary in its untouched centre, were also safe, but that a movement of 6 inches in any direction meant for any one of them instant death. What was it, then, that suddenly strengthened this solitary link, so that the chain tautened and he felt the pull of it? Henriot could not say. He came back with the rush of a descending drop to the realization, dimly, vaguely, as from a distance, that he was with these two, now at this moment, in the Wadi Hof, and that the cold of dawn was in the air about them. The chill breath of the desert made him shiver. But at first, so deeply had his soul been dipped in this fragment of ancient worship, he could remember nothing more. Somewhere lay a little spot of streets and houses. Its name escaped him. He had once been there. There were many people, but insignificant people. Who were they? And what had he to do with them? All recent memories had been drowned in the tide that flooded him from an immeasurable past. And who were they, these two beings standing on the white floor of sand below him? For a long time he could not recover their names, yet he remembered them, and thus robbed of association that names bring, he saw them for an instant naked, and knew that one of them was evil. One of them was vile. Blackness touched the picture there. The man, his name still out of reach, was sinister, impure, and dark at the heart, and for this reason the evocation had been partial only. The admixture of an evil motive was the flaw that marred complete success. The names then flashed upon him. Lady Statham, Richard Vance. Vance, with a horrid drop from splendour into something mean and sordid. Henriot felt the pain of it. The motive of the man was so insignificant, his purpose so atrocious. More and more with the name came back his first repugnance, fear, suspicion, and human terror caught him. He shrieked, but as in nightmare no sound escaped his lips. He tried to move. A wild desire to interfere, to protect, to prevent, flung him forward, close to the dizzy edge of the gulf below. But his muscles refused obedience to the will. The paralysis of common fear rooted him to the rocks. But the sudden change of focus instantly destroyed the picture, and so vehement was the fall from glory into meanness that it dislocated the machinery of clairvoyant vision. The inner perception clouded and grew dark. Outer and inner mingled in violent, inextricable confusion. The wrench seemed almost physical. It happened all at once. Retreat and continuation for a moment somehow combined. And if he did not definitely see the awful thing, at least he was aware that it had come to pass. He knew it as positively as though his eye were glued against a magnifying lens in the stillness of some laboratory. He witnessed it. The supreme moment of evocation was close. Life, through that awful sandy vortex, whirled and raged. Loose particles showered and pelted, caught by the draught of vehement life that moulded the substance of the desert into imperial outline, when suddenly shot the little evil thing across that marred and blasted it. Into the whirlpool flew forward a particle of material that was a human being, and the group soul caught and used it. The actual accomplishment Henriot did not claim to see. He was a witness, but a witness who could give no evidence. Whether the woman was pushed of set intention, or whether some detail of sound and pattern was falsely used to effect the terrible result, he was helpless to determine. He pretends no itemized account. She went. In 1 second, with appalling swiftness, she disappeared, swallowed out of space and time within that awful maw. One little corpuscle among a million through which the life, now stalking the desert wastes, moulded itself a troop-like body. Sand took her. There followed emptiness, a hush of unutterable silence, stillness, peace. Movement and sound instantly retired whence they came. The avenues of memory closed. The splendours all went down into their sandy tombs. The moon had sunk into the Libyan wilderness. The eastern sky was red. The dawn drew out that wondrous sweetness of the desert, which is as sister to the sweetness that the moonlight brings. The desert settled back to sleep, huge, unfathomable, charged to the brim with life that watches, waits, and yet conceals itself behind the ruins of apparent desolation. And the wadi, empty at his feet, filled slowly with the gentle little winds that bring the sunrise. Then, across the pale glimmering of sand, Henriot saw a figure moving. It came quickly towards him, yet unsteadily, and with a hurry that was ugly. Vance was on the way to fetch him, and the horror of the man's approach struck him like a hammer in the face. He closed his eyes, sinking back to hide. But before he swooned, there reached him the clatter of the murderer's tread as he began to climb over the splintered rocks, and the faint echo of his voice calling him by name, falsely and in pretense, for help. End of Chapter 10 of Sand. 4 Weird Tales by Algernon Blackwood.
Thanks for visiting Timeless Audiobooks. Please remember to like, comment, share and subscribe for our latest audiobook uploads.